You are now listening to Mafia Triplets by Bella King. Produced and published by After Midnight LLC. Copyright 2024 After Midnight LLC. Enjoy.
Chapter 1. Sonia. The glittering lights of Moscow's skyline reflect off the polished glass of the towering luxury hotel before me. My breath catches in my throat when I take in the opulent exterior, so different from the tiny apartment I've called home for the past 4 years. Katya, my best friend and business partner, bounces excitedly beside me, her enthusiasm obvious as she tugs at my arm. Come on, Sonia, we're going to be late. Katya's green eyes sparkle with anticipation, and her sleek ponytail swings as she practically drags me forward. I force a smile, willing my nerves to settle. I'm coming. No need to pull my arm off. The truth is, I'm terrified. This rare outing feels like stepping out of a fortress I've carefully constructed around myself. For years, I've kept my head down, working tirelessly from the safety of my modest apartment in Yuzhno-Portovy. Katya believes it's all because of my brother moving away, leaving me feeling lost and lonely. It's the story I've let her believe, a convenient explanation for my reclusive behavior. If only she knew the real reason. The darkness that lurks behind my carefully crafted veneer. The constant gnawing fear that Anton Vasilyev might find me. It's a weight I carry with every breath, every step, and every moment of my carefully constructed new life. Tonight is different. It has to be. This marketing event could be the key to expanding our business from the online realm to the real world. It's the chance I've been waiting for to build something truly my own. I can't stay hidden in my apartment forever, no matter how much safer it feels. So here I am, decked out in a form-fitting black dress with a daring slit along the sides, praying tonight remains both productive and uneventful. With a deep breath, I prepare myself for what lies ahead. You look amazing, by the way, says Katya, giving me an appreciative once-over. That dress is killer. You're going to turn heads in there. I cringe inwardly at the thought. Turning heads is the last thing I want to do. Thanks. I smooth down the fabric of my dress. You look great, too. Ready to wow some potential clients? She grins, linking her arm through mine as we approach the entrance. Born ready, let's show them who we are. The moment we step through the revolving doors, we're enveloped in a world of luxury. Crystal chandeliers radiate a warm shine over the marble floors, and the air is thick with the scent of expensive perfume and ambition. Well-dressed men and women mill about, their voices a steady hum of networking and deal-making. I scan the room instinctively, old habits kicking in while I catalog exits, potential threats, and optimal escape routes. It's a skill I'd hoped to leave behind, but one that saved my life more times than I care to count. Katya, oblivious to my internal assessment, steers us toward the bar. Let's grab a drink to calm our nerves, she says over the sophisticated jazz playing in the background. I nod, grateful for the excuse to have something in my hands. We make our way through the crowd, and I notice the appreciative glances thrown our way. It makes my skin crawl, reminding me of a life I've tried so hard to forget. The bartender, a young man with a crisp white shirt and an easy smile, approaches us. What can I get for you, ladies? 2 glasses of champagne, please, orders Katya before I can speak. She turns to me with a wink. We're celebrating tonight, remember? I force a smile, trying to match her enthusiasm. Of course, to new beginnings. We wait for our drinks, and I let my gaze wander over the crowd. That's when I see him. A tall, broad-shouldered man in an impeccably tailored suit, his dark hair neatly trimmed. My heart stops for a moment, and I feel faint. It can't be. Not here. Not now. As the man turns, I realize it's not Anton, just someone with a similar build and haircut. I release a shaky breath, willing my zooming heart to slow. Sonia, are you okay? Katya's concerned voice cuts through my panic. You look like you've seen a ghost. I plaster on a smile, accepting the flute of champagne from the bartender. I'm fine. Just a bit overwhelmed, I guess. It's been a while since I've been to an event like this. She gives me a soft smile. I understand it's not easy for you coming out like this, but I'm proud of you. You're taking a big step tonight. If only she was aware how big. I raise my glass, clinking it gently against hers. To us, and to the future of our business. We sip our champagne, and the bubbles dance on my tongue. I force myself to relax and be present in this moment. I'm here for a reason, and I can't let my fears hold me back. So who should we approach first? I ask, scanning the room for potential clients. She grins as she spots someone across the room. Oh, I see Mikhail Petrov. His company would be perfect for our new marketing strategy. Come on, let's go introduce ourselves. We make our way through the crowd, but I'm haunted by a prickle of unease. It's not just the usual anxiety of networking, but something more. A sixth sense honed by years of living in the shadows of the underworld. We reach Mikhail Petrov, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and a friendly smile. Katya launches into our pitch with practiced ease, and I force myself to focus on the conversation, pushing my paranoia aside. It's a pleasure to meet you both, he says, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Your ideas are intriguing. I'd love to hear more about how you think they could benefit my company. As Katya delves deeper into our strategy, I relax slightly. This is what we're here for, after all. The familiar rhythm of business talk helps ground me, reminding me of the life I've built for myself over the past 4 years. But then I hear it, a laugh that sends ice through my veins. Deep, resonant, and achingly familiar. I freeze mid-sentence, looking around the room. It can't be. I must be imagining things. Sonia? Katya's voice seems to come from far away. Are you all right? I blink, forcing myself back to the present. I'm sorry, I thought I heard someone I knew. Mikhail looks concerned. Is everything okay? Do you need to step out for a moment? I shake my head, plastering on a smile that feels brittle even to me. No, I'm fine. Please continue. You were saying about the potential reach of our social media campaign? As the conversation resumes, I try to focus, but my mind is spiraling. Am I losing it? Has the stress of constantly looking over my shoulder finally caught up with me? I excuse myself after a few minutes, needing a moment to collect my thoughts. I make my way to a quiet corner of the room, my back to the wall as I survey the crowd. That's when I see him. Anton Vasilyev. With a blink, he's gone. A wave of dizziness washes over me as everything around me suddenly feels distant. The grand ballroom sparkles with the light of 1,000 crystals, each chandelier a constellation hanging from the ornate ceiling. Well-dressed figures move through the space like schools of exotic fish. Their voices a constant murmur beneath the soft strains of classical music, but I'm mostly blind to it all while staring where I saw Anton. Or did I? Katya rushes over to me. Are you all right? I nod. Just too much champagne, I say quickly. She frowns but doesn't argue, instead linking our arms. You simply must meet Andrade. Katya's voice cuts through my unease. She pulls me toward a distinguished older gentleman. He's revolutionizing the tech industry. I was just telling him about our social media strategies. I nod, desperately trying to focus on the conversation. The man launches into a detailed description of his latest project, but the words wash over me in a meaningless blur. My gaze flicks constantly around the room, searching for... What? A ghost? A nightmare come to life? Is he really here, or am I letting stress get to me? Are you sure you're all right? Katya's concerned whisper breaks through my spiraling thoughts. You seem jumpy. I plaster on what I hope is a reassuring smile. Just nerves. You know how I get at these events. Her brow furrows, but she doesn't press the issue. We continue to weave through the crowd, shaking hands and exchanging business cards. With each step, the knot in my stomach tightens. Then I see him. Time stops. The chatter of the ballroom fades to a dull roar in my ears. He stands across the room, taller than I remember. his presence commanding even from this distance. Anton Vasilyev, the man I've spent 4 years running from. My lungs constrict, refusing to draw breath. This can't be real. Why would Anton be here at a business networking event? It doesn't make sense, and even if it is him, would he really come after me after all these years? My brother Yuri is the one who betrayed him. I'm innocent, aren't I? The logical part of my brain screams at me to calm down, to think rationally, but logic has no place in a world where the ghosts of your past can materialize in a crowded ballroom. Excuse me. I managed to choke out, barely registering Katya's concerned look. I need to use the restroom. I don't wait for a response. I rush across the polished floor, weaving between clusters of laughing, oblivious partygoers. The restroom door is ahead, offering the illusion of temporary safety. I burst through the door, grateful to find the elegant powder room empty. The sudden silence is deafening. I grip the edge of the marble counter, staring at my reflection in the gold-framed mirror. My face is pale, a stark contrast to the deep crimson of my lipstick. I hardly recognize the wide-eyed woman staring back at me. Calm down, Sonia. I whisper fiercely to my reflection. You're being paranoid. It's not him. It can't be him. Even while trying to convince myself, doubt gnaws at the edges of my carefully constructed reality. If it is Anton, what does he want? Revenge? To tie up loose ends? The possibilities swirl in my mind, each more terrifying than the last. I splash cold water on my face, careful not to smudge my makeup. The chill helps clear my head, if only slightly. I need to think. To plan. If Anton is really here, I can't afford to panic. The cool water drips down my face in contrast to the heat rising in my cheeks. I will my thudding heart to slow. Deep breaths, Sonia. In and out. You're overreacting. It's not him. The heavy thud of footsteps shatters my fragile calm. Men's footsteps. In the women's restroom. Ice floods my veins. I dart into the nearest stall, my trembling fingers fumbling with the lock. The click reverberates in the sudden silence. I press my back against the cool metal door, straining to hear. The footsteps pause, then resume. Slow. Deliberate. I look down at the gap beneath the stall door. A pair of polished black dress shoes comes into view. Expensive. Italian leather. They stop, turn, and begin to pace. My lungs burn. I realize I've been holding my breath and force myself to exhale slowly and silently. The shoes continue their steady rhythm. Back and forth. Back and forth. Seconds stretch into an eternity. My legs quiver, threatening to give out. Just when I think I can't take it anymore, the footsteps retreat. The restroom door opens and closes with a soft whoosh. I count to 60 before daring to move. My legs feel like jelly when I step out of the stall. I scan the restroom. Empty. A humorless laugh escapes my lips. I'm jumping at shadows. I return to the sink, splashing more water on my face. The woman in the mirror looks wild-eyed and pale. I smooth my hair and reapply my lipstick. You're fine. Everything's fine. I reach for the door handle, eager to rejoin Katya and forget this moment of panic. My fingers brush cool metal. A vice-like grip closes around my wrist, yanking me backward. A startled gasp escapes my lips when I collide with a solid wall of muscle. No. No, no, no. I look up, my worst fears confirmed. Anton Vasilyev towers over me, more devastating than I remember. His steel-gray gaze strips me to the soul as a maelstrom of emotions swirl in their depths. Fury blazes hottest, but beneath it, something else. Something that makes my heart stutter. I try to jerk away, but his grip only tightens. Panic claws at my throat. If you scream, you know what happens. His voice is low and controlled, terrifying in its calmness. A whimper escapes me before I can stop it. I do know. The horrors Anton is capable of. I've seen them firsthand. Anton. I whisper, hating how my voice trembles. Please. Shut up. The words are a growl, rumbling from deep in his chest. He lifts his free hand, wrapping his fingers around my throat. Not squeezing, not yet, but the threat is clear. 4 years, Sonia. Did you really think you could hide from me forever? I swallow hard, feeling the movement against his palm. I wasn't hiding. I lie. I just needed a fresh start. After everything that happened with Yuri, his fingers tighten fractionally. A warning. Traitorous bastard. Yuri, my brother, the one who betrayed Anton and shattered the alliance between our families. The reason I ran. I had nothing to do with it. I swear I didn't know what he was planning. Something flickers in his expression. Doubt? Hope? It's gone too quickly for me to be sure. You expect me to believe that? He sways closer, his breath hot against my ear. You were always the clever one, Solnishko, the strategist. You expect me to believe you didn't see it coming? The old endearment, little son, makes me tremble because it's so mocking now. I didn't, I whisper. I would have told you if I had known. You have to believe me. His laugh is cold and humorless. I don't have to do anything. You, on the other hand. His grip on my wrist loosens slightly as his hand slides up my arm. Despite everything, my faithless body responds to his touch. You're coming with me. Fear spikes through me. No, Anton, please. I can't go back to that life. I've built something here, something good. His eyes narrow. Built on lies, on stolen money. I flinch. He's not wrong. The startup capital for my business with Katya hadn't exactly come from legal sources. I took it from my parents' account when I ran, so it's tainted but still technically mine. It was my parents' money, not yours. I didn't take anything from you. I say desperately. Just, please, let me go. For a moment, I think I see a flicker of the old Anton, the man who was my brother's best friend. The man I once thought I loved, but then his expression hardens once more. You don't have a choice, Solnishko. His hand moves from my throat to cup my cheek, and the gesture is almost tender. It makes my heart ache. You're mine. You always have been. Before I can respond, the restroom door swings open. Anton reacts instantly, shoving me against the wall and pressing his body against mine. To anyone walking in, we'd look like lovers stealing a private moment. Sonia? Katya's voice rings out. Are you in here? People are starting to wonder to where you've disappeared. I open my mouth to call out, but his hand clamps over it. His gaze bores into mine, a silent warning. Just a moment. I manage to say when he moves slightly, my voice muffled against his palm. I'll be right out. Okay, but hurry. Mikhail wants to discuss our proposal further. The door closes. We're alone again. Anton releases my mouth, but he doesn't step back. If anything, he presses closer. I'm acutely aware of every point of contact between us. The heat of his body, the solid planes of his chest, the thrumming tension that's always existed between us, even now. This is what's going to happen, he says, his lips brushing my ear. You're going to walk out of this hotel with me. I shake my head. Anton, please, I can't. He tangles his fingers in my chignon, tugging sharply. You can, and you will, unless you want your friend out there, along with all those important people, to learn exactly who you really are, what you've done. Katya. Sweet, loyal Katya, who stood by me for 4 years, who believes in me. The thought of her learning the truth is unbearable. Okay, I whisper, suddenly crushed by defeat. Okay, I'll go with you. A ghost of a smile touches his lips. Good girl. He steps back, smoothing down his jacket. Fix your makeup. You look like you've been thoroughly kissed. Heat floods my cheeks when I turn to the mirror. My lipstick is smudged and my updo is mussed. With trembling hands, I do my best to make myself presentable. One last thing, he says when I reach for the door. I turn to face him, wary. He closes the distance between us in 2 long strides. Before I can react, his lips crash down on mine. The kiss is rough and possessive. A clear message. You're mine. When he pulls away, I'm breathless, dazed. He smirks, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Now you look properly kissed, he says. Let's go, Solnishko. It's time to come home.
Chapter 2. Anton. I hold Sonia's arm firmly when we slip out of the ballroom while scanning our surroundings. Her gaze lingers on her friend Katya one last time before we disappear through the back exit. The cool night air hits us once we step outside, a pleasant difference from the stuffy atmosphere of the event. We walk briskly toward the black van parked discreetly in the hotel's parking lot. The gravel crunches beneath our feet, the only sound in the otherwise silent night. I open the door and gesture for her to get in, my expression leaving no room for argument. Sonia hesitates, darting her gaze between me and the van. She's clearly calculating her options. She knows better than to fight me, though. With a resigned sigh, she climbs in. I follow her, sliding into the seat beside her. The door slams shut with a finality that seems to resonate in the confined space. The scent of leather and her perfume mingle in the air, creating an intoxicating mix. She breaks the silence. What do you want with me, Anton? Her voice is steady, but I don't miss the slight tremor beneath it. I turn to face her, taking in her features. Her long, dark hair cascades down her back, her chignon destroyed due to my rough handling and our hasty exit. Her fair skin seems almost luminous in the dim light of the van. What I've always wanted, Sonia. You. The words come out harsher than I intend, but I don't soften them. You disappeared without a trace. Did you really think I wouldn't find you? Her eyes narrow, a flash of defiance crossing her face. I left that life behind. I'm not part of that world anymore. A humorless chuckle escapes me. You don't get to decide that. You're an Ivanova. That blood runs through your veins whether you like it or not. She turns away, her gaze fixed on the tinted window. My brother made his choice. I made mine. And now you're playing house with your little friend, pretending to be someone you're not. I can't keep the bitterness out of my voice. At least she isn't playing house with a man, or I'd be forced to destroy him in front of her before reminding her she's mine. She always was, even if we didn't cross that final threshold years ago. Another surge of rage for Yuri hits me. How long did you think you could keep up this charade? Sonia whips her head back to face me. It's not a charade. I've built a life for myself. A real life away from the violence and the constant fear. I lean in closer, dropping my voice to a low growl. A life built on lies. Does your friend know who you really are? What you've done? She flinches at my words, and I've hit a nerve. Good. She needs to remember who she is, and from where she comes. Leave Katya out of this. She clenches her hands into fists on her lap. I raise an eyebrow. Protective, aren't we? Don't worry. I have no interest in your little friend. My business is with you. What business? I told you I'm out. I don't want any part of that life anymore. I was barely a kid when I was involved with all that. I didn't understand the full consequences. Back then, it seemed like a game, and then my parents were murdered. And yours? After that, it got too real. When Yuri did what he did, I was finished. I settle back, studying her. She's always been stubborn. It's one of the things I admire about her, even if it's infuriating at times. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Her defiance sparks things in me. Admiration, frustration, and desire. I push it all down. You cooperate and things won't get messy. I want Yuri. She crosses her arms, setting her jaw in stubborn determination. I don't know where he is. I watch her closely, searching for any sign of deception, and notice how much she's changed since I last saw her. She's always been beautiful, but now, there's a maturity and strength that wasn't there before. Her dress clings to her curves in a way that stirs something deeply within me. I force those thoughts away. Her family betrayed me. After all, she's my key to getting Yuri. Still, as I look into her eyes, I see sincerity. Sonia has never been a good liar. A frustrated sigh escapes me when I move forward slightly. We're going to have to do this the hard way, then. I gesture to the driver, and the van lurches into gear. In one swift motion, I snatch her phone from her grasp. She reaches for it, but I hold it out of her reach. "What are you doing?" Her voice is sharp, laced with anger and fear. I ignore her question, focusing on the screen while typing a message to Katya. My fingers move quickly across the keypad. "Hey, Katya, ran into a hot investor. Spending the night with him. Don't wait up." Sonia's eyes widen as she realizes what I'm doing. "Anton, don't you dare." Her words cut off as the phone chimes with Katya's reply. I read it aloud, my voice dripping with mock sweetness. "Some worries, but glad you're finally enjoying yourself. Have fun and be safe." She lunges for the phone, but I easily deflect her attempt. "Give that back." "Is that any way to treat your generous host?" I tuck the phone into my jacket pocket, well out of her reach. She falls back against her seat, her chest heaving with barely contained rage. "You can't do this. You can't just kidnap me and expect to get away with it." A humorless laugh escapes me. "Kidnap? Please. As far as anyone knows, you've willingly left with a charming investor. No one will come looking for you." The color drains from her face as the reality of her situation sinks in. I can almost see her searching for a way out of this predicament. "Where are you taking me?" Her voice is quieter now, a hint of resignation creeping in. I settle back into my seat, never looking away from her face. "Somewhere safe. Somewhere we can have a long, uninterrupted conversation about your brother's whereabouts." "I told you I don't know where he is." The frustration in her voice is evident. "And I don't believe you." I sway closer. "You were always the brains behind your brother's operations, Sonia. There's no way you don't have some idea of where he might be hiding." She turns away, staring out the tinted window at the passing city lights. "Things change, Anton. People change. I'm not the person you knew anymore." I study her profile, taking in the subtle alterations in her features, the sharp angle of her jaw, and the slight crease between her brows that wasn't there before. She's right. She has changed, but so have I. You might have fooled yourself into believing that, but deep down, you're still an Ivanova. That doesn't change. She whips her head back to face me, radiating fury. "You don't know anything about me anymore. You lost that right when you turned on my family." Her words hit me like a physical blow, reigniting the anger I've been carrying for years. "I turned on your family? Your brother tried to have me killed. He betrayed years of friendship, of loyalty, and mutual cooperation. And you retaliated by decimating half of our organization." Sonia's voice rises, matching my intensity. "How many people died in that war, Anton? How many lives were destroyed because you and Yuri couldn't settle your differences like adults?" I clench my fists, fighting to keep my composure. "Your brother started this. I'm just finishing it." She shakes her head as a bitter laugh escapes her lips. "And where does it end, Anton? When everyone we've ever known is dead. When there's nothing left but ashes and regret." Her words hit closer to home than I'd like to admit. I've asked myself the same questions countless times over the sleepless nights, but I can't afford to show weakness. It ends when I find Yuri and make him pay for what he's done. Her expression softens slightly, a flicker of something, pity perhaps, crossing her face. "And then what? What happens after you've gotten your revenge?" I open my mouth to respond, but the words die on my tongue. The truth is, I haven't thought that far ahead. My entire existence for the past few years has been focused on finding Yuri, on making him suffer as I have suffered. The idea of a life beyond that feels hollow. Sonia seems to sense my hesitation. She shifts in the seat, her voice softer now. "Anton, This vendetta is consuming you. Can't you see that? I force myself to meet her gaze, fighting against the pull of her blue eyes. It's all I have left. A sad smile tugs at her lips. That's not true, and you know it. You have your organization and your empire. You have people who depend on you and look up to you. She shakes her head, looking frustrated. What do you want from me? I stare out the window as the van rumbles down the winding forest road, the dense trees casting long shadows in the fading twilight. Sonia's question hangs in the air, her anger and fear like a physical presence. Myriad answers swirl through my mind, but none fully encompass what I want, so I choose not to answer. After a moment, she lets out an irritated huff. Fine. Where are you taking me? She demands again, her voice rising. I turn to face her, keeping my expression neutral. It's nothing personal, Sonia. I need to lure Yuri out, and you're the bait. Her eyes flash with outrage. Yuri hasn't been back to Moscow in 4 years. I don't even know if he's still in Russia. We've only communicated through WhatsApp. He might not even come for me. A smirk tugs at the corner of my mouth when I look back out the window. We'll find out soon enough. The van continues its journey through the darkening woods. Sonia's gaze bores into me, but I resist the urge to look at her. Her proximity is already making it difficult to focus. After what seems like hours, we finally arrive at our destination, a secluded cabin deep in the woods of Sychevka. It's an isolated spot and perfect for our plans. When we come to a stop, I nod to my men. They move to bind Sonia's hands and blindfold her, but I step in, my voice firm. I'll do it. The idea of any other man's hands on her but mine still fills me with rage, though I should be past my infatuation after 4 years. My men exchange glances but back off without question. I approach Sonia slowly, pulling a length of soft rope from my pocket. Her pupils dilate as she realizes what's about to happen. Is this really necessary? She asks, her voice cracking. I don't respond, instead gently taking her wrists in my hands. Her skin is soft and warm against mine, and I have to suppress a shiver. I tie the rope carefully, making sure it's secure, but not tight enough to hurt her. It's for your own safety, I mutter, more to myself than to her. She lets out a scoffing sound. Next, I pull out a black silk blindfold. Sonia tenses when I move behind her, but she doesn't resist. I can smell her perfume, a delicate floral scent that brings back memories I thought I'd buried long ago. I secure the blindfold over her eyes, brushing my fingers against her temples. Her breath hitches, and I'm standing far too close. I step back quickly, trying to regain my composure. Let's go, I say gruffly, taking her arm to guide her out of the van.
Chapter 3. Sonia. The darkness envelops me as Anton leads me through the woods. With each step, my other senses heighten. The crunch of leaves and twigs beneath our feet, the rustling of branches in the cool night breeze, and the distant hooting of an owl create an eerie song around us. I can't see a thing through the blindfold, but I can tell we're deep in the forest. The air is thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. It's a vivid contrast to the city air I've grown accustomed to over the past few years. Anton's grip on my arm is firm, yet gentle. His touch makes me tremble involuntarily as memories of our past flood back. I push them aside, focusing instead on memorizing our path. Suddenly, my foot catches on a root, and I stumble forward. He wraps a strong arm around me, steadying me against his broad chest. His breath is warm on my neck as he holds me longer than necessary. Careful, he murmurs, his voice husky. I stiffen in his embrace, hating how my body responds to his proximity. I'm fine, I snap, pulling away. Let's keep moving. He chuckles softly, and the sound sends another unwanted shiver through me. As you wish, Sonia. We continue our trek through the woods. I count my steps, noting every turn and change in terrain. Left foot, right foot. 20 paces straight. A slight incline. Turn right. Another 30 paces. The ground beneath my feet changes from soft forest floor to what feels like a wooden porch. We've reached some kind of structure. "Step up," he says, guiding me over the threshold. The air inside is warmer, still with that distinct woodsy smell but mixed with something else. Dust or disuse, perhaps? "Where are we?" I ask, unable to contain my curiosity any longer. "Somewhere safe," he says cryptically. "Somewhere your brother won't easily find us." I scoff at that. "You underestimate Yuri. He's resourceful." "So am I," he says in a hard voice. "And I have the advantage of knowing how he thinks." He leads me further into the space. My foot connects with something solid, a piece of furniture like a coffee table. His hand on my arm tightens, steadying me once again. "Sit," he says firmly, guiding me down onto what feels like a firm wooden seat. The fabric is rough beneath my fingers, some kind of worn tweed. I hear Anton moving around the room. There's a click, and suddenly, a warm glow penetrates my blindfold. "I'm going to remove the blindfold now," says Anton, his voice closer than I expected. "No sudden movements. Understood?" I squint as he removes the blindfold, the dim light in the small room still too bright after the darkness. I quickly look around, taking in my surroundings. The room is sparse: a rickety bed, a nightstand, and a single chair in which I'm sitting. The windows are barred, dashing any hope of an easy escape. My wrists ache from the restraints, but Anton won't keep me tied up forever. Right? He pulls out his phone, snapping a quick picture of me. Without a word, he types something and sends it off. A smirk tugs at my lips. Good luck getting a response back. He's been ignoring my messages for weeks. His hard gaze flicks to me, seeming amused. "I'm patient," he says, cool and controlled. "For now." I roll my eyes, shifting on the hard wooden chair. "You really think this will work?" Yuri's not stupid. He'll know it's a trap. He shrugs, pocketing his phone. "Perhaps, but he's also not heartless. You're his sister, after all." A bitter laugh escapes me. "You sure about that? He left me to fend for myself when everything went to hell. Some brother." Something flashes across Anton's face. Anger? Regret? It's gone before I can decipher it. He moves closer, hovering over me. His scent, expensive cologne, and something uniquely him envelops me. "Tell me, why did you run? Why didn't you come to me when Yuri betrayed us both?" I meet his gaze defiantly. "And risk getting caught in the crossfire?" "No thanks. I've seen what happens to people who get between you two." He clenches his jaw. He reaches out, fingers grazing my cheek. I jerk away, but there's nowhere to go. Before I can say anything else, he asks, "Are you hungry?" I shake my head at the offer of food. My stomach twists with anxiety, but I refuse to show weakness. "Water?" he asks. Again, I decline. The less I accept from him, the better. "Magazine? Something to read?" My tone drips with sarcasm. "How thoughtful of you, and how exactly am I supposed to turn the pages?" He looks at my bound wrists. A low chuckle escapes him. "Nice try." I roll my eyes once more, tugging uselessly at the restraints. The rope, though soft, digs into my skin as an annoying reminder of my predicament. He's holding his phone, but there's no response. We wait in silence, the tension thick enough to choke on. After several long minutes, he sighs. "Guess it'll be a while." He moves closer, his breath warm on my cheek. "Let me know when you're hungry. Don't starve yourself, Kotick." I turn my face away, determined not to show any weakness. Without another word, he strides out of the room. The door shuts with a resounding click, leaving me alone with one of his men. The guard stands motionless by the door, staring at me. I shift uncomfortably under his gaze, searching for any potential weakness. Minutes drag by like hours. The silence is oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the old cabin and the steady rhythm of my own breathing. I force myself to remain still. conserving energy and observing my surroundings. Dust motes dance in the weak early morning light filtering through the barred window. The floorboards are worn and uneven, their dark wood speaking of decades of use. My mind spins, plotting and discarding escape plans. The ropes are too tight now that I've been working against them, and the knots are expertly tied. They wouldn't have snugged like this if I hadn't tried to get out of them, meaning he deliberately chose that style of knot, knowing me well enough to be sure I'd struggle. Damn Anton to hell. Even if I could free myself, the guard's watchful presence makes any attempt futile. For now, at least. I close my eyes, focusing on my breathing. In, out. Slow and steady. Panic won't help me now. I need to stay calm and sharp. An opportunity will present itself eventually. It has to. The guard shifts his weight, and the floorboards creak beneath him. My eyelids snap open, studying him. He's young, probably in his early 20s. His stance is rigid, but there's nervousness in his expression. He's new to this, I realize. Inexperienced. I clear my throat, startling him. Hey, I say, keeping my voice soft. What's your name? He blinks, clearly caught off guard by the question. I'm not supposed to talk to you. I offer a small smile. Come on, it's just a name. What harm could it do? He hesitates, glancing toward the door. Alexei? He says finally. Alexei, I repeat. That's a nice name. How long have you been working for Anton? Alexei's brow furrows. I shouldn't. It's okay. I interrupt gently. I'm just trying to make conversation. It gets boring, sitting here in silence. He shifts uncomfortably. 3 months, he says after a moment. I nod as if this information is fascinating. That's not very long. How did you end up here? His shoulders slump slightly. My father owed money. A lot of money. Mr. Vasilyev offered to forgive the debt if I worked for him. That's quite a deal, I say carefully. Your father must have been relieved. Several emotions cross Alexei's face. Pain, anger, and resignation. He was, but now I'm trapped here, doing this. He gestures vaguely at me. I lean forward as much as the ropes allow. You don't have to be, you know. You could help me. We could both get out of here. His eyes widen. He takes a step back, shaking his head vigorously. No, I can't. Mr. Vasilyev would kill me and my father. Or worse. He doesn't have to know, I say. Just loosen these ropes a little. Give me a chance. For a moment, I think I've gotten through to him. His gaze darts between me and the door, indecision written all over his face. Then his expression hardens. Nice try, he says, echoing Anton's earlier words. But I'm not stupid. Mr. Vasilyev warned me about you. I slump back in the chair, disappointment coursing through me. It was worth a shot, at least. Alexei resumes his stoic stance by the door, but now there's wariness in his eyes as he watches me. I've lost any chance of manipulating him. Time crawls by. The light peaks before it fades, visible through the gaps in the covered window. Long shadows stretch across the floor, marking the passage of an entire day. My limbs ache from being in one position for so long. Thirst claws at my throat, but I refuse to ask for water. It's a small act of defiance, but it's all I have right now. The door opens suddenly, making Alexei and me jump. Anton strides in, his face unreadable. Any word from Yuri? I ask, unable to keep the edge of desperation from my raspy voice. He shakes his head. Nothing yet, but don't worry, Kotik. He'll come for you eventually. I glare at him. You don't know that. Maybe he doesn't care what happens to me. Oh, he cares, says Anton with certainty. Yuri may be many things, but you're his sister. His only family left. Family. I spit the word out like a curse. Some family we are. Look where it's gotten us. His expression softens for just a moment. He reaches out, brushing my face. I jerk away from his touch. "It didn't have to be this way, Sonia," he says quietly. "If you had just come to me when Yuri betrayed us." "And what?" I snap. "Thrown myself at your mercy? Begged for protection? I've seen what happens to people who get caught between you and Yuri. I wasn't about to become collateral damage." Anton's jaw tightens. "I would have protected you." I laugh bitterly. "Like you're protecting me now?" He doesn't respond to that. Instead, he turns to Alexei. "Take a break. I'll watch her for a while." Alexei nods, clearly relieved to be dismissed. He hurries out of the room, leaving me alone with Anton. He pulls up the trunk in the corner, using it as a seat to sit across from me while he studies me intently, as if trying to unravel all my secrets. "You look tired." I roll my eyes. Gee, I wonder why. It's not like I've been tied to a chair for a full day or anything. He gives me a small smile. "Your sharp tongue hasn't dulled, I see." "Did you expect it to?" He shakes his head. "No. It's one of the things I've always admired about you, Sonia. Your spirit. Your refusal to back down, even when it would be easier." I narrow my eyes, suspicious of the compliment. "What do you want, Anton?" He leans back in the chair, regarding me thoughtfully. "I want you to understand why I'm doing this. Why I need to bring Yuri to justice." "Justice?" I sneer. "Is that what you're calling it?" "This isn't about justice. It's about revenge." His expression darkens. "He tried to kill me here. He stood right in front of me with a smile on his face and pulled his gun, planning to shoot me. He betrayed everything we stood for, everything our families built together." "And what exactly was that?" I shake my head. "An empire built on violence and fear? Is that really worth all this?" For a moment, raw pain flashes across Anton's face. Then it's gone, replaced by the cold mask I know so well. "You don't understand," he says quietly. "You weren't there when it happened. You didn't see the look in his eyes when he pulled the trigger." I shift as much as I can, meeting his gaze. "Then tell me. Make me understand." Anton is silent for a long time. When he finally speaks, his voice is almost a whisper. "Never mind." Without another word, he strides out, leaving me to sit in silence.
Chapter 4. Anton. The next morning, I sit at the battered wooden table in the kitchen, my laptop open before me. The screen is filled with spreadsheets and investment projections. My fingers hover over the keyboard, poised to input data, but my mind wanders. Sonia's face flashes through my thoughts, haunting me. I see the wariness in her and the constant vigilance. It's something I know all too well, the look of someone who's learned to watch their own back. I slump back in my chair. The numbers on the screen blur as my focus shifts entirely to Sonia and Yuri. That bastard. My jaw tightens when I recall our last encounter. The scar on my side making it impossible to forget his betrayal. But it's not my own wounds that occupy my thoughts now. It's Sonia's. How long has she been alone? Weeks without speaking to Yuri, she'd said. But it's been years since his betrayal. Years she's been out there fending for herself. Her father and my own would have been so disappointed in Yuri and possibly me. I stand up abruptly, pacing the length of the kitchen. The cold tile beneath my bare feet grounds me, but does nothing to quell the growing unease in my gut. I'd always assumed Yuri, for all his faults, would at least look after his own sister, but now, it seems he's abandoned her too. What kind of man leaves his own flesh and blood to the wolves? I stop at the window, staring out at the dense forest surrounding the safe house. The trees stand tall and adamant, much like Sonia herself. She's survived this long on her own, carving out a new life for herself. It's impressive. Admirable, even. A memory surfaces. Sonia is a 14-year-old. When I was just easing into the role of being my father's second at 20, her quick wit and sharp mind were always 2 steps ahead of everyone else. Even then, she was formidable, but now, she's become a force to be reckoned with, hardened by years of solitude and survival. I turn back to the laptop, the investment deals forgotten. My mind replays our interaction since I found her again. Her defiance, her strength, and her resolve to protect herself and her new life. It's all starting to make sense now. Maybe I've been looking at this all wrong. The thought settles uncomfortably in my mind, like an ill-fitting garment. What if Sonia truly had nothing to do with Yuri's betrayal? What if she's as much a victim of his selfishness as I am? Yuri. Even thinking his name sends a surge of anger through me. He's always had his own agenda. Consequences be damned. It wouldn't be unlike him to sacrifice even his sister if it served his purposes. I sink back into my chair, elbows on the table, and head in my hands. The past 4 years presses down on me. All this time, I've been so focused on my vendetta against Yuri, I never stopped to consider Sonia's place in all of this beyond the role of pawn. That's not entirely true, though, or else another woman would have stirred my interest. But I haven't managed to even look at a woman with desire since Yuri betrayed me and Sonia disappeared. The laptop screen dims, going into sleep mode. I stare at my reflection in the darkened surface. The man looking back at me is hard and cold, shaped by years of betrayal and mistrust. But there's something else there too. Something I haven't seen in a long time. A flicker of what? Uncertainty? Sorrow? I shake my head, trying to clear these unsettling thoughts. Sonia is still Yuri's sister, and still my best chance at drawing him out to finally settle the score. I can't afford to let sentiment cloud my judgment now. And yet, the image of Sonia, alone and vulnerable, refuses to leave my mind. I remember the fire in her eyes when she stood up to me, and the fierce determination to protect the life she's built. It's a far cry from the sheltered girl I once knew, who played Mafia strategist because she was good at it, and our fathers indulged her, but she never fully understood the consequences of the things she planned. I stand up again, restless energy coursing through me. The safe house suddenly feels too small and too confining. I need to move, to think, to figure out what to do next. One thing is becoming increasingly clear. The situation with Sonia is far more complicated than I initially thought, and I'm no longer certain how to proceed. The sound of footsteps from upstairs breaks through my reverie. Sonia must be awake. I inhale deeply, preparing myself for the day ahead. Whatever doubts and questions are swirling in my mind, I can't let them show. Not yet. Not until I'm certain of where we stand. I close the laptop, the investment deals left untouched. There are more pressing matters to attend to now. As I move to prepare coffee, my mind continues to churn with unanswered questions and unsettling realizations. Sonia Ivanova. Once, she was just a pawn in my game of revenge. Now, I'm not so sure anymore, and that uncertainty is more dangerous than any enemy I've faced before. Footsteps approaching distract me, and Alexei appears a moment later. She's ready to eat now, boss. I nod at his announcement, glancing at my watch. More than 24 hours have passed since Sonia last ate. My initial impulse is to send someone for takeout, but I dismiss the idea since we're so far out, and I don't want our people seen in the nearby villages, provoking gossip that might be remembered by someone who comes looking if Yuri sends his people this way, instead of confronting me directly. Instead, I stride to the fridge, pulling it open with purpose. The cool air hits my face while I survey the contents, which are well stocked thanks to my men following directions. Memories flood back, evenings spent in the kitchen before our parents' deaths, when Sonia was still just a girl. I reach for cabbage, ground beef, and rice. My mother's golubtsi recipe comes to mind unbidden. Preparing the ingredients, my hands move with a familiarity that surprises me. It's been years since I've cooked anything, let alone this dish. The aroma of sautéing onions fills the kitchen, transporting me back in time. I see Sonia's face, younger then, her blue eyes wide with wonder as she watched my mother cook. "Can I help, Mrs. Vasilyev?" she'd ask, eager to be useful. Her own mother had always preferred munitions to domestic tasks, So my mother had been the one to instruct Sonia as such things. Mama would smile, handing her a wooden spoon. Of course, little one. Come stir the sauce. The memory fades as I focus on mixing the filling. Ground beef, rice, and spices. The proportions are ingrained in my muscle memory. While working, more recollections surface. Sonia, a little older, her wit sharpening like a blade. The way she'd look at me sometimes when she thought I wasn't paying attention. The sharp tug in my gut that gradually developed when our gazes met. She'd been 6 years younger, so I'd ignored those shy looks until she was suddenly 16 and starting to be a true beauty. Even then, at 22, I'd never overstepped or even openly acknowledged her feelings until she was an adult. For a few blissful years, before Yuri betrayed me and ruined everything, we'd indulged in the gentle flirtation and a subtle awareness that there was something more between us that needed time to grow. I aside pushed the thoughts, wrapping the cabbage leaves around the filling with practiced motions. She was too young then, I remind myself, but I'd had plans. Dreams, even. Of a future where she'd be by my side, not just as Yuri's sister, but as... The betrayal. It hits me like a physical blow, stilling my hands for a second. Everything changed that night. The trust, the friendship, and the burgeoning feelings, all of it shattered in an instant. Now, I wonder if all the feelings have disappeared, though. I can't pretend to be totally unaffected around her. I shake off the memories, focusing on arranging the cabbage rolls in the pot. The sauce simmers, filling the kitchen with a rich, comforting scent. Despite everything, I hope Sonia will appreciate the gesture. It's a foolish thought, and I dismiss it as quickly as it forms. As the golubtsi cooks, I sag against the counter, arms crossed. Alexei lingers in the doorway, clearly uncertain whether he's been dismissed. Is there something else? I ask, my tone clipped. He shifts his weight, hesitating. Sir, some of the men are questioning your decision to keep her here. I raise an eyebrow, a silent prompt for him to continue. They're saying it's too risky, that she could be working with Yuri, feeding him information. Well tied to a chair, and what information? A humorless chuckle escapes me. What do you think? Alexei looks surprised at being asked his opinion. I don't know her, sir, but she seems scared. Not like someone who's here as part of a plan. I nod, considering his words. Keep your observations to yourself for now, and tell the others to focus on their jobs. I'll handle Sonia. He nods, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the simmering pot of golubtsi. I check the time again. Another 20 minutes before the food is ready. I drum my fingers on the counter, debating my next move. Part of me wants to bring the food to Sonia myself, to see her reaction. Another part warns against showing any hint of softness. In the end, practicality wins out. I need to gauge her state of mind, to see if 24 hours of isolation has made her more amenable to cooperation. And if I'm honest with myself, I want to see her. To look into those blue eyes and try to discern the truth behind them. When the timer dings, I plate the golubtsi carefully. The smell brings back a flood of memories, family dinners, laughter, and a sense of belonging that I haven't had in years. I push aside the thoughts, focusing on the task at hand. Balancing the plate and a glass of water, I make my way upstairs. Outside Sonia's door, I pause, bracing myself. Whatever happens next, I can't afford to let down my guard. She's still Yuri's sister, which makes her a potential threat. I unlock the door, pushing it open with my shoulder. Sonia sits on the chair, still bound to it. Her posture is rigid, but her eyes are wary. For a moment, neither of us speaks. You must be hungry, I say finally, crossing the room to set the plate on the small table by the window, before dragging the table close to her chair. Sonia's gaze flicks to the food, then back to me. What is this? Her voice is hoarse from disuse and lack of hydration, the stubborn woman. Golubtsi, my mother's recipe. I keep my tone neutral, watching her closely for a reaction. Her lips part in a small smile as a flicker of warmth breaks through her icy veneer. The change in her demeanor is subtle but unmistakable. For a brief moment, I catch a glimpse of the girl I once knew, the one who used to steal glances at me when she thought I wasn't looking. I haven't had this in forever, she says softly, looking at me. There's vulnerability in her eyes that catches me off guard. Thanks, she mutters. She struggles with her bound hands, attempting to pick up a piece of the golupsi. The sight stirs something within me, frustration and an emotion I can't quite name. With a sigh, I kneel down beside her, taking the plate. Here, I say, cutting the cabbage roll into smaller, more manageable pieces. Sonia's cheeks flush with color. Humiliating, she mumbles, averting her gaze. A smirk tugs at the corner of my mouth. Are you hungry or not? Her eyes flash with defiance. Just untie me. I shake my head, my voice firm. I can't do that. For a moment, we're locked in a silent battle of wills. Then reluctantly, she parts her lips. I lift the fork to her mouth, watching as she takes the first bite. A strange surge of power courses through me at this act. She's at my mercy, dependent on me for even this basic need. That flicker of control sends an unexpected heat through my body, settling low in my gut. Sonia chews slowly with her eyelids closed. When she swallows and opens them again, there's a hint of moisture at the corners. It tastes just like I remember, she whispers. The vulnerability in her voice makes me swallow down a sudden lump in my throat. I cough softly while focusing on spearing another piece of golupsi. My mother always said food was the way to heal any wound. A bitter laugh escapes Sonia's lips. Even betrayal? I pause, the fork halfway to her mouth. Yuri's betrayal hurt us both, Sonia. She turns her head away, refusing the bite. Don't pretend we're on the same side, Anton. You kidnapped me, remember? I lower the fork, setting it back on the plate. Her words hang in the air between us, sharp and accusing. She's right, of course. I did kidnap her, but the reasoning behind it isn't so simple. I did kidnap you, but we both know this situation is more complicated than that. She's almost vibrating with anger. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, tied up and being force-fed, it seems pretty straightforward. I stand up, pacing the small room. The floorboards creak under my feet, which is a far cry from my sleek penthouse apartment in Moscow. You think I wanted this? To drag you into this mess again? Then why did you? She demands. I was out. I had a new life. I turn to face her, clenching my hands at my sides. Because Yuri is still out there, and as long as he's free, neither of us can truly move forward. I'm doing this to keep you safe. She laughs, a bitter sound that cuts through the tension. Safe? That's rich coming from you. I was safe before you showed up. Were you? I ask, stepping closer to the bed. How many times did you look over your shoulder? How many nights did you lie awake, wondering if this was the day Yuri would find you? If I looked over my shoulder, it was because I feared you, not him. She won't look at me. I continue, softening my voice slightly. I'm not the enemy here, Sonia. Yuri is, and we need to work together to bring him down. He's my brother, doing whatever his business is. I'm not mixed up in any of it anymore. Her eyes narrow. Besides, why should I trust you? I pause, considering my words carefully. Because despite everything, I've never lied to you. I might not have told you the whole truth, but I've never outright lied. Can you say the same about Yuri? A flicker of doubt crosses her face, quickly replaced by a mask of indifference. That doesn't change anything. I'm not going to help you. I can't even if I wanted to because I don't know where he is. You'll have to accept that and let me go. You can't keep me here forever. I don't intend to, I say, picking up the fork again. But until we figure this out, you need to eat. Are you going to let me feed you? Or do you want to starve out of stubbornness? Sonia glares at me for a long moment before reluctantly opening her mouth. I feed her another bite of the golupsi, watching as she chews slowly. Once she swallows, I say, Yuri hasn't responded. I watch her face carefully, searching for any sign of emotion, but Sonia's expression remains blank, her eyes giving nothing away. It's a skill she's honed over the years, I realize. The ability to hide her thoughts, even from those who know her best. You might want to get comfortable, I say, standing up once she's finished the last bite. This could take a while. I leave the room, returning a few moments later with a pair of handcuffs. Sonia's pupils dilate as she sees them, a flash of fear breaking through her carefully constructed exterior. "Hey!" she protests as I approach the chair. I ignore her objections, methodically untying the ropes that bind her. I prod her to her feet and over to the bed, forcing her to sit on it. Before she can react, I secure one of her wrists to the bed frame with the handcuffs. "I'm going to need to use the bathroom, you know," she says, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Are you going to leave me a bucket?" I barely glance at her. "The guard will take you downstairs when you need to go, but you're keeping your hands to yourself." As I turn to leave, she shouts after me, her voice filled with frustration and anger. "You can't do this, Anton. You can't keep me here like this." I pause at the door, my hand on the knob. Fair or not, this is what has to be done. I step out of the room, shutting the door behind me with a soft click. In the hallway, I slump against the wall, closing my eyelids for a moment. The sound of Sonia's voice, muffled by the closed door, reaches me. She's still shouting, her words indistinct, but her anger clear. I push off the wall, making my way downstairs. In the kitchen, I pour myself a glass of vodka, downing it in one swift motion. The alcohol burns its way down my throat, a welcome distraction from the turmoil in my mind. Dmitri, my second in command, enters the kitchen. He frowns at the empty glass in my hand, but he says nothing about it. "Any word from our contacts?" I ask, setting down the glass on the counter. He shakes his head. "Nothing yet." I nod, unsurprised. Yuri's always been good at disappearing when he wants to. It's part of what made him such a valuable ally. And now, such a dangerous enemy. Keep looking. He'll surface eventually, and when he does, we need to be ready. Dmitri hesitates, then speaks. "Boss, about the girl." I turn to face him, my expression hardening. "What about her?" "Some of the men are questioning why we're keeping her here. They think she might be more trouble than she's worth." After what Alexei said previously, his words don't surprise me, but they do anger me. I step closer to him, glaring. "Sonia stays. Anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me directly. Understood?" He nods quickly, recognizing the threat in my tone. "Yes, boss. I'll let them know." As he leaves, I pour another glass of vodka. This time, I sip it slowly, savoring the burn. My mind wanders back to Sonia, and the look in her eyes when she saw the handcuffs. Fear, yes, but also defiance. She's always been a fighter, even when we were kids. I remember the first time I really noticed her, not just as Yuri's little sister, but as her own person. It was at a family gathering, one of those stuffy affairs where the children were expected to be seen and not heard. Sonia, barely 14 at the time, had stood up to one of the older men who was berating a server. "It's not her fault you can't hold your liquor," Sonia had said, her voice clear and strong despite her age. "Maybe if you spent less time drinking and more time paying attention, you wouldn't spill your drink." The room had gone silent, all staring at the slip of a girl who dared to speak out of turn. I remember feeling admiration and worry as I glanced at Victor, waiting to see if he would step in on his daughter's behalf. The admiration was for her bravery and the worry for the consequences she might face. Sonia had stood her ground, chin lifted defiantly, and to everyone's surprise, the old man had laughed, clapping her on the shoulder. "You've got spirit, girl," he'd said, "just like your mother." From that moment on, I saw Sonia differently, not as a child to be protected, but as a force to be reckoned with in her own right. It wasn't long after that she convinced her father to start letting her sit in on meetings, and I'd naturally noticed her talents. I hadn't seen her as anything but Yuri's little sister, an occasional pest, and a smart cookie at that point, but it was when I first noticed her potential. Now, years later, that same spirit burns in her eyes. Even bound and at my mercy, she'd refuse to back down. It's admirable and dangerous. I finish my drink, setting the glass in the sink this time. As much as I'd like to lose myself in memories and alcohol, I have work to do. Yuri is still out there, plotting God knows what, And until we find him, Sonia remains our best lead. I make my way back upstairs, pausing outside Sonia's door. The shouting has stopped, replaced by a heavy silence. For a moment, I consider checking on her, but what would I say? How can I explain this isn't personal and is about something bigger than both of us? I'm not even sure I believe that myself because, now that she's with me, it feels very personal again. In the end, I walk past her door, heading to my own room. There are calls to make, plans to set in motion, and hopefully, somewhere in all of this, a way to end this mess once and for all. Once in the second bedroom, I sit at my desk, pulling out files and documents, unable to shake the image of Sonia's face from my mind. The anger in her eyes, yes, but also the hurt, the betrayal. It's a look I know all too well, one I've seen in my own reflection more times than I can count. I curse and try to stop thinking about it, instead focusing on the task at hand. Find Yuri, end this, and then, maybe there's a chance to make things right. With Sonia, with myself, and with the ghosts of our shared past. But first, Yuri, everything else can wait. It has to.
Chapter 5. Sonia. The night stretches endlessly as I lie on the bed, my wrist chafing against the cold metal of the handcuff. Alexei's snores fill the room, a steady rhythm that grates on my nerves even though he's across the room in the chair. I've been waiting for this moment, my mind churning with plans of escape. I need that key. Shifting slightly, I extend my foot, nudging Alexei's leg. He stirs, his snoring interrupted. I need to use the restroom, I whisper, keeping my voice urgent. Alexei grunts, barely opening his eyes as he fumbles with the keys. The cuff around my wrist loosens, only to be reattached to my other hand. He yawns, his breath sour with sleep, as he guides me down the dimly lit hallway. Perfect. His exhaustion will work in my favor. The bathroom is small and utilitarian. I look around, assessing potential escape routes. The window, barred and solid, mocks my hopes. I need another plan. Hey, I call out, injecting a note of urgency into my voice. I think I see police lights outside. They're pulling up to the cabin. He stiffens, confusion etched on his face. From this window, you'll get the best view. Take a look. As he moves toward the window, I seize my chance. My foot connects with his shin, the impact reverberating through my leg. In the same fluid motion, I drive my elbow into his stomach. He stumbles, his head cracking against the corner of the sink with a sickening thud. Alexei crumples to the floor, unconscious. Not bad. My heart hammers as I snatch the keys from his limp form and free my wrist from the sink to which he bound me. Adrenaline courses through my veins as I bolt from the bathroom, mind already racing ahead to my next move. The hallway stretches before me, shadows dancing on the walls from the dim overhead lights. I pause, straining my ears for any sign that my escape has been detected. Silence. I move swiftly, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. Each step brings a new surge of hope, tempered by the knowledge that I'm far from safe. The layout of the cabin is carved into my memory from my earlier observations. 3 doors down on the left. That's the exit. As I approach the door, voices drift from a room nearby. I hold my breath. Anton. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. Not picking up. Either he's ignoring us or he's already on the move. Another voice, unfamiliar and gruff, responds. What if he doesn't come for her? He will. Anton's voice is hard. Yuri won't abandon his sister. I press myself against the wall, willing my racing heart to quiet. They're talking about me, about Yuri, and I want to tell him he's wrong. Yuri abandoned me a long time ago. Part of me wants to linger, to gather more information, but the rational part of my brain screams at me to keep moving. The exit is tantalizingly close now. I reach for the handle, my fingers trembling slightly. It's locked. Of course it is. I fumble with the keys, trying to steady my shaking hands. Which one? There are at least a dozen on the ring I took from Alexei's pocket. The first key doesn't fit. Neither does the second. Or the third. Panic begins to claw at my throat. How long before they realize I'm gone? How long before... The fourth key slides in smoothly. I turn it, hearing the beautiful sound of the lock disengaging. Freedom is just on the other side of this door. I push it open, wincing at the slight creak of the hinges. The cool night air hits me like a slap, invigorating and terrifying all at once. The forest looms before me, dark and imposing. I have no idea where I am and have no plan beyond getting as far away from this place as possible. But it's a start. I take a deep breath and plunge into the darkness. The ground is uneven beneath my feet, roots and stones threatening to trip me with every step. Branches whip at my face and arms as I push through the undergrowth. I don't dare slow down and don't dare look back. The cold night air bites at my skin as I race toward the parked vehicles. My heart pounds, adrenaline surging through my veins. Just a few more steps, and I'll be free. I press the key fob, hearing the satisfying click of the van unlocking. I dive into the driver's seat, trembling fingers fumbling for the ignition. The keys jangle as I struggle to insert them. Come on, come on. The driver's side door suddenly flies open. My stomach drops as Anton looms over me, his eyes glinting with dark amusement in the dim light. Quite the escape artist, aren't you? His voice is menacing. I slump back against the seat, cursing internally. Before I can react, he clamps a hand around my arm like a vice. He yanks me out of the van, and my feet barely touch the ground as he drags me back toward the cabin. Let go of me. I twist and thrash, trying to break free. It's useless. His grip only tightens, fingers digging into my flesh. You've lost your privileges to my kindness, Sonia, he says sternly, his breath hot against my ear. We reach the bedroom, and he shoves me inside, slamming the door behind us. The sound echoes through the small space, making me flinch. Anton's eyes are cold, devoid of emotion as he forces me onto the bed. His weight pins me down, and I feel the heat radiating off his body. My own temperature rises in response, a mix of fear and something else I refuse to acknowledge. I kick out, trying to dislodge him, but he easily subdues me. Anton grabs my wrist, the metal of the handcuff cool against my skin as he secures it to the bed frame once more. I scream in frustration and fury. Get off of me. He ignores my outburst, his face an impassive mask. You're not leaving my sight tonight. He releases me and moves to the chair where the guard had been sitting earlier. He settles in, his gaze never wavering from my face. I glare at him, chest heaving with exertion and anger. What, you're just going to stare at me all night? He shrugs, seemingly unbothered. I don't need much sleep. I'll manage. Silence falls between us, heavy and oppressive. I turn away from him, staring at the wall while willing myself not to cry. I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me break down. Minutes tick by, feeling like hours. The quiet is punctuated only by our breathing and the occasional creak of Anton shifting in his chair. I'm desperately searching for another way out of this situation. Why are you doing this? I finally ask, unable to bear the silence any longer. I turn back to face him, searching his features for any hint of the man I once knew. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You know why? Your brother needs to pay for what he's done. And I'm just collateral damage? The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. He sighs, running a hand through his short, dark hair. There was no other choice. Nonsense, I interrupt, incredulous. You hunted me down, Anton. You dragged me back into this world. You could have left me alone. He tightens his jaw as a flicker of emotion crosses his face before it's quickly suppressed. I did what was necessary. Yuri needs to face justice for his betrayal. And what about your betrayal? The words tumble out before I can stop them. You were his best friend. Our families were allies for generations, and you slaughtered half the Ivanova soldiers. Only the half still loyal to Yuri. The other half are part of my organization now. His eyes flashed dangerously. Your brother threw all of that away when he tried to seize control. He's the one who shattered our alliance, not me. He stands abruptly, pacing the small room like a caged animal. Yuri's actions led to the deaths of innocent people. He needs to answer for that. And using me as bait is your solution? I tug at the handcuff, the metal digging into my wrist. How does that make you any better than him? He whirls to face me, his expression fierce. I'm nothing like him. Everything I've done has been to protect our world and to maintain the balance. I laugh, a harsh, humorless sound. Our world? There is no our world anymore, Anton. I left all of that behind. Did you? He moves closer, looming over me. Or were you just pretending, playing at a normal life while always looking over your shoulder? His words hit too close to home, and I look away, unable to meet his gaze. He's right, of course. No matter how far I ran, how carefully I hid, the shadows of my past were always there, waiting to pull me back in. He softens his voice slightly. You can't escape who you are. It's in your blood, just like it's in mine. I shake my head, fighting back tears. I don't want this life anymore. He kneels beside the bed, his face level with mine. But you're good at it. You always were. The strategist who could see 5 moves ahead. That doesn't mean I have to embrace it, I argue, but my voice lacks conviction. He reaches out, brushing a stray lock of hair from my forehead. I flinch at the contact, but he doesn't pull away. You could have so much power, Sonia. Together, we could reshape everything. For a moment, I see a flicker of the old Anton, the one who used to make me laugh, and who protected me when I was younger. But it's gone in an instant, replaced by the cold, calculating man he's become. I turn away from his touch. I don't want power. I just want to be free. He sighs, standing up and moving back to his chair. Freedom is an illusion. The sooner you accept that, the easier this will be. Silence falls between us once more. I close my eyes, exhaustion finally catching up with me. But sleep remains elusive. My mind too active with thoughts of escape and memories of a life I thought I'd left behind. As the night wears on, I can feel Anton's gaze on me. I wonder what he sees when he looks at me now. The girl I used to be? The woman I've become? Or just a means to an end in his quest for vengeance against my brother? Exhaustion finally overcomes me, my eyelids growing heavy despite the turmoil in my mind. The handcuff chafes against my wrist as I shift, trying to find a comfortable position. I drift into an uneasy sleep, fragments of memories and fears swirling through my dreams. In my dream, I'm back in Moscow. The streets are familiar yet distorted, buildings stretching impossibly high into a crimson sky. I'm running, my feet pounding against the pavement, but I can't seem to move fast enough. Something's chasing me, its breath hot on my neck. I turn a corner and find myself in front of our old family home. It stands tall and imposing, just as I remember it. The door creaks open, inviting me in. Against my better judgment, I step inside. The interior is exactly as it was the night our parents died. Family photos line the walls, their frozen smiles mocking me. I hear voices coming from the study, my father's deep baritone and my mother's melodic laugh. My heart aches with a mixture of longing and dread. I push open the study door. Instead of my parents, I find Yuri sitting behind our father's desk. He looks up at me, his face half hidden in shadow. The eye patch covering his left eye seems to absorb all light, and I instantly know I don't want to hear what he's going to say. I scream and turn to run away in the dream, though I can't outrun the truth of what happened that night. They're dead, he shouts after me, much like he did in reality, though more gently all those years ago.
Chapter 6. Anton. The darkness of the room presses in around me while I sit vigilantly in the corner, my eyelids heavy but alert. The soft ticking of the clock on the wall marks the passing minutes, each one feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, a rustling sound breaks the silence. I straighten. The rustling grows more frantic, and then a scream pierces the air. In an instant, I'm on my feet, crossing the room to Sonia's side. Her body thrashes against the sheets, fighting an invisible enemy. I recognize the signs immediately. It's the nightmare that's haunted her for the past decade. Memories flood my mind, taking me back to that fateful night when her parents were murdered by thugs from the Albanians, a rival Mafia empire. Yuri had told her as gently as he could, but the trauma had lingered, manifesting in these nightmares that never truly went away. I kneel beside the bed, unfastening the cuff linking her to the bed before stroking her hair gently, just like I used to do years ago. "It's okay, Sonia. I'm here," I whisper, keeping my voice low and soothing. Her breathing is ragged, coming in short, sharp gasps, but when I continue to speak, she starts to relax slightly. "I'm right here. You're safe." She mumbles something inaudible, then clearer this time. "Anton." "It's me," I say softly. "I'm here. You're safe, Sonia." How many nights had I gone to her room when she and Yuri moved in with us after their parents' death, drawn by the sounds of her nightmares, only to soothe her like this? I don't want to think of those tender moments when I have to keep her prisoner. Her eyelids flutter open, blinking up at me in the dim light. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, as if she's just run a marathon. "Anton," she says softly, and there's something in her voice I can't quite place. Before I can react, she reaches up, grabbing the front of my shirt and pulling me closer. Her lips crash against mine, catching me completely by surprise. I try to pull back, to wake her fully from whatever fog she's still in, but her eyes are wide open now, clear and focused. "I want you," she says, her voice husky with desire. I hesitate, still reeling from the suddenness of it all. "Are you sure?" I ask, part of me wondering if this is some sort of dream. Sonia nods, not looking away from me. "I've wanted you for a long time." Her words send a jolt through me, igniting a fire I've been trying to suppress for years. Before I can fully process what's happening, our lips meet again in a fierce, passionate kiss. A voice in the back of my mind warns me this could be a trap, that Sonia might be trying to manipulate me. But as she touches me, I don't care. I've wanted her for years, and now that she's here in my arms, I can't bring myself to stop. The following scene is too steamy to include in this version on YouTube. If you would like to listen to the full, unedited version, please visit bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Your book will now continue. Chapter 7. Anton. The morning light filters through the curtains, rousing me from a deep slumber. A rare sense of peace lingers in my body when I stretch out my arm, expecting to find Sonia's warm form beside me. My hand meets cold, empty sheets instead. I frown, turning over to scan the other side of the bed. It's vacant. The ghost of her warmth still clings to the rumpled bedding, but Sonia is nowhere to be seen. Irritation surges through me as I sit up, throwing off the covers. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and stand, sweeping every corner of the room. "Sonia?" I call out, my voice echoing in the empty space. No response. I stride to the bathroom, pushing open the door. Empty. The closet yields the same result. With each passing second, my frustration mounts. I grab the pair of pants from the floor and pull them on, not bothering with a shirt. My bare feet are cold against the hardwood when I make my way through the cabin, checking each room. "Sonia!" I shout, my voice growing more urgent. The kitchen is deserted and the living room is untouched. The front door is still locked, with the windows secured. Where the hell is she? I turn to head back upstairs as heavy footsteps sound from the hallway. Dmitri appears in the doorway. His face is flushed, his breath coming in short bursts. "She escaped last night. It's all on the security footage." The words hit me like a physical blow. I stare at Dmitri, my mind refusing to process what he's just said. What? I take a step toward him. Dmitri swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. The cameras caught her leaving around 3 in the morning. She managed to disable the alarm system and slip out undetected. My hands clench into fists at my sides. How? How did she manage to outsmart my security measures? And more importantly, why? After last night, I thought. I shake my head, pushing away the memory of her soft skin under my hands and her breathy moans in my ear. It was all a lie, a ploy to lower my guard. Show me, I say, brushing past Dmitri and heading for the security room. The small room is cramped with monitors and equipment. I crouch closer to the main console, gaze fixed on the screen as he pulls up the footage from last night. There she is, moving like a shadow through the darkened hallways. Her movements are precise and calculated. She pauses at the alarm panel, her fingers working quickly to bypass the system. Why did I use my mother's birthday as the code? Stupid sentimentality. And she'd guessed. I watch as she makes her way to the garage, slipping into one of the vehicles. Moments later, the garage door opens, and she's gone. How long? I ask with an edge of anger. Dmitri checks his watch. About 4 hours, sir. 4 hours. She has a 4-hour head start. My jaw clenches when I straighten, turning to face Dmitri. I want every available man on this. Track the car's GPS, check traffic cameras, toll booths, or anything that might give us a clue to her direction. And get me everything we have on her known associates, safe houses, or anything she might use to hide. He nods, already pulling out his phone to relay my orders. Yes, sir, he says, hurrying out of the room to carry out my instructions. I turn back to the monitors, rewinding the footage to watch Sonia's escape again. How could I have been so blind? So foolish? The image of her face, soft with sleep and desire, flashes through my mind. I push it away ruthlessly. That Sonia was a lie, a carefully crafted illusion designed to manipulate me. The real Sonia is the one on the screen, cunning, resourceful, and now my enemy once again. I replay the footage, studying her movements while looking for any clue I might have missed. As I watch, a small part of me admires her skill. Even knowing what to look for, her actions are nearly imperceptible. But admiration won't bring her back, and I need her back. Not just for my plans, but for... I cut off that line of thought before it can take root. Personal feelings have no place in this. She's a means to an end and nothing more. I exit the security room, already formulating plans. I need to move quickly if I have any hope of catching up to her. But first, I need more information. I head to my office, booting up my computer and pulling up every file we have on Sonia Ivanova. There has to be something here, some clue to where she might go. As I scroll through the documents, my phone buzzes. It's a text from Dmitri. GPS tracked to abandoned lot 30 kilometers south. Car found empty. No sign of subject. I curse under my breath. Of course she wouldn't keep the car. She's too smart for that. I return to the files, scanning for anything useful. Her known hideouts, her favorite aliases, and even her preferred methods of transportation. Anything that might give me an edge. Hours pass while I pore over the information, building a profile of her likely movements. The sun climbs higher in the sky, but I barely notice, too focused on my task. Feeling overwhelmed, I settle back in my chair to stare at the scattered files, leading me to a lot of nothing. A photo of Sonia catches my gaze, a surveillance shot from weeks ago. She's smiling at something off camera, and she seems happy. The thought of her being happy without me has me crushing the photo in my hand and letting out a shout of frustration. I can't stand to let her go on with her life as though I don't exist. I dive back into my search, but I can't banish the memory of her warmth beside me, or the lingering scent of her on my skin. Somehow I'll find her, and when I do, she'll have a lot of explaining to do. An insidious thought creeps in. Was any of it real? The softness in her eyes as she gazed up at me, the warmth of her body against mine, and the way she whispered my name like a prayer. The way her body tried to resist me when I entered her? Was that real, or was it all just another carefully orchestrated performance? I slam my fist against the desk, welcoming the sharp sting of pain. It's a reminder that I'm still here and still breathing, while she's out there somewhere, probably laughing at how easily she played me. The bed where we made love mere hours ago now stands as a silent accusation of my foolishness. Enraged, I rush to the bedroom and tear off the blanket. A small dot of blood on the white sheet confirms at least one thing about her was true. Turning away, feeling like a caged tiger, I stalk through the cabin, my rage simmering just beneath the surface. Each empty room mocks me, taunting me about her betrayal. "Dmitri?" I shout, my voice echoing through the empty halls. He appears in the doorway, his face a mask of careful neutrality. "Sir, any updates?" "Nothing concrete yet, sir. We've tracked her movements to a gas station about 50 kilometers south, but the trail goes cold after that." I nod, processing the information. 50 kilometers. She could be anywhere by now. "Keep looking. Use every resource we have. I want her found." He hesitates, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. "Sir, if I may, what about Yuri? Shouldn't we be focusing on—" "This isn't about Yuri anymore." I cut him off, my voice low and dangerous. "This is about Sonia. I want her back, Dmitri. Whatever it takes." He nods, understanding the unspoken threat in my words. "Of course, sir. I'll redouble our efforts." As he turns to leave, I call out to him, "Dmitri, when we find her, I want to be notified immediately. No one else touches her. She's mine." "Understood, sir." Left alone once more, I sink into the chair behind my desk. The memory of her body pressed against mine, and her breathy moans in my ear rises unbidden. I push it away ruthlessly. That Sonia was a fabrication designed to lower my guard. The real Sonia is the one who slipped away in the dead of night, leaving nothing but cold sheets and bitter regret in her wake. My phone buzzes, breaking me from my reverie. It's a text from one of my men in the field. "Possible sighting at a motel just outside of Kiev. Sending team to investigate." Hope flares, but I quickly temper it with caution. It could be nothing. It could be another dead end. But it's possibly something. And right now, that's all I have. I stand, grabbing my jacket from the back of the chair. "Prepare the car," I order, striding out of the office. "We're going to Kiev." The drive is long and tense, filled with periodic updates from my team. By the time we reach the outskirts of Kiev, my nerves are frayed, and my patience is worn thin. The motel is a rundown affair, the kind of place that doesn't ask questions and doesn't keep records. Perfect for someone on the run. I step out of the car, scanning the area. My men have already secured the perimeter, their dark suits and earpieces looking out of place against the shabby surroundings. "Report," I say as Dmitri approaches. "Room 14, sir." The clerk confirmed a woman matching Sonia's description checked in late last night, paid cash and used the name Maria Petrov. I nod. It's one of her known aliases she used in her early days of going on the run. "And?" His expression tightens. "The room's empty, sir. Looks like she left in a hurry. We found this." He hands me a small scrap of paper. On it, in Sonia's familiar handwriting, are 2 words. "I'm sorry." The paper crumples in my fist as I clench my hand. Sorry? Sorry for what? For leaving, for using me, for making me believe, even for a moment, that we could finally have something real. "Sir?" Dimitri's voice breaks through my spiraling thoughts. "What are your orders?" I inhale sharply, forcing my emotions back under control. "Tear this place apart. I want every scrap of evidence, every potential clue, and get me the security footage from every camera within a 5-mile radius." As my men spring into action, I stand there, staring at the crumpled note in my hand. I should throw it away. It means nothing. It changes nothing. Instead, I carefully smooth it out, folding it and tucking it into my pocket. A reminder of her betrayal. Fuel for my determination. Hours pass while we comb through the evidence, calling for a chopper to take us from Kiev back to my penthouse in Moscow after a while, when it becomes clear she became like a ghost after leaving the hotel. Each dead end and each false lead only serves to stoke the fire of my need to find her. I will bring her back, and this time, I won't let her go. As night falls, we're no closer to finding her than we were this morning. I pace the length of my living room, my frustration mounting with each step. "Sir?" Dmitri interrupts my brooding. "Perhaps we should call it a night. Start fresh in the morning." I whirl on him, ready to snap, but the fatigue evident in his face gives me pause. My men have been working tirelessly, following my every command without question. They deserve rest. Fine. Get some sleep. We'll reconvene at 6. As the room empties, I'm alone once more. The silence is oppressive, filled with the ghosts of what might have been. I can almost hear Sonia's laughter, see her smile in the shadows, and hear that delicious sound she makes when she comes. I shake my head, banishing the illusion. That Sonia doesn't exist. She never did. The woman I'm chasing is a phantom, a mirage, but she's real enough to have left me yearning for something I can never have. Or can I? The thought takes root, growing with each passing moment. Why can't I have her? She's mine. I claimed her, body and soul. Just because she ran doesn't change that fact. I'll find her. I'll bring her back, and this time I'll make sure she can never leave again. I'll keep her close under lock and key if necessary. She'll see in time that this is where she belongs. With me. It's no longer just about Yuri or revenge, or even justice. It's about reclaiming what's mine. What's always been mine. Sonia Ivanova may think she's escaped, but she's only delayed the inevitable. I will find her. I will bring her home. And this time, I'll make sure she never leaves again.
Chapter 8. Sonia. It's been 10 weeks of hiding and living off the radar while trying to balance Katya's concerns without telling her the truth. The last thing I expect is a knock at my door in the middle of the day. My heart jumps into my throat. I freeze, staring at the wooden barrier between me and potential danger. Another knock, more insistent this time. I creep toward the peephole, my bare feet silent on the cold floor. Through the distorted lens, I see a familiar face. Katya, my best friend and business partner. Relief floods through me, quickly followed by panic. If she found me, who else could? I unlock the door with trembling fingers and open it a crack. Katya, what are you doing here? She pushes past me into the small apartment, scanning every corner. Nice place, Mariska. Or should I say Sonia? I shut the door, leaning against it. How did you find me? Katya turns, arms crossed. Contacts in the Moscow Housing Authority. Did you really think you could disappear without a trace? I hoped. I run a hand through my tangled hair. Katya, you shouldn't be here. It's not safe. Safe from what? Sonia, what's going on? Her voice softens. I've been worried sick. You vanish for weeks, then pop up with a new name and address? Talk to me. I open my mouth to respond, but a wave of nausea hits me like a truck. Excuse me, I choke out, rushing to the bathroom. I barely make it to the toilet before emptying the meager contents of my stomach. The sickness is all-consuming, leaving me weak and shaky. Her concerned voice filters through the door. You okay in there? I splash water on my face and rinse out my mouth. When I step back into the living room, Katya's worry is evident. I've been feeling off lately, I say, rubbing my roiling stomach. I've been nauseated for days now. My stomach's a mess, and I'm throwing up almost every morning. I've got a doctor's appointment in an hour to figure out what's going on. Her eyebrows shoot up, but she doesn't comment. Instead, she moves toward the kitchen. Tea will help. Sit down and I'll make you some. I sink onto the worn couch, listening to her rummage through my sparse cabinets. The familiar domestic sounds are soothing, reminding me of easier times. She returns with 2 steaming mugs, pressing one into my hands. Now, explain and don't give me any crap about food poisoning. I take a sip, letting the warm liquid calm my stomach. It's complicated, Katya. I've got time. She settles beside me, looking undeterred. I sigh, searching for a version of the truth that won't put her in danger. I'm hiding from someone. An ex-boyfriend. He's unstable, dangerous. Her eyes narrow. Who is he? Do I know him? No. It was a whirlwind romance. I thought he was perfect at first, but then I trail off, remembering Anton's possessive grip and his cold eyes. It's not entirely a lie, but I still ache for him every night. Did he hurt you? Katya's voice is steel. I have brothers. I shake my head, thinking brothers is partially what got me into this mess. Or one brother, specifically. Not physically, but he's obsessed. Controlling. I had to get away. Katya sets down her mug with a thunk. Why didn't you come to me? I could have helped. I didn't want to put you in danger. This, at least, is the absolute truth. The less you knew, the safer you'd be. She snorts. That's false, and you know it. We're partners, Sonia. In business and in life. Your problems are my problems. Guilt gnaws at me. I'm sorry, I thought I was protecting you. By lying to me. Her voice rises. By disappearing without a word? Do you have any idea how worried I've been? I flinch. I'm sorry. I repeat lamely. She takes a deep breath, visibly calming herself. Okay. What's done is done, but no more secrets. We're doing whatever this is together now. Got it? I nod, relieved and terrified in equal measure. Got it. She glances at her watch. Your doctor's appointment is soon. Want me to come with you? The thought of facing potential bad news alone is suddenly overwhelming. Would you? I'd appreciate it. She squeezes my hand. Of course. That's what friends are for. As we leave the apartment, another wave of nausea hits me. I swallow it down and follow her out of the building. The bustling streets of Moscow blur past as Katya and I make our way to the clinic. My stomach churns, a constant reminder of the uncertainty that plagues me. Her presence is both a comfort and a source of anxiety. I'm grateful for her support, but her questions are edging dangerously close to truths I'm not ready to reveal. So, she says, her tone deceptively casual. Whatever happened to that guy you went home with from the networking event? I nearly stumble on the uneven sidewalk, caught off guard by her question. Oh, him? I force a laugh, trying to keep my voice light. That was a mistake, nothing worth mentioning. She looks unconvinced. Uh-huh. And you were careful, right? The implication in her words hits me like a bucket of ice water. I open my mouth to dismiss her concern, but the words die on my tongue. My mind races back to those 3 missed pills during my captivity with Anton. The nausea, the fatigue, and the mood swings suddenly all take on a new, terrifying meaning. Sonia? Katya's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost? I shake my head, trying to clear the fog of panic. I'm fine. Just thinking. About the possibility that this isn't just some stomach bug? I swallow hard, unable to meet her gaze. Maybe. She exhales slowly, linking her arm through mine. Look, I'm not trying to freak you out, but if there's even a chance, it's better to know, right? She's right, but the thought of confirming my suspicions sends a fresh wave of nausea through me. If I am pregnant, it's not just my life that's at stake anymore. And the father. I shudder, remembering Anton's possessive grip, immediately followed by the memory of him telling me I was his. Always had been, and always would be. The thought fills me with more longing than fear. We turn a corner and the clinic comes into view. It's a nondescript building, blending in with the surrounding offices and shops. To anyone else, it might look unremarkable. To me, it's the gateway to a future I'm not sure I'm ready to face. We don't have to do this today, says Katya softly, clearly sensing my hesitation. We can reschedule if you're not ready. I square my shoulders, preparing myself. No, I need to know. one way or another. As we approach the clinic's entrance, I'm chilled. I can't shake the feeling I'm being watched, but I've felt like that every time I've had to venture out in the last 10 weeks. I scan the street, searching for any sign of danger, but all I see are ordinary people going about their day. "What's wrong?" she asks, noticing my unease. I force a smile. "Nothing, just nerves, I guess." When we step through the clinic doors, I wonder if I've just made a terrible mistake. If Anton is still looking for me, a doctor's visit could be exactly the kind of paper trail that leads him right to my door, with or without a pseudonym. The clinic's waiting room is sterile and impersonal, with outdated magazines scattered across low tables and generic artwork adorning the walls. The smell of disinfectant hangs in the air, doing nothing to settle my churning stomach. Katya squeezes my hand when we approach the reception desk. "It's going to be okay," she whispers. "Whatever happens, I'm here." I nod, grateful for her support, but as I give my fake name to the receptionist, I wonder how long I can keep up this charade. How long before my past catches up with me, putting not just me, but Katya and potentially an innocent child in danger? The receptionist hands me a clipboard with forms to fill out. I stare at the questions, my mind spinning. How much can I reveal without compromising my safety? How many lies will I have to tell to protect myself and those I care about? As I struggle with the forms, her phone buzzes. She glances at the screen. It's Mikhail, one of our biggest clients now. "Not that you'd know that since you ghosted me, but I understand why now," she says apologetically. "I need to take this. Will you be okay for a few minutes?" I nod, relieved for a moment of solitude to gather my thoughts. She steps outside, leaving me alone with my fears and uncertainties. I look around the waiting room, studying the other patients. A young couple sits huddled together, whispering excitedly. An older woman flips through a magazine, her expression unreadable. In the corner, a man in a dark coat seems oddly out of place. My heart rate accelerates when I watch him. He hasn't looked up from his phone since I noticed him, but something about his posture sets me on edge. Is he one of Anton's men? Have I led them straight to me? I force myself to look away, to focus on the forms in front of me, but my hand shakes as I write, making my usually neat handwriting almost illegible. The door opens and I tense, expecting the worst. But it's just Katya, returning from her call. She sits beside me, frowning at my trembling hands. "Hey," she says softly. "What's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost." I shake my head, unable to voice my paranoid thoughts. "It's nothing. Just overwhelmed, I guess." Katya takes the clipboard from me, scanning the half-completed forms. "Want me to help with these?" I nod gratefully, letting her take over. As she fills in the blanks, asking me questions in a low voice, I appreciate our friendship. Despite my secrets, despite the danger I've potentially brought into her life, she's here, steady and supportive. I want to tell her everything, but the need to keep her safe holds me back. "Mariska Urislav?" calls a nurse, using my alias. I stand on shaky legs and she rises with me. "Want me to come in with you?" she asks. For a moment, I'm tempted to say yes, but I shake my head. I think I need to do this part alone. She nods, looking sympathetic. "I'll be right here when you're done." I follow the nurse down the sterile hallway, and my mind races with outcomes. What if I am pregnant? What will I do? Can I really bring a child into this dangerous, complicated world I've created?
Chapter 9. Anton. The autumn air bites at my skin as I amble down Tverskaya Street, my measured footsteps echoing softly against the weathered cobblestones. Moscow's heartbeat thrums beneath my feet, a steady pulse that matches my own. I tug the brim of my well-worn Yankees cap lower, grateful for the added concealment of my dark Ray-Bans. "Excuse me," I mutter in perfect Russian, shouldering past a bustling group of tourists. My scuffed leather jacket, redolent with the faint scent of cigarette smoke and memories, helps me melt seamlessly into the flow of pedestrians. I near the imposing brick edifice across the way, and its windows glint like watchful eyes in the late afternoon sun. I deliberately slacken my pace. With practiced nonchalance, I veer toward a nearby kiosk, its metal racks overflowing with an array of glossy publications. "You buying or just looking?" grumbles the kiosk owner, eyeing me suspiciously. I grunt noncommittally, my gaze never straying from its true target, the ornate double doors of the apartment complex. Behind the protective shield of my sunglasses, I maintain my vigil, fingers absently leafing through a car magazine. The sleek vehicles blur into meaningless streaks of color as anticipation coils tightly in my gut. "Another minute, and I'll have to charge you," warns the vendor, but his words barely register. Because there she is. The door swings open, and time seems to slow as she steps out onto the sidewalk, her presence electric, commanding attention even as she tries to blend in. She looks tired, but there's a determined set to her jaw that I recognize all too well. Her long, dark hair cascades down her back, and she's wrapped in a coat that's slightly too big for her slender frame. Katya walks beside her. They're deep in conversation, heads bent close together as they make their way down the street. A familiar ache spreads through my chest while I watch her. It's been weeks since I've seen her, since she slipped away in the night. The memory of waking up to an empty bed still burns. I trail behind them, careful to keep my distance. The streets are busy enough that I can blend in with the crowd as just another faceless pedestrian going about his day. But my focus never wavers from Sonia. She looks different somehow. There's a softness to her features that wasn't there before, and a slight hesitancy in her steps. I frown, trying to pinpoint what's changed. As they wait at a crosswalk, Sonia suddenly sways on her feet. Katya's arm shoots out to steady her, clearly concerned. I tense, fighting the urge to rush to Sonia's side. "Are you okay?" Katya's voice carries on the wind. Sonia nods, forcing a smile. "Just a bit dizzy. It'll pass." The light changes and they cross the street. I follow at a safe distance, my mind racing. What's wrong with her? Is she sick? The protective instinct I've always had toward her surges to the surface, warring with the anger and hurt that's been simmering since her escape. They turn down a side street, and I quicken my pace to keep them in sight. The neighborhood changes, becoming more upscale. Elegant storefronts line the street, and well-dressed people hurry past. Sonia and Katya stop in front of a sleek building with tinted windows. A discreet sign identifies it as a medical clinic. My pulse picks up. Why are they here? They exchange a few words before entering. Through the glass doors, I catch a glimpse of Sonia's face. She looks nervous, almost scared. It's an expression I've rarely seen on her, and it's sobering. I follow Sonia and Katya as they enter the clinic, maintaining a discreet distance. The sterile smell of antiseptic hits my nostrils when I step inside, mingling with the faint scent of cleaning products. The reception area is quiet, save for the soft tapping of fingers on keyboards and the occasional rustle of papers. Sonia and Katya take seats in the waiting area, their heads bent closely together in hushed conversation. I hang back, pretending to browse through the pamphlets on a nearby rack. I look between the medical literature and Sonia's profile, studying the tight set of her shoulders and the way she keeps fidgeting with the hem of her coat. A few minutes pass before Katya stands, pulling out her phone. She touches Sonia's shoulder briefly before heading outside. I watch as she paces back and forth on the sidewalk, her animated gestures visible through the large windows. Seizing the opportunity, I slip farther into the clinic, careful to avoid Sonia's line of sight. I find a secluded corner and pull out my phone to type a message to Dmitri. "What do we know about Dr. Petrova?" The response comes almost immediately, my phone vibrating in my hand. "An urgent care doctor." My jaw clenches involuntarily. Something doesn't add up. I type back quickly. "Look into why Sonia is seeing her." I shove the phone back into my pocket. Why would Sonia come to an urgent care clinic? Why all the secrecy? Is she afraid I'll find her? She has reason to fear that, but even as anger surges, a wave of protectiveness follows in its wake. A small voice in the back of my head reminds me this isn't just about finding Yuri anymore. The concern gnawing at my gut has nothing to do with strategy or revenge. It's about Sonia. It's always been at least partially about Sonia. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the thought. I can't afford to let down my guard when there's so much at stake. The clinic door swings open and Katya re-enters. She makes her way back to Sonia, who looks up with a wan smile. I strain to hear their conversation, but their voices are too low, swallowed up by the ambient noise of the clinic. A nurse appears, clipboard in hand. Mariska Urislov? I frown at the fake name, but it confirms what we've gleaned. She used my mother's first name for her pseudonym, and Uroslov is the surname of an old schoolmate of hers, killed in a car accident when she and Sonia were just 12. Sonia stands, her face pale. Katya rises with her, but Sonia shakes her head, murmuring something I can't catch. After a moment's hesitation, Katya nods and sits back down. As Sonia follows the nurse down the hallway, I make a split-second decision. I want to follow her, but that's too blatant. I can't risk confronting her in this crowded medical building. Instead, I slip out and rest my back against the brick building. I pull out my phone and type another message, frustration tightening my grip on the device. Any leads on Yuri? The response comes quickly with Dimitri's reply. No, he's still good at hiding. Not for long, I mutter, shoving the phone back into my pocket. My gaze lingers on the doctor's office, gnawing uncertainty in my gut. Sonia's face flashes in my mind, pale, drawn, and nervous. What's going on with her? I turn away, forcing myself to walk down the street. I duck into a nearby cafe, needing to regroup and plan my next move. I intend to have her back where she belongs, but I need a moment to compose myself and figure out the next step. The warm aroma of coffee envelops me as I step inside. I order a black coffee, more out of habit than desire, and settle into a corner booth. The leather seat creaks beneath me when I settle back, trying to think of approaches I haven't yet considered to get to Yuri. But Sonia's face keeps intruding instead. Once she's back with me, I'll be able to think clearly again. Surely.
Chapter 10. Sonia. I perch on the edge of the chair in the examination room, hands clasped tightly in my lap. The crisp paper covering the exam table crinkles each time I shift, and the sound is unnaturally loud in the sterile space. I rattle off my symptoms to the doctor as she scribbles notes on her clipboard. Nausea, vomiting, and constant fatigue. It's been going on for weeks now. The doctor nods, pausing her pen. She looks up at me, her expression neutral. When was the last time you were intimate? The question embarrasses me, though it shouldn't. My thoughts flash back to Anton and that night in the cabin. Heat rises to my cheeks. About 10 weeks ago. First and last time, I think, with a hysterical urge to laugh. Did you use protection? I hesitate, my tongue suddenly feeling too large for my mouth. Yes, I'm on birth control to regulate my periods, but I trail off, remembering the chaos of the kidnapping and my escape. I missed 3 doses. I accidentally left it behind when I went on a spur of the moment. Vacation. The doctor nods, her expression knowing. I'm going to have you take a test, just to be sure. She hands me a small plastic cup and directs me to the bathroom. My legs feel unsteady when I walk down the hallway. It can't be. It's impossible. Except it's really not, and I sort of know the results I'm going to get even before I finish. I return to the examination room, handing over the sample with trembling fingers. The doctor assures me it will only take a few minutes, but once I sit back down on the chair, time seems to stretch endlessly. I stare at the wall, gaze tracing the lines of an anatomical poster without really seeing it. My thoughts whirl, a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. This can't be happening. Not now. Not with everything else going on. The door opens and I snap to attention. The doctor enters, her face a mask of professionalism, but there's something in her eyes that makes my stomach drop. Ms. Urislov, she says, using the fake name I gave at check-in. You're pregnant. The words hit me like a physical blow. I blink, certain I've misheard. What? You're pregnant, she repeats, her voice gentle. Based on the date you provided, you're approximately 10 weeks along. I shake my head, denying the reality even as it sinks in. But I'm on birth control. How is this possible? The doctor explains that while rare, birth control isn't foolproof, especially if doses are missed. Her words blur together, becoming a meaningless drone as my mind struggles to process the information. Pregnant, with Anton's baby. The room spins, and I grip the edges of the chair to steady myself. The doctor's voice fades in and out, mentioning pamphlets and resources. I nod absently. We should schedule a follow-up appointment for an ultrasound, she says, her words finally piercing through the fog in my brain. An ultrasound? I say, the word foreign on my tongue. She nods, already flipping through her calendar. Yes, it's important to confirm the pregnancy and check on the baby's development. How does next week work for you? Next week. The baby's development. The words bounce around in my head, refusing to settle into any kind of coherent thought. That's fine, I manage to say, my voice sounding distant and unfamiliar. The doctor writes down the appointment details on a card and hands it to me, along with a stack of pamphlets. I take them mechanically, barely registering the glossy images of smiling pregnant women on the covers. Do you have any questions? She asks, her tone gentle. I have 1,000 questions, but none I can voice aloud. How did this happen? What am I going to do? How can I possibly bring a child into my chaotic, dangerous world? Instead, I shake my head. No, thank you. She gives me a sympathetic smile. I know it's a lot to take in. Take some time to process the news. Read through the information I've given you, and please don't hesitate to call if you have any concerns or questions. I nod again, clutching the pamphlets and appointment card to my chest as I stand. My legs feel unsteady, like I might collapse at any moment. Thank you, I say the words mechanically as I make my way out of the examination room on autopilot. The waiting room comes into focus, and Katya is still sitting there, flipping through a magazine. She looks up when I approach, her expression immediately shifting to concern. Sonia? What's wrong? You look pale. I open my mouth to respond, but no words come out. How can I tell her? How can I explain something I don't even understand myself? I'm not feeling well, I managed to say. It's not a lie, exactly. My stomach turns with morning sickness and sheer panic. She stands, her brow creased with worry. What did the doctor say? Is it serious? I shake my head, unable to answer, so I show her one of the pamphlets in my hand, hearing her gasp. Can we just go home? Please? She hesitates, clearly wanting to press for more information, but something in my expression must convince her to let it go for now. Of course. Come on, let's get you out of here. Leaving the clinic, I can't ignore the feeling of being watched. I look around frantically, searching for any sign of Anton or his men, but the street seems normal, filled with ordinary people going about their day. As we walk, my hand drifts to my stomach, resting there as the reality of my situation begins to sink in. Pregnant, with Anton's baby. The words repeat in my mind, a relentless mantra. What am I gonna do? The question lingers in my mind, unanswered and terrifying. I'm carrying the child of a man I both desire and fear, who represents everything I've been trying to escape. A man who, even now, is probably searching for me. My other hand clenches around the pamphlets, crinkling the glossy paper. I should be reading them, learning about what to expect, how to care for myself and this unexpected life growing inside me. Instead, all I can think about is how to protect it, and myself, from the dangerous world I've been born into. The walk to my apartment passes in a blur. Katya's voice fades in and out as she chatters about work, clients, or anything to fill the silence. I nod at appropriate intervals, but my mind is elsewhere, spinning with possibilities and fears. I appreciate her not mentioning the pregnancy when I'm in this state. When we reach my building, I turn to Katya. Thank you for coming with me. I think I need to be alone for a while. Are you sure? She looks concerned. I can stay if you need me to. If you want to talk, plan. I force a smile. I'm sure. I just need to process everything. I'll call you later, okay? Reluctantly, she nods and gives me a quick hug before heading back down the street. I watch her go, feeling guilty for shutting her out, but I can't face her questions right now. I can barely face my own. Inside my apartment, I pace the length of the living room, my thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Pregnant. With Anton's child. The idea is simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. A part of me I didn't know existed yearns for this baby, while another part screams in panic. My stomach growls, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. When was the last time I ate? I can't remember. Suddenly, I'm seized by an intense craving for vatrushka, the sweet cheese pastry my mother used to make. She was never in the kitchen much, but when she was, it was usually to bake. She had a true gift for it. The corner shop 2 blocks over sells them. Maybe a walk and some food will help clear my head. I grab my purse and head out, my steps quick and purposeful. The late afternoon air is crisp, carrying the first hints of autumn. While walking, my thoughts wanders to Anton. What would he say if he knew? Would he be happy? Angry? Would he try to use the baby to control me? The shop's bell jingles when I enter. The smell of fresh bread and sweet pastries envelops me, momentarily pushing away my worries. I buy 2 vatrushkas, the familiar weight of the paper bag comforting in my hand when the clerk passes it over. As I exit the shop, a chill seizes me. The street looks the same as before, but something feels off. I quicken my pace, instinctively resting my hand on my still flat stomach. The sound of footsteps behind me makes my heart rate spike. Are they following me? Or just heading in the same direction? I resist the urge to look back, instead focusing on the uneven pavement beneath my feet. The footsteps grow louder and closer. My breath comes in short, sharp bursts. Just another block to go. I can make it. I have to make it. Unable to stand the tension any longer, I whirl around, ready to confront my pursuer. But there's no one there. The street behind me is empty, save for an old woman walking her dog. My shoulders sag with relief, even as doubt creeps in. Am I imagining things? I hurry the rest of the way home, not stopping until I'm safely inside my apartment. The door closes behind me with a reassuring click. I lean against it, my heart still thundering in my ears. The paper bag in my hand is crumpled. The pastry is likely squashed. I don't care. Dropping my purse on the foyer table, I move to the window. The street below is bustling with late afternoon activity. I scan the crowd, searching for... what? A familiar face? A threat? And then I see him. Anton. Standing across the street, his gaze focused on my window. My breath catches. How did he find me? What does he want? I blink and he's gone. The spot where he stood is now occupied by a group of teenagers, laughing and jostling each other. I press my forehead against the cool glass, thoughts spiraling. Was he really there? Or is pregnancy making me paranoid? The crumpled bag of vatrushkas sits forgotten on the coffee table as I sink onto the couch. My hand drifts to my stomach, resting there as if I could already feel the life growing inside me. What are we going to do? I whisper to the empty room. No answer comes. Only the distant sounds of the city filter through the window. Car horns and voices that offers no solutions and no comfort. I close my eyelids, trying to imagine a future where this baby could be safe and I could be free from the shadows of my past. Every scenario I conjure ends the same way, with Anton finding us, with the dangerous world I've tried so hard to escape crashing back into my life, with my child growing up in the same web of lies and violence that nearly destroyed me. I open my eyelids, gaze falling on the phone sitting on the side table. I should call Katya and ask her advice, but the thought of saying the words out loud makes my throat close up. How can I explain this to her when I can't even explain it to myself? Instead, I reach for the bag of Vatrushkas. The pastry is slightly squashed, but the familiar smell of sweet cheese and buttery dough brings tears to my eyes. I take a bite as memories of my mother flood back. She would know what to do. She always knew how to make things right. But she's gone, taken by the violence of my parents' world. I'm on my own, carrying a secret that could destroy everything I've built. It crosses my mind that the simplest solution would be an abortion, but I can barely contemplate the idea before rejecting it. I don't know how, but I'm going to have this baby and keep it safe.
Chapter 11. Anton. I stare at the ceiling, tracking the intricate patterns of the crown molding for what must be the 100th time tonight. The silk sheets whisper against my skin as I shift, seeking a comfortable position that eludes me. My phone lies discarded on the nightstand, its screen dark after hours of fruitless distraction attempts. The clock on the wall ticks relentlessly, each second a mocking reminder of my inability to find rest. I close my eyes, hoping to trick my mind into slumber, but it's a futile effort. Behind my eyelids, images of Sonia flicker to life, vivid and unbidden. Though she's never been in this bed, I see her sprawled across these very sheets, her dark hair fanned out like a halo. Her blue eyes, usually sharp and guarded, softened with desire. The memory of her skin against mine, soft and warm, sends a jolt through me. Anton, she whispers in my mind, her voice husky. The sound of my name on her lips echoes, stoking a fire I've been desperately trying to extinguish. I abruptly open my eyelids and sit up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. The cool air hits my bare chest in complete contrast to the heat coursing through my veins. I reach for my phone, thumb hovering over Sonia's contact. One call. That's all it would take to hear her voice again, to know she's safe. My men found her new phone number using her confirmed alias, and I would know she hasn't run off again. I'd also tip her off that I'm aware of her location. I shake my head, tossing the phone back onto the nightstand. Niet, I mutter to myself. No more complications. I stand, pacing the length of my bedroom. The plush carpet muffles my footsteps, but does nothing to quiet the turmoil in my head. Having Sonia here, the thought is as tempting as it is dangerous. Would her presence bring the clarity I crave? Or would it only serve to further confuse my objectives? I pause at the window, pushing aside the heavy curtains. The Moscow skyline stretches before me, a sea of twinkling lights against the inky night sky. Sonia sleeps in her apartment, blissfully unaware of the men I have stationed outside. Watching, waiting. I rest my forehead against the cool glass and close my eyes, willing my racing thoughts to slow. Instead of calm, I'm assaulted by more memories of that night. The taste of her lips, sweet and intoxicating. The curve of her waist beneath my hands. The way she arched against me, raking her nails down my back. A groan escapes me. I push away from the window, stalking toward the ensuite bathroom. The overhead lights flicker on automatically, harsh and unforgiving. I splash cold water on my face before I stare at my reflection. Dark circles shadow my eyes, as proof of many restless nights. A muscle ticks in my cheek. I hardly recognize the man looking back at me. I growl at my reflection with frustration and self-recrimination. She's just a woman. Even as the words leave my mouth, I know they're a lie. Sonia is far more than just a woman. She's the sister of my greatest enemy, and the daughter of my fallen allies. She's the only person who's managed to slip through my defenses in years. She's the only woman I ever imagined at my side, ruling this dark empire. I push away from the bathroom counter, my restless energy propelling me toward my home office. The soft carpet gives way to polished hardwood as I cross the threshold. My desk, a massive mahogany piece that has seen generations of Vasilyev men come and go, awaits me. I sink into the high-backed chair, its leather creaking softly under my weight. My gaze falls on the framed photo perched at the corner of my desk. My parents, their smiles frozen in time. They stand tall and proud, unaware of the fate that awaited them. The image is a constant reminder of the empire they left behind, and the legacy I now bear on my shoulders. You'd be disappointed in me, wouldn't you? I murmur to their silent faces, letting Sonia slip through my fingers again. My hand moves of its own accord, reaching for the bottom drawer. It slides open smoothly, revealing a chaos of papers and forgotten trinkets. Buried beneath it all lies something I've kept hidden for years. It's a faded photograph, its edges worn and creased from countless handlings. I pull it out, my fingers trembling slightly when I bring it into the light. 3 faces stare back at me: Yuri, Sonia, and myself. We were just kids then, barely more than children playing at being adults. Yuri and I, both 24, our faces reflecting the seriousness of young men thrust too soon into power, and Sonia, only 18, her eyes alight with a fire that time and circumstance have yet to extinguish. We were so close, I whisper, tracing the outline of Sonia's face with my thumb. Her smile, so rare now, beams up at me from the photo. When did it all go so wrong? The memories come unbidden, a flood of images and sensations I've tried so hard to bury. Yuri's laughter as we shared a bottle of vodka, celebrating our first successful deal. Sonia's fierce determination as she pored over strategy maps, her acumen already outpacing men twice her age. The warmth of Sonia's hand in mine as we danced at a charity gala just weeks before Yuri's betrayal, her blue eyes meeting mine with a spark of something more than friendship. I'd nearly kissed her that night, realizing she and I were both finally ready. We've moved past mourning, and she was an adult. It was time to start formally wooing her, but I hadn't wanted an audience for our first kiss. The chilling nonchalance in Yuri's eyes the night he pointed his pistol at me and fired. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the thoughts. With a deliberate motion, I fold the photo, creasing it so that only Sonia and I remain visible. Yuri's face disappears into the fold, just as he vanished from our lives years ago. It was always meant to be just us, wasn't it? I ask the Sonia in the photo. She offers no answer, her smile unchanged by time or circumstance. I hold the folded photo a moment longer, allowing myself to imagine a different future, one where Sonia stands by my side willingly, where the ghosts of our past no longer haunt us, but reality intrudes, harsh and adamant. I tuck the photo back into the drawer, closing it with a soft click. Rising from my chair, I move toward the living room. The couch beckons, promising if not sleep, then at least a change of scenery. I stretch out, appreciating the cool leather against my skin. My mind drifts to Sonia again, wondering where she is at this moment. Is she lying awake too, haunted by memories of what we once were? Or has she found peace in her new life, free from the shadows of our shared past? The clock on the wall ticks steadily, marking the passage of another sleepless night. I close my eyes, willing my racing thoughts to slow, but sleep remains elusive, and my mind wanders once more to the past. Over the years, I watched her grow into a formidable strategist. Her mind was like a chessboard, always several moves ahead. It was Sonia who orchestrated some of our most lucrative deals, her plans so intricate and brilliant that even seasoned members of the Bratva were left in awe. I jolt awake, my neck stiff and aching from the awkward position on the couch. I must have obtained a few hours of sleep. Sunlight streams through the windows. I blink, disoriented for a moment, before the events of the previous night come rushing back. I stumbled to the bathroom to see in my morning needs, feeling more laden down by a little rest than I might have felt if I hadn't managed to sleep at all. After that, I go to my office and stretch out on the sofa there. I should be working, but I can't summon the motivation at the moment. A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. "Come in," I call out, my voice rough with sleep. One of my men enters with an envelope in his hand. "Boss, her medical records," he says, extending it toward me. I sit up, ignoring the protest from my muscles. "Did you look through them?" He shakes his head. "No, sir." I nod, dismissing him with a wave. As soon as the door closes behind him, I tear into the envelope, spreading the contents across my lap. Most of it is familiar territory: Sonia's history of sleepwalking, the PTSD she's carried since her parents' deaths, and borderline anemia. I skim through these pages quickly, searching for anything new. Then I see a word that stops me cold. Pregnant? The word escapes my lips in a whisper, hanging in the air like a challenge. Without conscious thought, I'm on my feet, grabbing my keys from the desk. Forgotten papers scattered to the floor as I stride toward the door, my mind racing. Pregnant. Sonia is pregnant. With my child. The hallway blurs as I storm through it. Staff members scramble out of my way with visible confusion and fear. The garage is mercifully empty when I reach it. I slide into my car, the engine roaring to life under my touch. As I peel out onto the street, I try to make sense of this new information. Sonia, pregnant. The woman who's haunted my dreams and eluded my grasp for so long is carrying my child. A surge of possessiveness courses through me, primal and fierce. Everything else means nothing right now. She's mine, and I'll have her where I can keep her and the baby safe.
Chapter 12. Sonia. My eyelids fly open and I bolt upright, gasping for air. The sheets cling to my sweat-drenched skin while I struggle to catch my breath. The digital clock on my nightstand flashes 7:18 in harsh red numbers. Not again, I whisper, running a trembling hand through my tangled hair. When I'm stressed, my nightmares peak. The images from my latest nightmare still dance at the edges of my vision. Shadowy figures, including the glint of a knife, and my parents lying in a pool of their own blood. They were shot, not stabbed, and I never saw that part in person, having learned about the events when Yuri told me after their deaths. But I saw the police reports, taking a secret look after Yuri forbade it. I squeeze my eyelids shut, willing away the awful images, but they persist like after images burned onto my retinas. My throat feels dry and raw, as if I've been screaming. Maybe I have. I reach for the glass of water by my bed, nearly knocking it over in my haste. The cool liquid soothes my parched mouth, grounding me back in reality. It's just a dream, Sonia, I mutter to myself, setting the glass down with a soft clink. You're safe now. Even as I say the words, they feel like a lie. I fear one can never truly escape the world into which I was born. Safety is an illusion. I throw off the covers and swing my legs over the side of the bed. Sleep won't come again tonight. It never does after one of these episodes. I pad over to the window, parting the curtains just enough to peer out at the quiet street below. The neighborhood is still, but I know better than to trust the calm. Danger could be lurking just out of sight, waiting for me to let down my guard. With a sigh, I let the curtain fall back into place and turn away. Another long day picture running on little sleep stretches ahead of me, filled with memories I can't avoid, and a future I can't predict. I need support and instinctively dial Katya's number. She answers on the third ring, her voice groggy with sleep. Sonia? Is everything okay? Can you come over as soon as possible? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. There's a rustling sound on the other end of the line. Of course, I'll be there in 20 minutes. I hang up and force myself out of bed, padding to the bathroom. The cold tiles shock my bare feet while I splash water on my face, trying to wash away the lingering anxiety from my dream. I stare at my reflection in the mirror, noting the dark circles under my eyes and the pallor of my skin. I touch my still flat stomach and suck in a deep breath. By the time Katya arrives, I've made coffee and set out a plate of croissants on the kitchen counter. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee fills the apartment, normally soothing but now turning my stomach. I open the door to find her standing there, looking concerned. Hey, she says, stepping inside and pulling me into a hug. What's going on? I lead her to the living room where we sit on the couch. My hands fidget in my lap while I struggle to find the right words. I'm pregnant, I blurt out. She gives me a gentle smile, clearing having had time to process her shock since yesterday. I figured when you showed me that brochure yesterday. Are you okay? What are you going to do? I shake my head. I don't know. I really don't, but I'm not telling the father, and I'm not considering an abortion. She slowly nods, processing the information. Okay, you know I'm here for you, whatever you decide. When's your next appointment? I have an ultrasound scheduled for next week, I say, grateful for her support. I'll come with you. She eases forward, looking earnest. Who's the father? Is it that investor you had the one-night stand with? I hesitate, carefully weighing my words. It's complicated. His lifestyle is dangerous. He's involved in some risky business deals. I can't drag a child into that world. Her brow wrinkles as she puts the pieces together. Wait a minute. The mysterious investor and your possessive ex. They're the same person, aren't they? I nod, unable to meet her gaze. Yes. She lets out a long breath. Oh, Sonia, you need to be careful. If he finds out, he might come after you legally for custody. I know, I say in a raspy whisper. I'll be careful. Katya squeezes my hand. I'm here for you, okay? Whatever you need. We'll take care of business, same as always. I manage a small smile, thankful for her loyalty but acutely aware of the fears and truths I'm keeping to myself. The danger goes far beyond legal battles, but I can't burden her with that knowledge. Do you feel like doing some work? I nod enthusiastically in response. The perfect panacea to take my mind off anything. She disappears into the kitchen and returns a few minutes later with breakfast and coffee, and we settle at the double table in the corner that functions as a makeshift desk. The gentle clinking of coffee mugs and soft rustling of papers fill the air as we settle into a productive rhythm. What if we slow our pivot to in-person clients and keep our focus on digital marketing? She says sometime later, her eyebrows scrunched in concentration. It would give you more flexibility to work from home as your pregnancy progresses. I can handle the in-person clients, and you could do the online side. I nod, jotting down notes. That's a good idea. We could focus on continuing to build our online presence and maybe even explore some remote consulting opportunities. While we brainstorm, I feel a twinge of guilt. My unspoken secret presses is like a lead weight in my stomach and a constant reminder of the danger lurking just beyond our plans. Katya settles back, stretching her arms above her head. We could also look into partnering with some mommy bloggers. It'd be a great way to tap into that market, and it aligns perfectly with your current situation. I force a smile, pushing aside my worries. That's brilliant, Katya. Let's definitely explore that avenue. Time slips away as we delve deeper into strategies and possibilities. The room grows warmer, and I find myself absent-mindedly rubbing my still flat belly, a gesture that doesn't go unnoticed by Katya, who smiles benevolently. Finally, as the sun reaches its zenith, she glances at her watch. I should get going. We've made some great progress today. As we stand, she pulls me into a tight hug. I'm here for you. I squeeze her back, my throat tightening with emotion. Thank you, I whisper, the words carrying more sincerity than she could possibly know. After she leaves, I linger by the window, watching her car disappear down the street. The warmth of the midday sun on my face contrasts sharply with the chill of fear in my heart. Despite the shadows of my past, I have some hope. Our brainstorming session has given me something to focus on in the stormy sea of uncertainty. I inhale and exhale mindfully while placing my hand protectively over my abdomen. For now, at least, I can pretend my biggest challenge is simply adapting our business to accommodate impending motherhood. It's a comforting illusion I cling to as I turn away from the window and back to the scattered notes of our meeting. I spend a few hours on mindless chores before deciding I won't spend another night like the last few, having trouble falling asleep and then plagued by dreams. I grab my purse and head out to the pharmacy. The streets are busy with early evening traffic, and I keep my head down, always aware of my surroundings. At the pharmacy, I approach the counter to ask the pharmacist's advice on selecting a sleep medication. He takes me to a display and offers me a box. Is this safe for pregnancy? I ask in a low voice. He nods, explaining the medication's properties and assuring me of its safety. I pay and hurry out, eager to return to the relative safety of my apartment. The sun is starting to set. The streetlights flicker to life as I pick up my pace. Just a couple more blocks, I mutter to myself, tugging my jacket tighter around my body. The neighborhood isn't particularly dangerous, but old habits die hard. I'm jumpy, watching every shadow and scanning for any sign of movement. A cat yowls in the distance, making me jump. Hold it together, Sonia, I chide myself, forcing my breathing to slow. Finally, I reach my building. My keys jingle when I fumble with the lock, and the sound seems unnaturally loud in the quiet street. The door creaks open, and I step into the darkened hallway. My apartment greets me with an eerie stillness. The air feels thick, almost oppressive, as if the darkness itself has weight. I slide my hand along the wall, searching for the light switch. "Come on, where are you?" I whisper, brushing my fingers against the cool plastic. After living here almost 10 weeks, I should be able to find it easily. With a soft click, light floods the room. My chest tightens, and for a split second, my heart seems to stop. Anton is sitting on my couch, his posture relaxed, but his eyes sharp and focused. He looks as if he belongs there, as if he's been waiting for me all along. "Hello, Sonia," he says, his deep voice making me tremble with fear and a dash of longing. "We need to talk." I freeze in the doorway, my thoughts rushing so fast I can't focus on one. How did he find me? How long has he been here? The pharmacy bag in my hand suddenly feels like it weighs a ton. "Anton," I manage to say, my voice surprisingly steady. "What are you doing here?" He stands up slowly, his tall frame unfolding like a predator ready to pounce. "I think you know why I'm here, Sonia. Did you really think you could keep this from me?" My hand instinctively moves to my stomach, and his gaze follows the movement. A small, satisfied smile lifts the corners of his mouth. "How did you find out?" I ask, trying to buy time while I assess my options. The door is still open behind me, but I'd never make it far if I tried to run. He takes a step closer, and I have to force myself not to back away. "I have my ways. You should know that by now. Nothing stays hidden from me for long." I swallow hard. "What do you want?" His gray eyes bore into mine, intense and unreadable. "What I've always wanted, Sonia. You. And now, our child."
Chapter 13. Anton. I stand towering over Sonia, angry and unyielding. "Why didn't you contact me the moment you found out?" She folds her arms, fire blazing in her eyes. "Because I wasn't planning to. I don't owe you anything. I was kidnapped, remember? I had every right to leave." Her words hit me like a sledgehammer. For a moment, silence hangs between us, our shared history an invisible weight pressing down on both our shoulders. I step forward to grasp her wrist. The instant our skin touches, a jolt of electricity courses through me. We freeze, neither moving, and the pull between us is undeniable. Sonia jerks her arm away, breaking the spell. "You should have told me," I say with the faintest trace of a growl, growing more frustrated with each passing minute. "This is my baby too. You can't just shut me out." Her jaw tightens. "You're running a Mafia empire, Anton. I'm not bringing a child into that world." I scoff, incredulous at her audacity. "What do you expect me to do? Retire?" She glares at me. "Yes." I can hardly believe what I'm hearing. The nerve of this woman. My fists clench at my sides with the effort of restraining myself. "You think it's that simple?" I ask harshly, taking another step toward her. "That I can just walk away from everything I've built?" Sonia doesn't back down. She lifts her chin, defiant. "I think you have a choice to make. Your empire or your child. You can't have both." Her words ignite a fury inside me. I close the distance between us in 2 long strides, bringing my face inches from hers. "You don't get to make that decision for me, sorry. You don't get to decide alone what's best for our child." "Our child?" She laughs, a harsh, bitter sound. "There is no our anything, Anton. You made sure of that when you kidnapped me and treated me like a pawn in your game of revenge. I grab her shoulders, my grip firm but not painful. I was protecting you. Protecting me? Sonia's eyes flash dangerously. By locking me up? By using me as bait for my own brother? Your brother is a threat to you, to me, and to everyone. I needed to draw him out. She shakes her head, disgust written all over her face. And that's exactly why I can't let you be a part of this child's life. You see people as chess pieces, Anton. Her words cut deeper than I care to admit. I release her shoulders and take a step back. That's not true, I say with little heat. You know that's not true. Do I? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like nothing's changed. You're still the same ruthless, calculating man you've always been. She scowls. Let me guess. You came here planning to force me to go back with you to your house and keep me locked up, didn't you? I turn away from her, pacing the length of the room. My mind races, trying to find a way out of this impossible situation. She's too close to the truth for comfort with that accusation, and it suddenly seems like an irrational idea. Did I really imagine I could just scoop her up, lock her away, and convince her to play happy family with me? I have to discard my plan to steal her back and keep her regardless of what she says. If I carry through, I'll never really have her. I can't lose her. I can't lose my child. But I also can't walk away from the empire I've built and the power I've amassed. It's not just about me anymore. I have people depending on me, loyalties to uphold, and my parents' legacy to honor. I tracked down their killers, the same one who killed Sonia's parents and murdered them with my bare hands. That sort of action changes a man. You don't understand, I say finally, turning back to face her. It's not that simple. I can't just walk away. Then I guess we're at an impasse, she says coldly. I won't bring a child into your world, Anton. I won't condemn them to a life of violence and fear. I pace the length of her living room, my annoyance mounting with each step. The tension between us crackles in the air, thick and oppressive. Sonia stands her ground, arms crossed and blazing with defiance. You're being unreasonable, I say sternly. This child needs both parents. Sonia scoffs. Both parents? You mean a mafia boss and his unwilling baby mama? Her words sting, but I push aside the feeling. I'm more than just a mafia boss, Sonia. You know that. Do I? She raises an eyebrow. Where I'm standing, all I see is danger. I stop pacing and face her directly. I can safeguard you both. No one would dare touch you if they knew you were under my protection. Sonia's laugh is bitter. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. I don't want our child growing up in a world where they need that kind of protection. We glare at each other, neither willing to back down. The silence stretches between us, taut as a wire. Finally, I break it. Fine. Let's compromise and take it one step at a time. I'll be at the next appointment. She blinks in surprise. You will? I nod, hating that I can't just sling her over my shoulder and stride out as I'd planned. Yes, and we'll take it from there. One step at a time, I say again, fully expecting her to argue, period. She hesitates, then nods slowly, offering no counter-argument. Okay. The agreement hangs between us, fragile and tentative. It's not nearly enough, but it's a start. There's something else you need to know, I say quietly. Yuri. She tenses. What about him? If he finds out you're pregnant with my child, he might come after you. She shakes her head, disbelief coloring her voice. Yuri wouldn't hurt me. I step closer to her, practically daring her to look away from me with unspoken cues. You don't know what he's capable of, Sonia. He's not the same man you remember. He's my brother, she insists, and he's a dangerous man. Promise me you'll be careful. Her expression is unreadable, but after a long moment she nods. I'll be careful. I reach into my pocket and pull out a business card, holding it out to her. She takes it, her eyebrows rising as she reads it. Your investment business? She rolls her eyes. Really, Anton? It's a real business. I scowl at her. I don't give out fake cards. She looks skeptical but tucks the card into her pocket. Fine. I'll text you about the appointment. I nod, satisfied for now. Without another word, I turn and walk out of her apartment, leaving Sonia standing there, her world more complicated than ever. So is mine. Making my way down the stairs, my mind races. Our argument replays in my head, each barb an accusation stinging anew. Sonia's right to be cautious, to want to protect our child from the dangers of my world, but the thought of being shut out, of not being a part of my child's life, is unbearable. I step out onto the street, the cool night air a welcome relief after the stifling tension of Sonia's apartment. My driver, Alexei, stands by the car, his face impassive as always. "Everything all right, boss?" he asks when I approach. I grunt in response, sliding into the back seat. Alexei knows better than to press for details. As we pull away from the curb, I stare out the window, watching the city lights blur past. The truth is, I don't know if everything's all right. For the first time in years, I feel out of control. Sonia's pregnancy has thrown my carefully ordered world into chaos. I've spent so long building my empire, consolidating my power, that the idea of walking away from it all seems impossible. And yet, the thought of losing Sonia and our child is equally unthinkable. My phone buzzes in my pocket, pulling me from my thoughts. It's a message from Dmitri. "Boss, we've got a situation at the docks. The Albanians are trying to muscle in on our territory." I curse under my breath. This is exactly the kind of thing from which I can't walk away. My people depend on me to keep them safe, to maintain our hold on the city. I can't just abandon them. "Turn around," I tell Alexei. "We're heading to the docks." We change direction, and I think of Sonia's words. "You have a choice to make, Anton. Your empire or your child." That decision presses down on me, suffocating in its intensity. We arrive at the docks in record time. The scene that greets us is tense but controlled. My men stand in close formation, facing off against a group of Albanians unrelated to the ones who declared war first on Sonia's family and then mine. Those bastards are long dead and buried. I see the glint of weapons, barely concealed beneath jackets and in waistbands. I step out of the car, and they immediately notice my presence. The tension in the air ratchets up a notch as all gazes turn to me. "What seems to be the problem here?" I ask loudly enough to be heard across the dock. The leader of the Albanian group steps forward. He's a burly man with a thick mustache and cold, calculating eyes. "This is not your territory anymore, Vasiliev. We're taking over." I laugh, the sound harsh and humorless. "Is that so? And who decided that?" "We did," he growls as his hand inches toward his waistband. In a flash, I have out my own weapon, pointed directly at his forehead. The laser sight gleams on his skin as the night air fills with the sound of guns being cocked, with both sides preparing for a firefight. "Let me make something very clear," I say with a vicious edge. "This is my territory. It will always be my territory. If you have a problem with that, we can settle it right here and now." The Albanian's gaze flicks from my gun to my face and back again. I can see the moment he realizes he's outmatched. Slowly, he raises his hands in surrender. "We'll go," he says with anger. "But this isn't over, Vasiliev." I keep my gun trained on him as he and his men back away, disappearing into the shadows of the dock. Only when they're out of sight do I lower my weapon. Dmitri approaches me, his face grim. "That was close, boss. They're getting bolder." I nod, holstering my gun. "Increase patrols in this area. I want eyes on every inch of our territory." While I give out orders, coordinating our response to this incursion, a part of my mind drifts back to Sonia and our unborn child. This is the world I've built and the life I was born into. It's violent and dangerous, but it's also necessary. Without me, without the order I bring, chaos would reign. But for the first time, I question whether it's worth it. The adrenaline from the confrontation is fading, leaving me feeling hollow. Is this really the legacy I want to leave for my child? Driving back to my penthouse, I realize I'm at a crossroads. The empire I've built and the power I wield is all I've known for so long. With Sonia and our child in the picture, I'm beginning to see a different future that both terrifies and exhilarates me. I pull out my phone, staring at the blank screen. Part of me wants to text Sonia, to tell her about what happened at the docks, to explain why I can't just walk away, but she won't understand. To her, it would just be another example of the danger from which she wants to protect our child. Instead, I open my calendar and block out the entire day of Sonia's next appointment. Whatever happens, whatever decisions need to be made, I'll be there. It's a small step, but it's a start. When we pull up to my building, I brace myself for the long night ahead. There will be meetings to attend, strategies to plan, and enemies to outmaneuver. But through it all, a new thought will be running through my mind. How can I build a future that includes both my empire and my family? It's a question I don't have an answer for yet, but I'm not giving up without a fight. Not on my empire, and certainly not on Sonia and our child.
Chapter 14. Sonia. The cool night air makes me shiver while I walk down the dimly lit street a couple of nights later. The familiar path from Katya's apartment to mine feels different tonight, shrouded in shadows that seem to stretch and dance in the corners of my vision. My phone vibrates in my hand, and I glance down to see another message from Anton. You shouldn't be walking alone this late. I roll my eyes while I type a quick reply. I'm fine, Anton. Stop worrying. His overprotectiveness grates on my nerves, but a small part of me, a part I'm not quite ready to acknowledge, finds it endearing. The attention he's been showering on me since finding out about the baby feels different now. More real. He's going to meet me at the obstetrician's office Monday for the ultrasound, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in spite of how we left things the night he came to my apartment. I'm about to send another message, telling him to stop having his men follow me, though I know he won't, when a dark figure lunges out of the shadows. Before I can even draw breath to scream, a rough hand clamps over my mouth. Panic surges through me, adrenaline flooding my system. My training kicks in and I thrash against my attacker, driving my elbow back into their solar plexus, but they're much stronger than I anticipated. My phone slips from my grasp, hitting the pavement with a sickening crack. Fear claws at my throat when I struggle against the iron grip. My mind races, searching for a way out. I can't let this happen. Not when I have so much to lose. Just as my strength wanes, a blur of movement catches my attention. A shadow detaches itself from a nearby alley, moving with lethal grace. My pulse skitters when I recognize the broad shoulders and determined stride. Anton. I've never been gladder to see him. The world spins as he tackles my attacker to the ground. The sickening crack of fist-meeting jaw reverberates in the quiet street. I stumble back, my pulse still erratic, while watching Anton pin down the man. Who sent you? He demands in a low, sinister snarl. The attacker's expression flashes with defiance as he remains silent. Anton punches him once more, and the man goes limp. Anton turns to me, searching my face and body. Are you okay? I nod, but a stinging sensation draws my attention to my arm. A thin line of red blooms across my skin, and there's blood trickling down. Seeing that makes it hurt worse. Anton swears, wrapping his hand around my uninjured arm as he pulls me toward my apartment building. Come on, let's get you inside. What about... I wave vaguely toward the assailant, who's still out. My men will handle him, says Anton with cold precision. They'll lock him up for interrogation, and once he's yielded full usefulness, they'll handle that too. I doubt the man will survive the interrogation, but I don't care. He threatened me and my baby. My legs feel wobbly when we climb the stairs. Anton's presence is solid beside me, looking tightly wound. He's furious, I can tell, but his touch remains gentle as he guides me into my apartment. Sit, he says forcefully, disappearing into the bathroom. I sink onto the couch, my mind reeling. The attack replays in my head, the rough hand over my mouth, The panic that surged through me and the suffocating fear. I shudder. Anton returns with a first aid kit. He kneels in front of me, carefully cleaning the cut on my arm. "You shouldn't be out there alone," he mutters. "Someone must have seen us together. Probably a rival Mafia." I open my mouth to argue, but the words die on my tongue. He's right, and I hate it. The Volkov Syndicate has been pushing boundaries lately. His fingers work deftly as he applies a bandage. They're getting bolder and trying to muscle in on our territory. Our territory. The words make me frown. I've tried so hard to distance myself from this world, but here I am, right back in the thick of it. "There," he says softly, brushing his thumb over the bandage. "All better." I look up, meeting his gaze. The intensity in his eyes steals my breath. We're so close, I feel the warmth radiating from his body. The air between us crackles with tension. "Anton," I whisper, not sure what I'm about to say. I don't get the chance to finish. His lips crash into mine, hungry and desperate. I respond instantly, wrapping my arms around his neck as I pull him closer.
The following scene is too steamy to include in this version on YouTube. If you would like to listen to the full, unedited version, please visit bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Your book will now continue.
Chapter 16. Sonia. A few hours later, I step out of Anton's sleek black car. He stands beside me, his presence both reassuring and unsettling. "I'll pick you up in 2 hours," he says softly. I nod, adjusting my bag on my shoulder. "Thanks." As I walk toward Katya's building, I hear Anton's car pull away, but I'd bet all the money in my bank account that one of his men is watching me and Katya's apartment from somewhere nearby. It's a bit annoying, but mostly comforting after being attacked yesterday. The sound fades, replaced by the bustle of the city street. I inhale, steadying myself before I buzz Katya's apartment. Her voice crackles through the intercom. "Hey, come on up." I climb the stairs, my mind full of everything I need to tell her. When I reach her door, it swings open before I can knock. "Sonia." Katya pulls me into a hug. "I've been thinking about you and the baby." "Me too," I say with complete honesty, returning the embrace. Her apartment is a stark contrast to the opulence of Anton's world, or even my efficient little space that I've never really bothered to decorate. It's cozy and lived in, with colorful throw pillows on the couch and potted plants dotting every available surface. The familiar scent of coffee wafts from the kitchen. "I made your favorite," she says, gesturing to 2 steaming mugs on the coffee table. "Figured we could use the caffeine boost for our brainstorming session." She frowns. "Are you allowed to drink coffee in your condition?" I shrug. As far as I can tell from the literature I've read, a cup a day is fine. "Good. I don't want to be a bad auntie," she says with a warm smile. I settle onto the couch, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. "Thanks, Katya. You're the best." She sits beside me, tucking her legs underneath her. "So what's new? You sounded different on the phone earlier." I take a sip of coffee, buying myself a moment. A lot, actually. I don't even know where to start. Katya's eyebrows shoot up. "Okay, now I'm intrigued. Spill." I set my mug down, clasping my hands in my lap. "Remember Anton? The guy from my past I told you about?" Katya nods slowly. "The dangerous one?" "Yeah, I remember." "He's back in my life," I say, the words tumbling out. "He knows about the baby and insists on being included." Her eyes widen. She opens her mouth, then closes it again. Finally, she manages, "Wow, that's a lot to process. Are you okay?" I laugh, but it comes out more like a choked sob. I don't know, I'm scared, excited, and confused. Everything all at once. She squeezes my hand. "Start from the beginning. What happened?" So I do. I tell her about Anton showing up at my apartment, about the attack and how he saved me, omitting the information that it might have been a rival gang who targeted me. I explain his insistence on being part of the baby's life and how he's been staying with me to keep me safe. And now, I pause, taking a deep breath. We have an ultrasound scheduled for tomorrow. She starts to scowl. Wait, I thought I was going with you to that? I bite my lip. I know, and I'm sorry. Anton wants to be there, and I think I want him there too. Sonia, she says, her voice gentle but concerned. Are you sure about this? From what you've told me about Anton's lifestyle, it sounds incredibly dangerous. How can you let him be around your kid? Her words hit me hard. It's the same question I've been asking myself, and the same fears that keep me up at night. I don't know. I sigh heavily. But maybe he'll change. Maybe he'll retire. Even saying the words, they feel hollow. Will Anton really give up the Mafia for me? For our child? The uncertainty of it all weighs on me. Katya squeezes my hand again. Hey, look at me. I meet her gaze, seeing the concern. I can't pretend to understand everything you're going through, but I'm here for you, no matter what. If you think there's a chance Anton will change, then I hope you're right. Just promise me you'll be careful, okay? I nod as tears prick my eyes. I promise. She pulls me into another hug, and for a moment, I let myself feel safe in the warmth of her friendship. When we pull apart, she gives me a small smile. How about we tackle business? Might as well be productive while we're processing all this heavy stuff. I laugh, grateful for the change of subject. You're right. Let's do it. We spend the next hour poring over spreadsheets and marketing strategies. It's a welcome distraction, focusing on something familiar and concrete. But even while we work, my mind keeps drifting back to Anton, to our baby, and to the uncertain future stretching out before us. As the sun begins to set, I start gathering my things. Thanks for everything today, I say, slinging my bag over my shoulder. Katya walks me to the door. Anytime. Keep me updated, okay? About the ultrasound, about Anton, everything. I nod. I will. I promise. As I step out into the hallway, she calls out, and remember, if you need anything, day or night, I'm here. I turn back, giving her a grateful smile. Thank you. The walk down to the street feels longer than usual, each step bringing me closer to the reality of my situation. When I push open the building's front door, I see Anton's car idling at the curb. He steps out when I approach, scanning the area before looking at me. Everything okay? I nod, sliding into the passenger seat. Yeah, everything's fine. As he pulls away from the curb, I watch Katya's building recede in the side mirror. The contrast between her world and Anton's has never been more pronounced. Did you get much work done? He asks. I mumble, not trusting myself to say more. We drive in silence for a few blocks before he speaks again. You're quiet. What's on your mind? I turn to look at him, studying his profile. How can someone make me feel so terrified and so safe at the same time? What happens after the baby is born? He tightens his hands on the steering wheel. What do you mean? I exhale raggedly before continuing. Your lifestyle and your work. How does a baby fit into all of that? He's quiet for a long moment. When he finally speaks, his voice is controlled. We'll figure it out. I told you I'm not going anywhere. But how? I press. How can we raise a child in this world? Your world? He glances at me, his expression unreadable. Do you trust me? The question hangs in the air between us. Do I trust him? With my life, maybe, but with our child's? I want to, I whisper. Anton nods, as if that's answer enough. We spend the rest of the ride in silence, unspoken words filling the car. When we pull up to my apartment building, he kills the engine but makes no move to get out as he turns to face me, looking passionate. I know you're scared. I am too, but I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you and our baby safe. Both of you are my priority now. You understand? I surge against his touch, wanting so badly to believe him. Okay, I whisper. He places a soft kiss on my forehead. Let's go inside. We both need rest before tomorrow. As we walk into the building, Anton's hand on the small of my back, it feels like we're standing on the edge of something monumental. Tomorrow's ultrasound isn't just about seeing our baby for the first time. It's about facing the reality of our situation head on. I just hope we're both ready for whatever comes next. The next morning, the shrill ring of my phone pierces through the steam-filled bathroom. I freeze, one hand clutching my towel while reaching for the doorknob. For a moment, I consider ignoring it. The ultrasound appointment isn't for another hour, and Anton's already here. Who else would be calling? Curiosity wins out. I dash to the bedroom, leaving wet footprints on the hardwood floor. The phone buzzes insistently on the nightstand, its screen displaying an unfamiliar number. My finger hovers over the decline button, but something stops me. I answer. Hello? Sonia. I let out a ragged breath. That voice, soft, familiar, yet edged with something I can't quite place. It's been so long since I've heard it, since we communicated, but I'd recognize it anywhere. Yuri? It's me, little sister. There's a pause, filled with the crackle of static and years of unspoken words. I'm coming back to Moscow. I need to see you. My mind races. Yuri, my brother. The one who left me behind, who disappeared without a trace after turning on Anton seemingly for no reason. And now he's back? Where have you been? The words tumble out before I can stop them, tinged with anger and relief. I'm sorry, Sonia. I should have been there for you. During the kidnapping? His voice trails off, heavy with regret. I wasn't even in Russia. Anton made it impossible for me to intervene. The mention of Anton sends a jolt through me. I glance at the closed bathroom door where I can hear the shower still running. Does Anton know Yuri's back? How did you escape? Asks Yuri, pulling me back to the conversation. I hesitate, my grip tightening on the phone. The truth sits heavy on my tongue. Anton's rescue, the tense days that followed, and the unexpected turn our relationship has taken. But I can't tell Yuri any of that. Not yet. I knocked out the guard. I lie. Then I drove off in their van. That's my girl, says Yuri, pride evident in his voice. Always the clever one. I close my eyes, guilt gnawing at my insides. Yeah, well, I did what I had to do. Has Anton been bothering you since then? My eyelids snap open, darting once again to the bathroom door. No, I say, the lie coming easier this time. I haven't heard from him. Yuri exhales, a sound of relief crackling through the line. Good. Listen, Sonia, we need to meet. There's so much I need to tell you, to explain. My heart races. Part of me longs to see my brother, to bridge the gap that's grown between us. But another part, the part that's curled up next to Anton every night, hesitates. I don't know, Yuri. It's not safe. I'll make it safe. I'll send one of my men to pick you up. We'll meet somewhere discreet. I run a hand through my damp hair, buying time. I can't for a few days, I say finally. I have commitments. Of course, he says, his tone understanding. Just let me know when you're free. I'll arrange everything. As the call ends, I sink onto the bed, my towel pooling around me. The phone feels heavy in my hand, weighted with secrets and lies. Should I tell Anton? He's here, living with me, protecting me, and our unborn child, but Yuri is my brother. Shouldn't I be able to see him if I want? The sound of the shower shutting off snaps me back to reality. I quickly stand, tossing the phone onto the bed and grabbing my robe. As I tie it around my waist, Anton emerges from the bathroom, a towel slung low on his hips. Everything okay? he asks, eyeing me with concern. I thought I heard you talking. I force a smile, hoping it reaches my eyes. Just Katya. I lie smoothly as guilt makes me stiffen. Wishing us luck for the appointment. He nods, seemingly satisfied. As he moves to the closet where he's placed some of his things, I watch him. The muscles in his back flex as he reaches for a shirt. My hand drifts unconsciously to my stomach, still flat but harboring our secret. Am I playing with fire? The question lingers on my mind as I turn back to the dresser, pulling out clothes for the day ahead. Yuri's return, Anton's presence, the baby growing inside me. It all feels like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. I slip on a pair of loose-fitting jeans and a soft sweater, my movements automatic as my mind whirls. The ultrasound appointment approaches. It should be a moment of joy, but is overshadowed by my brother's unexpected call and the what-ifs surrounding me. You ready? Anton's voice breaks through my thoughts. He stands by the door, fully dressed now, keys in hand. I nod, grabbing my purse. We leave the apartment, and he places his hand at the small of my back, a gesture both protective and possessive. The warmth of his touch seeps through my sweater in contrast to the chill that Yuri's call left behind. In the elevator, I catch our reflection in the mirrored walls. Anton, tall and imposing, his face set in its usual mask of calm control. And me, smaller beside him, my face pale and drawn despite my attempts to appear normal. We look like any other couple heading out for the day, but beneath the surface, secrets simmer. Mine, Anton's, and now Yuri's. As we step out into the crisp Moscow morning, I inhale. The air is sharp with the promise of snow, carrying the scents of coffee from a nearby cafe and exhaust from the busy street. Anton opens the car door for me, ever the gentleman. I slide into the leather seat, wondering how long I can keep up this charade. How long before the truth comes out, one way or another? The car purrs to life and we pull away from the curb. I watch the familiar buildings of my neighborhood slide past, each one a reminder of the life I've built here. The life that's now hanging in the balance. Nervous? He asks, his gaze flicking briefly from the road to my face. I manage a small smile. A little. It's not a lie. Just not the whole truth. He reaches over, taking my hand in his. His palm is warm and calloused. The hand of a man who's done hard things, who's fought and killed, but also the hand that's held me through nightmares, that's traced patterns on my skin in quiet moments, and brought me exquisite pleasure. Everything will be fine, he says, his voice reassuring. I'm here. I nod, squeezing his hand. Yes, he's here, but for how long? And at what cost? We navigate the morning traffic as my mind drifts back to Yuri's call. The sound of his voice, once so familiar, was underscored with something I can't quite place. Desperation? Fear? Or something darker? I should tell Anton. The thought surfaces again, insistent. He deserves to know, but the words stick in my throat, held back by a loyalty to my brother that I'm not sure I still owe after he tried to kill my lover and fled Moscow without worrying about my fate. We pull into the clinic parking lot, and he finds a spot close to the entrance before he kills the engine. Ready? He asks again, his hand on the door handle. I take another deep breath, pushing thoughts of Yuri to the back of my mind. This moment, seeing our baby for the first time, deserves my full attention. The rest can wait. Ready, I say, meaning it this time.
Chapter 17. Anton. I sit in the doctor's office, glancing between the stark white walls and Sonia's face. She's a vision, even now, with her dark hair cascading over her shoulders as she fidgets in her seat. Her teeth worry at her lower lip, a telltale sign of her anxiety. I want to reach out, to comfort her, but I stay still, hands clasped tightly in my lap. I'm nervous, too, so I don't know how to ease her anxiety. The door swings open, and the doctor strides in, a clipboard in hand. Mr. Vasilyev, Ms. Ivanova, I'm Dr. Merlov, she says with a nod. Are you ready to see your baby? When I look at Sonia, there's a flicker of excitement breaking through her nervousness. I manage a curt nod, my throat suddenly dry. The doctor directs Sonia to lie back on the exam table. As she lifts her shirt, exposing her still flat stomach, I'm struck by a wave of protectiveness. This is my family and my future, right here in this sterile room. The doctor squirts a clear gel onto Sonia's abdomen. She flinches at the cold, and I instinctively move closer, my hand hovering near hers. Let's take a look, shall we? Dr. Merlov presses the ultrasound wand to Sonia's skin, moving it around slowly. A little past 11 weeks, right? Sonia nods. The room fills with a rapid, rhythmic whooshing sound. My heartbeat quickens to match it. Is that... Sonia's voice trails off, eyes wide. The doctor's brow wrinkles as she studies the screen. This is interesting. I tense. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, she says quickly, but I'm detecting multiple heartbeats. Sonia takes my hand, gripping it tightly. Multiple? The doctor nods with a smile. Congratulations. You're having triplets. The room spins. I grab the edge of the exam table to steady myself. Triplets? I repeat, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. Sonia's face is a mirror of my shock. 3 babies? She whispers. The doctor turns the screen toward us. See here? And here? And here? She points out 3 distinct shapes. 3 healthy fetuses. I stare at the screen, trying to make sense of the blurry images. 3 children. My children. Our children. Would you like to know the genders? Asks the doctor. It's still early, so it's not definitive, but I can give you my best estimate. I look to Sonia, who nods slowly, still seemingly in a daze. From what I can see, it looks like you're having a boy and 2 girls. A boy and 2 girls. The words linger in my mind, setting off a cascade of emotions I've never experienced before. Pride, fear, joy, and an overwhelming desire to protect all swirl together to make my thoughts almost incomprehensible for a second, until I draw in a deep breath to regain control. No fainting. The doctor zooms in, frowning slight. Your girls are identical twins. She gestures to a tiny spot on the screen. I have no idea what I'm looking at. But she says, they're sharing an amniotic sac, which means they split from the same egg. Anton? Sonia's voice breaks through my thoughts. I turn to her, seeing terror and wonder in her expression. We're having 3 babies, I say. I've gone from not planning to be a father to almost instant fatherhood and 3 babies in the blink of an eye. She nods, a tear slipping down her cheek. Without thinking, I reach out and brush it away with my thumb. Dr. Merlov clears her throat. I'll give you 2 a moment. Take your time, and when you're ready, we can discuss prenatal care for a multiple pregnancy. As the door clicks shut behind her, Sonia and I are left in a stunned silence. 3, she says finally, her hand moving to rest on her stomach. How are we going to do this? I inhale and exhale a few times, trying to collect my thoughts. In my world, I'm used to having contingency plans for every scenario. But this is completely uncharted territory. Jointly, I say firmly, surprising myself with the conviction in my voice. It's the only way to get through it. She looks at me intensely as though searching for any sign of hesitation or doubt. For once, I have none to hide. I know with absolute certainty that I want this. I want her, and I want our children. I never thought, Sonia starts, then stops, shaking her head. I never imagined myself as a mother, let alone to triplets. I chuckle. And I never imagined myself as a father. Yet here we are. She smiles then, a real one that lights up her entire face. Here we are. I move closer, pressing my forehead against hers. I swear to you, I will protect you and our children with everything I have. No harm will come to any of you. She pulls back slightly. What about your business? The danger that comes with it? It's a valid question that I've been grappling with since I found out about the pregnancy. Now faced with the reality of not one but 3 children, the answer seems clearer than ever. I'll find a way. I'll make it work. Our family comes first now. She nods, seeming to accept this for now. She lies back on the exam table, staring at the fixed image on the ultrasound screen. They're so small. I follow her gaze, marveling at the tiny shapes that will become our children. They are, but they're fighters already, just like their mother. Sonia turns to me, a hint of her usual fire in her eyes. And their father. I smile at that. Yes, and their father. We fall into a comfortable silence, both lost in thought. I'm imagining the future. A little boy with my eyes and Sonia's smile, and 2 little girls with her fierce spirit. The image is so vivid, so enticing, that it almost takes my breath away. A knock at the door breaks the spell. The doctor re-enters with a stack of pamphlets in her hands. "How are we doing?" she asks kindly. I look at Sonia, who nods. "We're good," I say for both of us. A bit overwhelmed, but good. The doctor smiles knowingly. "That's perfectly normal. So, let's talk about what to expect with a triplet pregnancy." As she launches into an explanation of nutrition needs, potential risks, and recommended checkups, my mind wanders. I think of my empire, built on blood and fear. I think of my enemies, always waiting for a moment of weakness. And I think of Sonia and our unborn children, innocent and vulnerable. There's no other choice but to reshape my world and remake it into something that can accommodate this new life. I'll build a future where my children can grow up safe and loved, and Sonia doesn't have to look over her shoulder. For the first time in my adult life, since my parents' deaths a year after the Ivanovas, I have something to lose, but I also have everything to gain. A few minutes later, I step out of the doctor's office, my mind still reeling from the news. Triplets, 3 babies. The enormity of it threatens to overwhelm me, but I push it down, focusing on Sonia beside me. Her face reveals myriad emotions, excitement, fear, and wonder. I want to reach out and reassure her, but protective instincts kick in. Instead, I place my hand on the small of her back, guiding her through the bustling hospital corridor, while discreetly watching the area around us. When we exit the building, the crisp Moscow air hits us. Sonia shivers slightly, and I instinctively pull her closer. She doesn't resist, leaning into me while we walk down the street. "Are you hungry?" I ask, breaking the silence. Sonia shakes her head. "Not really, just processing." I nod, understanding completely. We continue walking with no real destination in mind. The streets are busy, full of people rushing past us and living their normal lives. For a moment, I envy them. Their biggest worry is probably what to have for dinner, not how to protect their family from a vengeful psychopath. Suddenly, a colorful storefront catches my eye. It's a baby boutique, its windows filled with tiny outfits and plush toys. Without thinking, I steer us toward it. Sonia looks up at me, surprise evident in her expression. "You want to go in?" I shrug, trying to appear nonchalant. "We might as well start looking. We'll need 3 of everything after all." A small smile appears on her lips as she nods. We enter the store and a bell chimes softly above us. The scent of baby powder and new fabric envelops us. It's comforting in a way I never expected. We wander through the aisles, surrounded by miniature versions of everything. Sonia runs her fingers over soft blankets and tiny socks. I'm drawn to a display of stuffed animals, each one softer than the last. "Oh, Anton, look at this," she calls out. I turn to see her holding up a delicate pink dress. It's impossibly small, with ruffles and bows. Something inside me shifts while looking at it. This tiny piece of clothing suddenly makes it all real. I'm going to be a father to 2 little girls, who might wear dresses like this one day. "It's beautiful," I say, my voice rougher than I intended. Our gazes lock, and I see the same realization dawning in her face. This is happening. We're really doing this. Just then, my phone buzzes in my pocket, shattering the moment. I pull it out, seeing Dimitri's name on the screen. Excusing myself, I step away from Sonia to answer. "What is it?" I ask, keeping my voice low. He sounds tense and urgent. "Boss, we've got a situation. Yuri's been spotted just outside Moscow." A chill seizes me. "Are you sure?" "Positive. One of our men saw him at a gas station. We tried to follow but lost him in traffic." I clench my fist, anger and fear warring inside me. Yuri is back. After all this time, he's made his move, and now, with Sonia pregnant. Keep looking for that bastard. I want eyes everywhere. The moment he shows his face again, I want to know. Well before he ever gets near Sonia. Understood, boss. I hang up, shoving the phone back into my pocket. When I turn around, Sonia is deep in conversation with a saleswoman. She's smiling while resting her hand unconsciously on her still flat stomach. Should I tell her? The question haunts me as I watch her. She deserves to know her brother is back and might be hunting us, but I know Sonia. She'd want to protect Yuri, to reason with him. She'd put herself in danger and by extension our unborn children. No, I can't risk it. I've waited too long for this moment of happiness, and this chance at a family. Revenge against Yuri isn't something I can share with her. Not now, and maybe not ever. I push aside the thoughts of Yuri and make my way back to Sonia's side. She turns to me, her eyes bright with excitement. "Anton, they have the most adorable cribs. We should look at them. We'll need 3 after all." I manage a smile, pushing down the turmoil inside me. Lead the way. Moving through the store, I picture a future I never thought I'd have. A nursery filled with laughter. 3 little ones taking their first steps. Family dinners and bedtime stories. It's a dangerous dream. With my past, and with Yuri lurking in the shadows, it might be impossible, but watching Sonia fuss over tiny shoes and baby blankets reaffirms I'm going to do everything to protect this. No matter the cost, no matter what I have to do, I'll keep Sonia and our children safe. "Everything okay?" she asks, looking up from a tiny pair of running shoes. I force a smile, hoping it reaches my eyes. "Yeah, I'm fine." The lie causes a flare of guilt, but I can't burden her with my concerns when she's glowing with the news of our triplets. She tilts her head, unconvinced. "Are you sure? You seemed lost in thought for a moment there." I check my watch, buying time to compose myself. Just thinking about everything we need to buy. 3 of everything. It's a lot to take in. Her expression softens. "It's overwhelming, isn't it?" I nod, grateful for the change in subject. "Have you heard from Yuri?" The question slips out before I can stop it, and I immediately regret it when I see the shadow cross her face. She shakes her head, unconsciously moving her hand to her stomach. "No, not a word. It's been months now." A weight lifts from my shoulders, even as guilt gnaws at me for feeling relieved. Sonia misses her brother, despite everything he's done, but his absence means safety for her and our unborn children, at least for now. "Let's buy these clothes and head out," I say, desperate to move past the moment. "We can grab some dinner on the way home if you're hungry." Sonia nods, her smile returning as she picks up a tiny pair of booties. "These are adorable. We should get them in different colors for each baby." She frowns. "I don't think we should dress the girls alike. I've read it's not good for their individual development." A pang of regret hits me when I mentally alter the images of the future I've been creating that included our twin girls dressed adorably alike. If it's best for them, we certainly won't do that. As we move through the shop, selecting onesies, blankets, and impossibly small socks, it's like I'm caught between 2 worlds. On one side is this new life I'm building with Sonia, a future filled with the promise of family and normality. On the other side, there is the darkness of my past, the world of violence and betrayal that I've known for so long. I want nothing more than to be the man she deserves, and the father our children need. But can I truly leave my old life behind? Can I protect them from the enemies I've made, and the blood I've spilled? "Anton, look at this," she says, holding up a set of matching pajamas. "Aren't they cute?" She hastily puts them back. Not that we want to pigeonhole the girls by dressing them alike. I push aside my dark thoughts, focusing on the woman before me and the life we might create together. They're perfect, I say, taking the pajamas from the rack and adding them to our overflowing basket. We'll make sure we have 3 pairs so they can have a themed photo. Our son won't feel left out, and our daughters won't feel like we're forcing them to be alike. She grins and nods, tucking her arm through mine. We make our way to the checkout, and I catch a glimpse of our reflection in a mirror. Sonia, radiant and hopeful, snuggled against me, and me, tall and imposing, my face set in its usual stern expression. We look like any other expectant couple, excited and a bit overwhelmed, but I know the truth that lies beneath the surface. The cashier smiles at us as she rings up our purchases. "First-time parents?" she asks cheerfully. Sonia beams, resting her hand on her stomach. "Yes, we just found out we're having triplets." The cashier's eyes widen. "Triplets. Oh my, you'll certainly have your hands full. Congratulations." She grins. "You'll definitely want to join our rewards program then. You can earn free diapers and breastfeeding supplies with every purchase." I nod politely, pulling out my wallet to pay, while Sonia gives her the information to sign up for their rewards program. I could buy and sell the entire shop 1,000 times over, so I don't need free diapers, but she's clearly caught up in the excitement. The total is staggering, making me briefly rethink my stance on free diapers, but money has never been an issue for me. What concerns me more is the vulnerability that comes with this new life. 3 babies are 3 lives to protect. 4, counting Sonia. When we leave the store, bags in hand, and other items arranged to be delivered to my penthouse, Sonia didn't protest when I gave the address to my surprise. The cool evening air hits us. She shivers slightly, and I instinctively wrap an arm around her shoulders. "Hungry?" I ask, scanning the street for potential threats out of habit. Sonia presses against me, her warmth contrasting with the chill in the air. "Starving. The babies must be demanding food already." I chuckle, the sound foreign to my own ears. When was the last time I laughed so freely? "There's a good Italian place around the corner. How does that sound?" "Perfect," she sighs contentedly. As we walk, I'm hyper-aware of our surroundings. Every passerby is a potential threat, and every shadow is a hiding place for an enemy. I'm being paranoid, but I can't afford to be anything else with the lives now under my care. The restaurant is warm and inviting, the smell of garlic and spices filling the air. We're seated in a quiet corner booth, and I position myself so I can see the entire room. Sonia raises an eyebrow as she opens her menu. "Expecting trouble?" I freeze, caught off guard by her perceptiveness. "Force of habit," I mutter, trying to relax my posture. She reaches across the table, placing her hand on mine. "Anton, talk to me. What's really going on?" I stare at our joined hands, marveling at how small and delicate hers looks compared to mine. These hands that have caused so much pain, now linked with ones that create and nurture. The contrast is stark, a physical representation of the 2 worlds I'm straddling. "I'm scared," I say softly. "Not of being a father, or of the responsibility. I'm scared of what my past might bring to our doorstep, of the danger I might be putting you and our children in just by being who I am." Sonia's grip tightens on my hand. "Look at me, Anton." I raise my gaze to meet hers, expecting to see fear or doubt. Instead, I'm met with fierce determination. "We've already decided we're a team tackling this together," she says firmly. "Whatever comes, we'll handle it. I'm not some delicate flower that needs protection. I'm your partner, in every sense of the word." Her words wash over me, soothing some of my fears. For a moment, I allow myself to believe that it could be that simple, that love and determination could be enough to keep the darkness at bay. "I love you," I say, the words coming easily. "And I'll do whatever it takes to keep our family safe." She blinks. "You love me?" I nod, unashamed to admit it. "I think I have since you were 16. She flushes and toys with a breadstick, but meets my gaze without flinching. "I love you too." Then she smiles, a hint of mischief in her eyes. And I know you'll do everything you can for this family. That's why I'm not as worried as I was when I first found out. Do you think we can order now? Your children are demanding spaghetti carbonara. I laugh and some of the tension leaves my body. Who am I to argue with our future mafia bosses? She frowns at that but doesn't rebuke me. Maybe she's starting to understand that it'll take time to extricate myself from the business and establish more legitimate income streams. I realize that's my inclination. Not because she demanded it, but because it's the right thing to do for our family. We order and settle into casual conversation about baby names and nursery colors, and I start to relax. The threats of my past are still there, but for this moment with Sonia, I can almost believe in the possibility of a normal life. The waiter brings our food, and the rich aroma of pasta and cheese fills the air. Sonia digs in with gusto, and I watch her with amusement. "What?" she asks, catching my gaze. I shake my head, a smile playing at my lips. Nothing. Just enjoying the view. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the faint blush on her cheeks. Smooth talker. Now eat your food before it gets cold. As I twirl pasta around my fork, I imagine future family dinners. Our children, sharing stories of their day. Sonia and I, older but still very much in love, presiding over it all. It's a beautiful vision I never thought I'd want, let alone have within my grasp. Anton? Her voice pulls me from my reverie. You're doing it again. Getting lost in thought. She reaches across the table, her fingers brushing my cheek. What's on your mind? I capture her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. The future. Our future. Her eyes soften. And? How does it look? Beautiful, I say honestly. Terrifying, but beautiful. Sonia nods and smiles. That sounds about right. After we finish our meal and head home, I'm looking at the world through new eyes. The streets of Moscow, once a battlefield where I fought for power and control, now seem filled with possibility. Every storefront is a potential memory waiting to be made with our children. Every park, a future playground. Even as hope blooms, I remain vigilant. The shadows still hold threats, and my business isn't something I can simply walk away from entirely or quickly. But for the first time in my life, I have something worth fighting for beyond myself. Something worth changing for. As we reach her building, I pause, pulling Sonia close. She looks up at me, looking curious. What is it? She asks. I cup her face in my hands, studying every detail as if committing it to memory. Thank you, I say softly. She frowns. For what? For giving me a reason to be better. For showing me a future I never thought I could have. Tears well in her eyes and she wraps her arms around my waist. Oh, Anton, you've always had it in you to be this man. I'm just glad I get to see it. We stand there, wrapped in each other's arms with the promise of our future growing between us. I will become the man Sonia sees in me and build a life worthy of her and our children, and I'll move heaven and earth to keep them safe. Yuri is still out there, and I have to deal with him before I can focus on beginning to step back from the bratva. I plan to shield Sonia from the ugliest details. If possible, I'll quietly make Yuri disappear and never tell her what happened. I don't want to risk our precarious future with a lie, but I won't let Yuri ruin what we're building.
Chapter 18. Sonia. I settle onto the couch once we're inside. Anton sits beside me, his arm draped casually over the back. The ultrasound images dance in my mind. 3 tiny heartbeats, 3 miraculous lives growing inside me. It feels surreal, overwhelming, and yet, right. We should start thinking about names, I say, breaking the comfortable silence. He nods. I've been mulling it over since we left the clinic. Oh, really? Let's hear your brilliant ideas then. I tease, poking his side playfully. He catches my hand, intertwining our fingers. For the girls, I was thinking we could honor our mothers. My breath catches. It's a beautiful idea, one that hadn't even occurred to me. Svetlana and Mariska, I whisper, testing the names on my tongue. Anton nods, a soft smile playing on his lips. Strong, beautiful Russian names, just like their mother. A blush creeps up my cheeks. I love it, I say honestly. But what about our little boy? Anton's expression grows serious. I think we should name him Boris, after my father. I wrinkle my nose. Boris? It's so old-fashioned. It's a name with history and weight, he says, his tone light but with an undercurrent of passion. A name that commands respect. Maybe, I concede. But what about Victor? After my father. It's more modern and still carries that strength you're looking for? Anton shakes his head. Victor is too common. Every other boy in Moscow is named Victor. That's an exaggeration, and you know it. I laugh, swatting his chest. Barely, he retorts, catching my hand and pulling me closer. Boris is unique. It'll make him stand out. Or make him a target for bullies, I counter, leaning into his warmth despite our playful argument. Anton's eyes narrow. No one would dare bully our son. I roll my eyes. You can't protect him from everything, Anton. Especially not playground taunts. Watch me, he says sternly, but there's a glint of humor in his eyes. Our bickering continues, growing more heated with each exchange, but there's an underlying current of joy and shared excitement for the future we're building together. Fine, I say with a huff, pretending to be more annoyed than I am. We'll put Boris on the list, but I'm not agreeing to anything yet. Anton grins triumphantly. I'll wear you down eventually. You know I always get what I want. Is that so? I challenge, raising an eyebrow. In response, he pulls me closer, capturing my lips in a searing kiss.
The following scene is too steamy to include in this version on YouTube. If you would like to listen to the full, unedited version, please visit bellakingbooks.com or follow the link in the description. Your book will now continue.
He carries me across the hall to my bedroom and lays me down on the bed. After tucking me in, he kisses my forehead. Sleep well, Kotik. I love you. He murmurs, pressing another kiss to my temple while touching my belly. You and our children. I snuggle closer, basking in the afterglow and the warmth of his words. I love you too. I whisper back and pull him down beside me. We lie there in comfortable silence, both lost in thoughts of the future, of cribs and midnight feedings, first steps and scraped knees. It won't be easy, especially given our complicated past. But we can do this. I'm almost asleep when Anton's phone rings. He reluctantly pulls away. I'll take this, he says, stepping into the hallway. I watch him go, my pulse still elevated from our lovemaking. After a moment, I get up and head to the bathroom. As I pass by the door, Anton's low voice catches my attention. Something about his tone makes me pause. I strain to listen, an uneasy feeling growing in the pit of my stomach as I catch his words. Yuri's in town. We'll make our move soon. He won't know what hit him. My breath hitches. Anton is planning to capture Yuri. The realization crashes over me like icy water. He hadn't told me. He was going to do this behind my back. My phone buzzes, shattering the heavy silence. I glance down at the screen and see a message from Yuri that reminds me I'm in no position to be outraged by a lack of disclosure. My men will pick you up tomorrow at 1 p.m. Be ready. I tighten my fingers around the phone as I stare at the message. I'm torn between the man I'm falling for and the brother I can't bring myself to abandon. How much longer can I keep this all from falling apart? I lean against the wall, mind racing. Anton's voice continues in the background, but I can't make out the words anymore. My focus is entirely on the message from Yuri. What does he want? Why now, after all this time? And how can I possibly meet him without Anton finding out? I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. I need to think this through rationally. If I go to meet Yuri, I'll be putting myself and my unborn children at risk. But if I don't go, I might lose my only chance to reconnect with my brother, to maybe even convince him to end this feud with Anton. The bathroom door creaks as I push it open. I splash cold water on my face, staring at my reflection in the mirror. The woman looking back at me seems like a stranger, torn between two worlds and carrying a secret that could destroy everything. I hear Anton's footsteps approaching and quickly dry my face. I can't let him see how shaken I am. I paste on a smile as he enters the bedroom. "Everything okay?" I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. He nods, but there's a tightness around his eyes that wasn't there before. "Just business," he says dismissively. "Nothing for you to worry about." I want to scream at him, to demand the truth, but that would mean revealing my own hidden truth. So I hold back. Instead, I nod and return to the bedroom to climb back into bed. He joins me, wrapping an arm around my waist and pulling me close. As I lie there, my back pressed against his chest, my secrets pressed down on me. I'm lying to Anton about Yuri's message. Anton's lying to me about his plans for my brother. We're both caught in a web of deception, and I don't see a way out that doesn't end in heartbreak. Sleep eludes me for hours. I stare at the ceiling, my mind churning with possibilities and consequences. By the time the first rays of sunlight peek through the curtains, I've made my decision. I'll meet with Yuri. I have to try to settle this thing between them without more bloodshed. As Anton stirs beside me, I close my eyes and pretend to be asleep. I listen as he gets up, moves around the room, and finally leaves for his morning workout. Only then do I allow myself to relax. I reach for my phone, careful not to make any noise. I type out a reply to Yuri. "I'll be there." "Where?" The response comes almost immediately. "I'll send men to get you at the apartment rented by Mariska Iroslav. I'll be with them, so you don't have to be afraid." I'm torn for a moment, wanting to avoid the meeting even while accepting I have to see Yuri. If there's some way to bring peace between my lover and my brother that doesn't end with bloodshed, I have to try. I send back a brief text. "I'll be waiting." A couple of hours later, Anton stands by the door, his hand on the knob. "I've got some business to handle," he says, looking grim despite sound casual. I nod, avoiding his gaze. I'm tense and look away to focus on the pattern of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. He takes a step toward me. "You okay?" I force a smile, but it feels tight and unnatural on my face. "Just work stress." I lie, waving my hand dismissively. He doesn't push further, but his lingering gaze tells me he's not convinced. The door clicks shut behind him, and my shoulders slump with relief. I sink onto the couch, phone in hand. My fingers tap nervously on the screen as I check the time again. It's 12:45. 15 minutes until I need to leave. My leg bounces up and down as I wait, unable to sit still. At 5 minutes before the meeting time, I grab my purse and slip out of the apartment. The hallway is mercifully empty as I make my way to the elevator. My palms sweat, my mouth is dry, and I take deep breaths to calm myself. Outside, the bustling street provides cover. I walk briskly, scanning for any sign of Anton's men. Or Yuri's. I've walked half a block when a sleek black limousine pulls up to the curb. Without hesitation, I climb inside. The car's interior is cool and dark. As my eyes adjust, I see Yuri sitting across from me, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hello, little sister," he says, his voice smooth as silk. "It's been too long." I study him, taking in the changes. His hair is longer now, and there's a hardness in his remaining eye that wasn't there before. The black eye patch is from the time he tried to take on a group of Albanians on his own. It used to give him a dashing air, but now it feels sinister. The limo pulls away from the curb, merging into traffic. I watch the city blur past the tinted windows, my stomach churning with a mix of anticipation and dread, along with a touch of morning sickness. A tidal wave of emotions suddenly crashes over me. Without thinking, I lunge forward, throwing myself into his arms. Tears stream down my face as anger and relief battle within me. How could you leave me? I sob, clutching his shirt. I hate you, but I missed you. He wraps an arm around me and strokes my hair. I'm sorry, he murmurs, but his tone is neutral. Slowly, I lift my hand, gently tracing the scars on his cheek. My fingers move toward the eye patch, but he flinches, turning away and pushing my hand aside. We need to talk, he says, his tone suddenly cold and distant. Someplace more secure. I frown, caught off guard by the abrupt shift. I thought we'd just talk here and then I'd go. He lets out a humorless laugh, shaking his head. You're still just as naive as I remember. The edge in his voice makes my stomach churn. Unease creeps up my spine as I glance around the limo's interior, noting there are no visible door handles. Suddenly, I'm not so sure about being here with him. What do you mean? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. Yuri, what's going on? He leans forward, his remaining eye fixed on me with an intensity that makes me want to shrink back. Do you really think it's safe to have this conversation here? In a car that could be bugged, tracked, or ambushed at any moment? I swallow hard, my mouth dry. I didn't think... No, you didn't. He gives me a look of disgust. And that's exactly the problem, Sonia. As intelligent as you are and as skilled as you used to be at strategizing, you never think about the bigger picture. His words sting, but I force myself to meet his gaze. That's not fair. I've been trying to survive, to build a new life. Later. He reaches for a bottle of vodka and bar beside him. We'll talk later. For now, I need silence. I fall into silence, already regretting my decision to come with him. Everything feels wrong and off, and I wish now I'd told Anton about this meeting.
Chapter 19. Anton. I stride into my penthouse, each step echoing through the grand foyer. The decision I've made weighs on me, but it's necessary, and I need to give my people as much time as possible to prepare for the transition. Not that finding Yuri has lost any priority. Making my way to the conference room, my mind drifts to Sonia's behavior this morning. Something was off, but I can't put my finger on what. She's hiding something, and that knowledge gnaws at me. The conference room's door swings open silently. Dmitri is already there, relaxed in one of the leather armchairs. He nods at me, a slight smile playing on his lips, since he knows what's coming. I spoke with him early this morning during our workout to be sure he was willing to accept the new role. He was. The room hums with low voices discussing business, numbers, assets, and power moves. I take the seat at the head of the oak table, tracing the smooth wood grain while I wait for everyone to arrive. One by one, the captains file in. Igor with his perpetual scowl. Mikhail always fidgeting with his gold watch. Sergei, gaze darting around the room, assessing. They take their seats, an expectant silence falling over the group. I clear my throat. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. I have an announcement to make. All attention turns to me. I can see the curiosity and the wariness in their expressions. They know something big is coming, and probably expect this to be about Yuri. I'm stepping back from day-to-day operations as soon as we can transition, I say with surprising ease. There's a faint tug of regret, but it's barely noticeable before it's gone. Dmitri will be taking over as head of our organization. A collective intake of breath fills the room. Sergei leans forward, scowling. May I ask why, Anton? I nod, having expected this question. I'm going to be a father, to triplets actually. I grin despite the gravity of the situation. It's time for me to focus on more legitimate enterprises. Igor's eyebrows shoot up. Triplets? I don't envy that. Our Paolo kept me and Eugenie up for 2 years straight, and he was just a single. He laughs and adds, But congratulations are in order then. Murmurs of agreement ripple through the room, but I sense the undercurrent of tension. This isn't just about me becoming a father. It's about power shifting, alliances realigning, and some unknowns. They know Dmitri, But he has to prove himself as a worthy leader before they'll give full fealty. It's nothing personal, just the way of the Bratva. Thank you, I say. I trust you all understand the importance of this transition. Dmitri has my full confidence, and I expect you to show him the same loyalty you've shown me. They will as soon as they verify he's earned it, and I have no doubt he will. Mikhail speaks up, sounding cautious. Of course, Anton. But will you be completely removed from operations? I shake my head. No, not completely. I'll still be available for consultation on major decisions, but the day-to-day running of our empire will be in Dmitri's hands. A cold smile curls my lips. The only exception will be Yuri. I intend to handle that matter very personally. I crack my knuckles. The room falls silent as they process this information. I can almost see them calculating what this means for them and their positions. Any questions? I ask, my tone making it clear I expect none. They shake their heads, murmuring their understanding and congratulations once more. They file out amid the low buzz of conversation. They'll be discussing this for weeks, I'm sure. Finally, only Dmitri and I remain. He settles back in his chair, folding his arms across his chest. So, it's official? He asks, that small smile still playing on his lips. You're passing the reins to me? I nod, keeping my expression neutral. It's time. I have other things I need to focus on now. The empire is yours to run, though I'm sure we'll still be working together for a bit longer for a smooth transition. Dmitri shakes his head, a look of disbelief crossing his features. He stands, extending his hand. Congrats on the new babies, by the way. You're doing the right thing for them. I take his hand, giving it a firm shake. As I do, he reaches into his jacket with his free hand and pulls out a folder, sliding it across the desk to me. What's this? I ask, opening it. Inside are documents, blueprints, photos, and legal papers. It takes me a moment to realize what I'm looking at. It's information about a house way outside Moscow, located in Kazan. I frown. What is this? He smiles. A going-away gift, boss. This is a house I purchased for retirement, or if the need to get out of Moscow arose. It's owned by an offshore corporation and has several layers between it and me. It's a good safe house, and a good place for you to start over. There are legitimate business opportunities in the oil and technology sectors in Kazan as well. Duh. I nod thoughtfully. It's too generous. Niet. You're giving me the kingdom, and I'm giving you a cottage. I look at the paperwork again. 6 bedrooms is hardly a cottage, my friend. You'll need them all when you and the soon-to-be missus have more babies. He chuckles. I flinch. Let's not rush into anything. 3 is quite enough for now. That makes Dmitri chuckle, and he extends a set of keys. It will take a few weeks to make everything official, but you can move in whenever you're ready. If for some reason Sonia hates it, you can just use it until you find a new place. Either way, it's wise to get out of Moscow while the dust settles around the new changes, not yet. I nod my agreement and take the keys from him. I'd been thinking about Sochi, but Kazan is a good idea. Spasibo, Dmitri. He shrugs, a rare softness in his voice as he says, It's a beautiful place. You'll make good memories there. I stare at the photos, taking in the sprawling grounds, the large windows, and the spacious rooms. It's everything I've ever wanted for my family, and seeing it laid out before me makes it all feel suddenly, startlingly real. Thank you, I say, my voice rougher than I'd like. This means a lot. Dmitri nods, understanding passing between us. Having started out as my dad's second, he's been by my side through it all, the rise to power, the betrayals, and the bloodshed. When I was young and inexperienced, a man with less moral character would have staged a coup and tried to take this all from me after my father's death. Instead, he stood beside me and helped me learn what I needed to know while I dealt with the grief from losing my parents. And now he'll be there as I step away from it all. You know, he says, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. There's still the matter of Yuri to deal with. I stiffen at the mention of Sonia's brother. I know, and I'll deal with him when we know where he is. So I expect you to find him. Right now, I need to focus on Sonia and the babies. Dmitri nods, but there's concern in his expression. Just be careful, Anton. Yuri's still out there, and he's not going to forget what happened. I stand, signaling the end of our conversation. I haven't forgotten either, Dmitri. Trust me on that. As Dmitri leaves, I turn to look out the window, my mind spinning. The empire I've built and the power I've amassed all seem so small now compared to the family I'm about to have, but the dangers are still out there, waiting. I think of Sonia and her strange behavior this morning. What is she hiding? And does it connect to Yuri? The questions swirl in my mind, but I push them aside for now. I look down at the folder Dmitri gave me, at the pictures of our future home, and smile. It's a new chapter, and a chance at something I never thought I'd have. Sonia will understand the need to leave Moscow, and she can still work remotely with Katya. I'm looking forward to what I have now, and I'll be damned if I let anyone take it away from me. I close the folder, the images of our future home still fresh in my mind. The soft smile lingering on my lips fades as the door to my study bursts open. Alexei rushes in, his face flushed and breathing heavy. "Boss, we've got a situation." He pants, leaning on the door frame. Yuri's been spotted in Kamovniki. My body tenses, adrenaline surging through my veins. I'm on my feet in an instant, already calculating our next move. "Where exactly?" I demand, striding toward him. "Near the old textile factory. One of our lookouts saw him entering a building about 10 minutes ago." I nod sharply. "Get the cars ready. We move now." Alexei disappears down the hallway, shouting orders. I grab my jacket and gun, then head for the garage. My men are already assembled, faces grim and focused. "Let's go," I say, sliding into the lead car. The convoy peels out onto the streets of Moscow. The city blurs past as we weave through traffic. My mind races, strategizing our approach. Yuri's reappearance after months of silence can't be a coincidence. "Call Dmitri," I say to Alexei. "Tell him to meet us there with backup." As we speed toward Kamovniki, my phone buzzes in the cup holder. I glance down, stomach clenching when I see the sender. Yuri. With trembling fingers, I open the message. A photo fills the screen. Sonia, her eyes wide with fear but otherwise unharmed. Below the image is a pinned location. Fury and fear war within me as I stare at the road ahead. "Change of plans," I say to Alexei. "Send the coordinates to everyone. We're heading there instead." The car swerves as we alter course. My jaw clenches when I think of Sonia in Yuri's hands. How did he get to her? Was this his plan all along? "Faster," I snap, even though we're already pushing the limits of safety. The streets fly by in a blur. My heart pounds a frantic rhythm. Sonia's fearful expression from the photo is burned into my mind. I should have known better than to leave her alone, even for a moment. As we near the location, I bark orders into my comm. "Team 1, secure the perimeter. Team 2, with me. Watch for civilians and be prepared for anything. This is Yuri we're dealing with." The car screeches to a halt outside a dilapidated apartment building. I'm out before it fully stops, gun drawn and senses on alert. My men fan out around me, a well-oiled machine ready for action. "Anton," Dmitri's voice crackles through my earpiece. "We're 2 minutes out. What's the situation?" "Yuri has Sonia," I say, my voice low and deadly. "Be ready for anything. This ends today."
Chapter 20. Sonia. The sleek black limo glides through the streets, its tinted windows concealing the tense tableau within. I perch on the edge of the plush leather seat across from Yuri, my fingers intertwined so tightly that my knuckles have gone white. Every subtle movement elicits a soft groan from the upholstery, a betrayal of my restlessness. "Comfortable, dear sister?" His voice drips with false concern as his words slice through the suffocating silence. I force a sparse smile. "Just fine, thank you." But it's a lie, and we both know it. My spine refuses to relax, and my muscles are coiled like a spring. Yuri's piercing gaze pins me in place. his remaining eye a glacial blue that seems to glow with barely contained malevolence in the dim interior. The black patch covering his left eye casts a shadow across half his face, transforming my once handsome brother into something out of a nightmare. He leans forward, the movement fluid and predatory. "You seem on edge, Sonia. Surely you're not afraid of your own flesh and blood?" As he asks, he pulls out his phone and takes a picture of me. The question hangs in the air between us, heavy with unspoken threats, as he focuses on inputting something on his phone for a moment before he looks up at me again. I swallow hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. Of course not, Yuri. I'm just adjusting to our reunion. His lips curl into a cruel smirk. "Oh, we have plenty of time to get reacquainted, little sister. Plenty of time indeed." The limo comes to a stop with a jerk. Before I can react, Yuri's men yank me out of the car. Their rough hands dig into my arms as they drag me toward a dilapidated apartment building. The concrete is cracked, and weeds sprout from every crevice. Paint peels off the walls in long strips. They shove me inside, and the musty smell of decay assaults my nostrils. Dust motes dance in the weak sunlight filtering through grimy windows. My captors half drag me up several flights of stairs until I lose track of the number. When we finally stop, it's before a solid-looking door that Yuri opens with a key. He makes a mocking gesture for me to precede him as his goons march me forward. They force me onto a folding metal chair that groans under my weight. I'm almost surprised when they don't tie me to it, making me think of when Anton first kidnapped me. I was afraid and angry then, but I suspect I feared the wrong one in their vendetta all along. Yuri looms over me, his face twisted in a sneer. "You betrayed me," he says harshly, lifting his hand like he's going to strike me. I flinch at the venom in his voice, but keep my chin held high. "Pregnant with Anton's children?" Yuri paces back and forth, and his footsteps echo in the empty room. "I've been watching you, Sonia. I know everything. How he's been staying with you. How you let him back into your life." My mouth is dry, but I refuse to show weakness. "I'm free to be with whoever I want, Yuri," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Years of pent-up anger and resentment pour out of me. I'm tired of Yuri's manipulation, of him always expecting my loyalty without giving anything in return. "You're the one who left me, remember? You've always been selfish. Anton's the one who's always been there, especially after our parents died." Yuri leans forward, his single eye gleaming with a twisted satisfaction. "Selfishness is what keeps empires alive. That's where our parents failed. They were weak, too kind. I couldn't stand to let them weaken what we had." I stare at him, uncomprehending. "What are you talking about?" His lips curl into a cruel smile. "Our dear parents, Sonia, they were too soft, too trusting. It was their downfall." I tremble, filled with dread. "Yuri, what did you do?" He straightens, pride evident in his posture. "I did what was necessary. I put out the hit on our parents. It was the only way to take control of the Ivanova Bratva before Papa drove it into the ground. He wanted to make an alliance with the Albanians, just one of his foolish ideas. He'd lost his stomach for the fight." He spits in disgust. My world tilts on its axis as I grip the edges of my chair, fighting back a wave of nausea that has nothing to do with pregnancy sickness. "You killed our parents?" Yuri nods, looking nonchalant. "That should have been the end of it, but Boris Vasiliev got too comfortable running his organization and mine. He told me I was too young to take over, but then I learned he'd been investigating the hit on our parents. He was getting too close to the truth and had captured one of the Albanian imbeciles I paid to do the hit the year before to squeeze him for intel. I was sure he wouldn't hold out to the torture for information, so I had to act." I dry heave. "Act? Boris and Mariska?" He smiles, looking satisfied. "Yes, them too. They'd still be alive if he'd minded his own business, but he couldn't. He was weakened by his brotherly bond with our father and pushed too far, so I had him and Mariska eliminated as well." My stomach churns harder. I taste bile in the back of my throat. "You're a monster," I whisper. He continues, ignoring my horror. Anton went on quite the kill spree after that, determined to eliminate everyone involved in the assassinations. He was getting close to discovering my role in their deaths. I had to act again. I shake my head, trying to process this information. So you tried to kill Anton too? Yuri's eye narrows. I accelerated my plans to take out Anton and seize control of both families. I figured I'd best do it myself to ensure it was done right, and I'd have the edge because he'd never suspect me. His mouth twists in clear irritation. But I underestimated him. He was already suspicious, always looking over his shoulder after what happened to his parents. He laughs. Ironically, he never suspected I tried to kill him because he was getting close to the truth. He thought I only wanted to run both Bratva groups and was staging a coup. My voice rises, trembling with anger and disbelief. No, Yuri. Not even you would stoop so low. Our parents, Anton's parents, they loved us. How could you? He sneers at me, disgust evident in his expression. Love is weakness, Sonia. I thought you'd have learned that by now. Rage boils within me. Anton protected me then and now. He's the one who truly loved me, not you. You only ever cared about power. Yuri's gaze drops to my slightly swollen belly, a smirk playing on his lips. If you love each other so much, you can die together. He snickers. My hand instinctively moves to protect my unborn children. Yuri's eye darkens, a hint of something like regret flashing across his face. A shame. I always wanted to be an uncle. He steps back, grabbing the edge of a tarp I hadn't noticed before. With a flourish, he yanks it away, revealing what's underneath. My breath catches as my pupils dilate in horror when I see the bomb sitting in front of me, its digital display ticking away the seconds. No, I gasp, parting my lips in shock. My mind races, searching for a way out of this nightmare. He stands back, admiring his handiwork. It's quite ingenious, isn't it? I've always had a flair for the dramatic. I struggle against my restraints, panic rising. Yuri, please, think about what you're doing. I'm your sister. These are your nieces and nephew. He shakes his head, unmoved. Family is a liability. I learned that lesson long ago. How can you say that? I demand, my voice cracking. After everything we've been through together? His expression hardens. Everything we've been through? You mean how you abandoned me? How you chose Anton over your own flesh and blood? I glare at him, defiant despite my fear. You left me first, Yuri. You chose power over family. Don't you dare try to blame this on me. He paces in front of me, agitated. I did what I had to do to survive, to thrive. Our parents were weak. They would have led us to ruin. They loved us, I shout, tears stinging my eyes. They protected us, taught us, and cared for us. How can you dismiss that so easily? How could you murder them? He stops, turning to face me. For a moment, I see a flicker of the brother I once knew. But it's gone in an instant, replaced by cold determination. Love is a fairy tale. In this world, only the strong survive. I made myself strong. I shake my head, disgusted. No, you made yourself a monster. His eye narrows dangerously. A monster? Perhaps, but a successful one. I built an empire from the ashes of our family's weakness. At what cost? My voice breaks with a sob, and I have to breathe deeply to speak again. Look at yourself, Yuri. You're alone, paranoid, always looking over your shoulder. Is that really success? He snarls, leaning in close. I have everything I ever wanted. Power, respect, fear. I meet his gaze, unflinching. But not love, not family, not peace. You'll never have those things, and that's your true failure. For a moment, I see doubt flicker across his face, but then his expression hardens once more, and he slaps me across the face with the back of his hand. Love and family are for the weak. I don't need them. I taste blood while glancing at the bomb, its display steadily counting down. So this is how it ends? You're going to kill your own sister? Your unborn nieces and nephew? He steps back, his voice cold. It's nothing personal. You're a loose end that needs tying up, same as Mama and Papa before you, and you'll serve the useful function of drawing in Anton. I struggle against my bonds, desperation fueling my efforts. Yuri, please. It's not too late. We can fix this. Even as I say it, I don't mean it. How could I ever forgive him for what he's revealed? I'll say anything to escape right now, though. He laughs, a harsh, bitter sound. Fix this? There's nothing to fix. This is who I am, who I've always been. I shake my head, tears streaming down my face. No, it's not. I remember the brother who used to read me bedtime stories, who protected me from bullies at school. That person is still in there somewhere. His expression flickers as a hint of uncertainty crosses his features. That person was weak. I destroyed him. He wasn't weak. He was kind, loving, brave, everything our parents taught us to be. For a moment, he seems to waver. I press on, sensing a crack in his armor. It's not too late, Yuri. We can start over. Be a family again. I almost choke on the lie, but I sound surprisingly convincing. He takes a step back, shaking his head. You're good, but no. It's too late for that. There's no going back. I lean forward as much as I can without falling off the chair. I'm afraid to leave it with his goons still watching my every move, and my face burning from the last time he struck me. There's always a way back. Always. You just have to want it. His gaze darts between me and the bomb, indecision written across his face. For a heartbeat, I think I've gotten through to him. Then the moment passes. His expression hardens once more, all traces of doubt vanishing. Goodbye, Sonia, he says coldly, turning toward the door. Yuri, I scream, desperation clawing at my throat. Yuri, don't do this. But he's already walking away, his footsteps echoing in the empty room. His goons go with him, and the door slams shut behind him, followed by the key in the lock. He's left me alone with the ticking bomb. I stand up and warily approach it, as if I have any idea how to disarm a bomb. My mind races, searching for a solution. There has to be a way out of this. There has to be. The bomb's display continues its relentless countdown. Each second that passes is one closer to oblivion. I refuse to give up, though. I won't let Yuri win. I won't let him destroy everything I love. I think of Anton, of our unborn children, of the future we've dreamed of together. I can't let it end like this. I won't. I stare at the bomb's digital display ticking down the seconds. My heart pounds as I frantically search for a way out. Yuri didn't take my phone. It's still in my pocket, as if he doesn't care if I communicate. With trembling hands, I pull out the device. My fingers fumble when I scroll to Anton's number. The phone rings once, twice. Sonia? Anton's deep voice fills the line. Anton. I gasp, biting back a sob. I'm in trouble. Yuri. I know. He cuts me off. We're on our way. Where are you? I glance around the dilapidated room. Some old apartment building. I don't know exactly where, but there's a bomb. Yuri left me with a bomb. There's a sharp intake of breath on the other end. We know about the bomb. I promise I'm going to get you out of there, Sonia. Just hold on. Tears spring to my eyes. I'm sorry, Anton. I'm so sorry I trusted Yuri. I should have known better. This isn't your fault, he says firmly. We'll talk about it later. Right now, I need you to focus. Can you see any identifying marks on the bomb? Anything that might help us disarm it? I approach the device cautiously, studying its sleek metal casing. No, nothing I can see. It just has a digital countdown. Okay, says Anton. Stay calm. We're close. I can see the building now. Relief floods through me, followed quickly by a wave of guilt. Anton, I love you. I need you to know that. There's a pause on the other end. When Anton speaks again, his voice is thick with emotion. I love you too, Sonia. We're going to get through this. I promise. As I end the call, my mind races. I should tell Anton about Yuri's confession, about how he murdered both our parents and Anton's. But not now. Anton needs to focus on disarming the bomb and saving us all.
Chapter 21. Anton. The phone buzzes in my pocket while Alexei is weaving through Moscow's congested streets, the sleek black SUV accelerating with each shift of the gears. I glance at the screen. It's Dmitri. My jaw tightens as I answer, pressing the phone against my ear. What is it, I ask. Boss, we've got a situation. Dmitri's voice crackles through the speaker, laced with urgency. One of our informants has been tailing Maxim, Yuri's right-hand man. He's smuggled in a bomb from a black market auction. Old USSR tech. I curse. Where? We're not sure yet. The informant lost him in... Another call cuts through, interrupting Dmitri mid-sentence. Sonia. My stomach drops when I see her name flash across the screen. I'll call you back, I tell Dmitri, switching lines with a tap of my finger. Sonia? Her voice comes through, trembling. Anton, I'm in trouble. Yuri... I know. Ice floods my veins. We're on our way. Where are you? Some old apartment building. I don't know exactly where, but there's a bomb. Yuri left me with a bomb. Her words are laced with panic and regret. We know about the bomb. I promise I'm going to get you out of there, Sonia. Just hold on. I cut her off, already strategizing. I'm sorry, Anton. I'm so sorry I trusted Yuri. I should have known better. She sounds like she's about to cry. This isn't your fault, I say firmly. We'll talk about it later. Right now, I need you to focus. Can you see any identifying marks on the bomb? Anything that might help us disarm it? There's a short pause before she says, No, nothing I can see. It just has a digital countdown. Okay, stay calm. We're close. I can see the building now. I end the call, tossing aside the phone as my mind races faster than the car itself. Pulling up to the vacant high-rise minutes later, Alexei brings the sedan to a screeching halt, and I climb out, immediately noticing the helicopter waiting on the rooftop, blades whirring. Dmitri approaches as I exit the car, his expression grim. Is the bomb here? He nods grimly. Maxime brought it, but it's likely not in the chopper. No, I confirm. My tone clipped. Sonia's locked in with it. We need to be careful. Yuri's unpredictable. My phone rings again, the shrill tone cutting through the chaos. Yuri. I brace myself, preparing for whatever twisted game he's about to play as I answer the call. You've got 20 minutes, Anton, he says through the phone before I can speak, dripping with malice. The background noise of whirring helicopter blades nearly drowns out his words. Find which apartment I left her in before the bomb goes off, or don't. Either way, it's over. My grip tightens around the phone, the plastic creaking under the pressure. I can almost see Yuri's smug face, his one good eye gleaming with sadistic pleasure. The thought of Sonia trapped, alone with a ticking bomb, sends a surge of rage through my body. I'm coming for you, Yuri, and when I find you, you'll wish you'd never been born. Without waiting for a response, I end the call, resisting the urge to hurl the phone across the asphalt. Sonia, pregnant with my children, is in mortal danger. There's no time to waste. I whirl around to face Dmitri and the rest of my men, seeing determination and barely concealed fear. We move now, I say, my words sharp enough to cut through their uncertainty. Sonia's in there with a bomb. We have less than 20 minutes to find her and disarm it. Dmitri straightens his shoulders, already pulling out his weapon. You're sure this is the building, boss? The location matches the pin he dropped, and it's the only one with a helicopter. It looks abandoned. Yuri wants this to be personal, and if he's hanging around to watch, he'll want an easy exit with a chopper. I start toward the entrance, my men falling in behind me. Split into teams. We sweep floor by floor. Move fast, but stay alert. Yuri could have left us more surprises. The countdown in my head begins. 20 minutes to save the woman I love and our unborn children. 20 minutes to stop my deranged former best friend. 20 minutes that will determine everything. We charge into the building, guns drawn. The moment we enter the dimly lit lobby, chaos erupts. Yuri's men swarm us from all sides. A fist flies at my face. I duck, countering with a swift uppercut to my attacker's jaw. The sickening crunch of bone reverberates through my knuckles. "Boss, on your left," shouts Dmitri. I spin just in time. The gleaming blade of a knife whispers past my ear, missing me by a hair's breadth. Without hesitation, I pivot, driving my elbow back with all the force I can muster. There's a sickening crunch as it connects with my assailant's nose. Ah! The man howls in pain, stumbling backward. Blood sprays across the cracked tile floor, forming macabre abstract art. The metallic scent mingles with the decay of the abandoned building. Suddenly, the air erupts with the deafening crack of gunfire. The narrow hallway amplifies the sound, making it feel like the bullets are whizzing past from all directions. The acrid smell of gunpowder assaults my nostrils, burning my lungs with each ragged breath. "Watch your six," Dmitri warns others from somewhere behind me. I push forward relentlessly, gaze darting to every darkened corner and every shifting shadow. My heart pounds a desperate rhythm that seems to echo Sonia's name with each beat. Sonia. I have to find Sonia. "Anton," one of my men calls out. "We've secured the lobby." "Clear the first floor," I bark out, my voice rough with urgency. "Move to the stairs. Now." We fight our way through the maze-like corridors, leaving a trail of groaning bodies in our wake. The sound of our boots on the worn floor is nearly drowned out by the ongoing gunfire and shouts of pain. When we reach the stairwell, I take point, gun raised and ready. But before we can ascend, more of Yuri's men pour down from above, their faces twisted with murderous intent. I'll bet he didn't bother to tell them there was a bomb in the building when he assigned them to keep us from gaining floors. "Damn!" One of my men growls, grappling with an opponent twice his size. "How many goons does he have?" I grit my teeth, frustration threatening to overwhelm me. Every second wasted is a second closer to losing Sonia. Time seems to slow while I make a split-second decision. "Cover me!" I shout to Dmitri. Without waiting for a response, I shove my way up the flight of stairs, sending men tumbling over the side, barely feeling their blows to repel me. The close quarters doesn't allow them to shoot me without risk of shooting each other, but that also hampers me from using my gun. At the next flight, an attacker, caught off guard by my sudden appearance, hesitates for a fraction of a second. It's all the opening I need. I lower my shoulder and charge once more, feeling the impact reverberate through my body when I slam into him. The man's eyes widen in shock as he loses his balance, tumbling down the steps with a series of painful thuds. "Boss," Dimitri's voice reverberates from below. "We'll hold them off. Go find her." I nod grimly, not looking back while continuing my ascent. "Hang on, Sonia. I'm coming for you." We push upward, floor by floor. My lungs burn and my muscles scream in protest from all the fighting and tension, but I don't slow down. Can't slow down. On the 5th floor, a particularly large brute blocks our path. He grins, revealing gold teeth. "End of the line, Vasiliev." I don't hesitate. I charge forward, ducking under his wild swing. My shoulder connects with his midsection, driving him back into the wall. His head cracks against the plaster, leaving a dent, but he's not done. He grabs my throat with his meaty hands, squeezing. Black spots dance in my vision. I bring my knee up hard between his legs, ramming him in the balls. His grip loosens just enough for me to break free. I grab his head, slamming it repeatedly into the wall until he slumps to the ground. "Boss," says one of my men, "we've got more coming from above." I glance at my watch. 10 minutes left. So, she's probably still on a higher floor, and they want to keep us from reaching her. "Keep pushing," I roar, leading the charge up the next flight of stairs. The next few floors blur together in a haze of violence as we push past the goons and search behind every closed door, repeating the same pattern as the last few floors. Fists, knees, and elbows. I use everything at my disposal. My knuckles split, blood trickling down my fingers. But I don't feel the pain. All I feel is the urgency and desperation clawing at my insides. Sonia. I have to reach Sonia. We reach the 7th floor, leaving a wake of unconscious bodies behind us. This seems to be from where the main flood of Yuri's men came, and I have a gut feeling this is the right floor. My remaining men are battered and breathing heavily. Spread out, I order. Check every closed door. Move. We start kicking in doors, sweeping each room with practiced efficiency. Empty. 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 My frustration mounts with each cleared apartment. Where is she? Where did that one-eyed bastard hide her? I check my watch again. 5 minutes left. Boss? A shout from down the hall. I think I found something. I sprint toward the voice, hope and dread warring for control. One of my men stands in front of a door, his ear pressed against it. I hear beeping, he whispers as I approach. Rhythmic, could be a timer. This is it. It has to be. I nod to my man, positioning myself in front of the door. With a deep breath, I rear back and kick with all my might. The door splinters, swinging open violently.
Chapter 22. Sonia. The bomb's digital countdown ticks away, each second a thunderous reminder of my impending doom. I tear my gaze from its menacing display, scanning the room for anything I can use as a weapon. My heart pounds while I consider my options. The door is locked from the outside and appears to be solid and sturdy. It looks new, so Yuri probably replaced it before planning to trap me in this makeshift prison with an explosive device. I need to find a way out. And fast. A scraping sound behind me cuts through the silence. I whirl around, adrenaline surging through my veins. It's coming from the bathroom, and a dark form slips out of that room and from the shadows. A man stands there, his eyes wide and jittery. Recognition hits me like a punch to the gut. It's him, my attacker from a few weeks ago. Anton told me his name is Maxim. I hadn't expected him to survive the interrogation, but Anton had claimed he was locked away. We stare at each other, the air thick with tension. His nervousness is obvious and a vivid contrast to the ruthless efficiency he displayed during our last encounter. Why did you attack me? The question slips out, my voice surprisingly steady despite the chaos swirling in my mind. Maxim shifts his weight, his gaze darting between me and the bomb. Yuri was angry, he says, his words tumbling out in a rush. You allowed yourself to be kidnapped by Anton. He acted in the moment, ordering me to kill you. I process this information, hurt but not surprised. Not anymore. But you failed. Oddly, he adjusts his pants as he nods, a flicker of shame crossing his face. By the time I returned to report my failure, Yuri had a different plan in mind, but he still dispensed punishment for failure. I suck in a sharp breath as his words sink in. My own brother, ordering my death on a whim, then changing his mind just as quickly. The betrayal stings, even though I should be used to Yuri's cruelty by now. Maxime pulls out a remote of some sort and I swallow. Is that the detonator? Is he going to blow it early? Is that why he was hiding in here, waiting for Yuri to leave, so he could kill himself too? It makes no sense. The incessant beeping of the bomb cuts off abruptly as he taps the device. My eyes widen, stunned into silence by the sudden quiet. Relief and confusion war within me while I struggle to process what just happened. What? I managed to choke out, my voice hoarse from the stress of the past hours. It's a dud, he whispers, hard to hear even in the stillness of the room. He looks at the door, clearly alert for any sign of danger. Yuri thinks he controls it from his phone, but he doesn't. I rub my wrists, trying to restore circulation as I process his words. You couldn't get a real bomb? He shakes his head, a wry smile twisting his lips. That black market auction Yuri was so proud to have discovered on the dark web was a fake. A takedown by the FSB. I barely escaped without being caught. I'm stunned, but also want to laugh with a hysterical edge. My brother, in his arrogance, believes he holds my life in his hands, but it's all an illusion. A house of cards ready to topple at the slightest breeze. And he won't find out? I ask, hardly daring to hope. Maxim's expression hardens, determination etched in every line of his face. Not in time. Unless, I prompt. He's on the roof, wanting to be as close as possible to the carnage to see it explode without endangering himself. If he presses his luck, he might stay long enough to realize the bomb hasn't gone off. Yuri's crazy enough to do just that, which means we have to get out of here before the 20 minutes ends. He nods. I breathe deeply, steadying myself against the rush of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. The room comes into sharper focus as the fog of fear begins to lift. Dust motes dance in the weak sunlight filtering through grimy windows. The musty scent of disuse and decay hangs heavy in the air. "Why are you helping me?" I ask as he examines the door for weaknesses, unable to keep the suspicion from my voice. After all, this is the man who tried to kill me not so long ago. His shoulders slump. I've seen too much death and too much senseless violence. Yuri's not the man I thought he was when I first joined him. I nod, understanding all too well the disillusionment that comes from seeing my brother's true nature. What changed? It wasn't one thing, he says, but his gaze shifts from mine, and he appears to be carefully crafting his response. It was 1,000 little cruelties and a growing mountain of bodies, but the final straw was a family. They owed Yuri money, but they were trying to pay it back. The father begged for more time, just a few more weeks. He pauses, swallowing hard. I wait, knowing there's more to the story. Yuri smiled at him and told him not to worry. Then he shot the man's wife and children right in front of him. Said it was motivation to pay faster. Maxim's voice cracks. The screams. I'll never forget those screams. Nausea hits the back of my throat. I knew Yuri was capable of monstrous acts, but this is a new level of cruelty. I can't be surprised since he so casually ordered the murder of our parents and Anton's. I'm sorry you had to witness that, I say softly. Maxim shakes his head. Don't be sorry for me. Be sorry for all the lives Yuri has destroyed. That's why I'm helping you now. Someone needs to stop him. He's right. Yuri needs to be stopped, but the task seems insurmountable. We need to get this door open, he says, breaking the heavy silence. Yuri will realize something's wrong soon enough. I nod. What's the plan? He presses his ear against the door to listen for any movement outside. We get you out of here first. Then we figure out how to bring down Yuri. Anton, I say, the name slipping out before I can stop it. He'll want to help. He has resources, connections. Duh. He's clearly not really listening as he fumbles with the lock, though there's no point. The locking mechanism is on the outside. I watch him, curiosity and suspicion churning in my gut. Where'd you get such a convincing bomb? I ask, unable to keep the incredulity from my voice. He glances back at me, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Stole it from the FSB sting operation. They were staging it to look real and lure in buyers for arrest. The bomb was on display, so I borrowed it when I scattered during the raid. He chuckles, clearly pleased to have gotten one over on the FSB, and probably on Yuri too. It only weighs about 10 pounds since it's a fake. A laugh bubbles up from my chest, surprising even me. It's a sharp, brittle sound in the tense atmosphere of the room. That's actually pretty clever. He shrugs, turning back to the door. Had to think on my feet. I study him, noting the tension in his shoulders and the way his gaze darts around the room. There's something he's not telling me. Why are you really helping me? I'm not buying your sudden change of heart despite the sad things you've witnessed. His hand stills on the doorknob. For a long moment, he's silent, and I wonder if he'll answer at all. Then he turns, looking grim. It's more a matter of self-preservation. The last time I failed Yuri, when I didn't manage to kill you, he cut off one of my balls. I'd like to keep the other one in my life, so I couldn't admit to him the bomb purchase never happened. As soon as the bomb doesn't go off, he'll know I messed up again, so I have to take him down before he comes after me. My eyes widen at his blunt admission, sort of ignoring the last part of his statement. He did what? Maxim nods, his expression darkening. Yuri doesn't tolerate failure, and he's creative with his punishments. I swallow hard, memories of Yuri's cruelty flooding back. How many times had I turned a blind eye to his brutality? How many people had suffered while I pretended not to see? Before I can respond, a deafening crack splits the air. The door splinters inward, wood chips flying. I throw up my arms instinctively, shielding my face from the debris. Through the settling dust, I see a large figure silhouetted in the doorway. My heart leaps into my throat as I recognize the broad shoulders and familiar stance. Anton, I say, feeling faint for a second as relief and fear war within me. He scans the room, looking first at me, then Maxim. In an instant, he raises his gun and aims squarely at Maxim's chest. "Step away from her," he says harshly. Maxim slowly raises his hands, taking a careful step back. "It's not what it looks like," he says, his voice steady despite the gun trained on him. Anton's gaze flicks to me, a silent question in their depths. I nod, finding my voice. He's telling the truth. He was helping me for his own reasons. He frowns, confusion replacing some of the anger in his expression, but the gun doesn't waver. Explain. Now. I exhale raggedly while organizing my thoughts. The bomb's a fake. Maxim stole it from an FSB operation after nearly getting busted in the process. He's currently working against Yuri to preserve his own skin. And other things. I say softly as Maxim flinches. Anton's eyes narrow as he glares at him. Is this true? Maxim nods slowly. Every word. I've seen what Yuri's capable of. I want out, and I want him stopped. For a long moment, the room is silent, save for our ragged breathing. Then, with agonizing slowness, Anton lowers his gun. If you're lying, he says, his voice cold as ice, I'll finish what Yuri started. Maxim winces but nods as he puts a hand over his crotch, likely without thought. Understood. Anton moves to my side, gently touching my arm with his free hand. Are you okay? He asks, his voice softening as he looks at me. I nod, leaning into his touch. I'm fine, just ready to get out of here. He nods. Let's go, we can sort out the rest later. As we move toward the door, a commotion erupts from down the hallway. Shouts and the sound of running feet echo off the walls. Anton tenses, raising his gun once more. Looks like we've got more company. Yeah, Yuri might have sent some men to see why the bomb didn't go off, says Maxim, visibly sweating now. I straighten my spine, pushing down the fear threatening to overwhelm me. What's the plan? I'm stopping Yuri, and you're going downstairs to safety with Maxim. When he looks at me, fierce protectiveness burning in their depths. We fight our way out if we have to. Stay close to me. I nod, not wanting to be parted from him again. I also don't want to see the final showdown with Yuri, and there's no denying he has to be dealt with now. Anton needs to know everything before he faces him. I place my hand on his shoulder. Wait, I have to tell you something. I close my eyelids for a second to compose myself for the revelation I'm about to share. Anton is staring at me with concern. The sounds of approaching footsteps grow louder, but this can't wait. He needs to know exactly what he's fighting for and just how ruthless Yuri is before facing him. There's something you need to know about Yuri. It's about our parents. And yours. His brow creases, confusion replacing the worry in his gaze. What are you talking about? I swallow hard, the words catching in my throat. Yuri is the one who murdered them. All of them. Anton's face goes slack with shock, even as his grip on the gun tightens. What? It's true. I say, the words tumbling out now that I've started. He hired the Albanian hit squad that killed our parents. Then, when your father got too close to figuring it out, Yuri had them kill your parents too. Anton's expression hardens, his jaw clenching as he processes this information. How long have you known this? I only found out today. He confessed like it was nothing. My voice breaks. I thought you should know everything before you face him. Maxim clears his throat, drawing our attention. It's true. I overheard Yuri bragging about it once to one of his women when he was drunk. He thought he'd gotten away with the perfect crime. Anton's eyes blaze with fury as he turns back to me. And after my parents? I take another steadying breath. You kept investigating and getting closer to the truth, so Yuri decided to kill you too, to take control of both Bratva families before you learned the truth and went after him. But I got the best of him, says Anton with a trace of satisfaction, though he looks like he might vomit. That night when he came for me personally? I nod, relief washing over me now that the truth is out. He exposed himself. You were defending yourself, not expecting the traitor to be your best friend. My brother... My voice cracks, and I swallow down a sob. None of us knew the full scope of his betrayal. For a long moment, he's silent, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nods. Thank you for telling me, Sonia. This changes nothing. And everything. I understand what he means, but before I can respond, the sound of gunfire erupts from down the hallway. His posture instantly shifts as his focus snaps back to the immediate threat. We'll talk it out later, he says, his voice hard. Right now, we need to get out of here. He looks at Maxim. You'll guard her with your life, and if you succeed, you might get to keep it a while longer. I understand, says Maxim with an audible swallow, and we prepare to leave the alcove. Anton steps out first, firing dispassionately. Maxim is right behind him, and he fires his pistol a few times. I wish I had a gun. I should have brought one when meeting Yuri, but I hadn't yet been able to grasp just how loathsome he is. It's over in seconds, and Anton waves me forward. I step out, seeing 7 bodies lying on the ground around us. Neither Anton nor Maxim are injured. I threw myself into Anton's arms and kiss him several times before he gently eases me back. I was so afraid. He nods. It should be clear all the way down. We secured the building on the way up. He glares at Maxim. Remember my words. Sure, Mr. Vasilyev. Maxim gestures me forward. Let's go, miss. I hate to part from Anton, but he has to face Yuri, and I need to keep our babies safe. Come back to me, I say, half demanding and half pleading. He nods once. His face is set in hard lines, but his eyes soften. Always, Solnishko.
Chapter 23. Anton. I watch as Maxim guides Sonia downstairs, tracking their movements until they disappear from view. I hate entrusting her to anyone else, but the idea of letting Yuri escape is intolerable, especially now that I know everything. Responsibility, grief, and angry righteousness settle in my gut when I turn back to face the stairwell leading to the roof. Dmitri materializes at my side, his presence a silent reassurance. The others are in position, he murmurs. I nod, my focus sharpening. Let's move. We ascend the stairs, our footsteps soft on the concrete. The cool afternoon air hits my face when we emerge onto the rooftop. In the distance, the rhythmic thump of helicopter blades cuts through the silence. Yuri's voice reaches us before we see him, a string of curses punctuated by the sound of something heavy being kicked. As we edge closer, I catch sight of him pacing back and forth, his face contorted in rage. "Why isn't it working?" he shouts, stabbing at his phone with frantic fingers. "It should have gone off by now." His goons shuffle restlessly around him, looking fearful. I smirk that none are volunteering to run back to see what's the problem with the bomb. I signal to Dmitri, who melts into the shadows. Silently, I circle around, positioning myself behind a ventilation unit near the waiting helicopter. My men fan out, surrounding Yuri and his lackeys. In an instant, the day erupts into chaos. Gunfire splits the air and fists connect with flesh as my men engage Yuri's thugs in close combat. Through the mayhem, I spot Yuri. His eye widens as he realizes he's outnumbered. He turns, sprinting toward the helicopter. I sneer when I step out from my hiding spot, leaning casually against the aircraft's sleek frame. Yuri skids to a halt, his face twisting with fury as he sees me. His hand darts to his pocket, pulling out his phone. He glances at the screen, his expression flickering between confusion and desperation. "You're too late, Anton." He flashes a cold smile, but the tremor in his voice betrays his uncertainty. "The bomb's set to go off any minute. You've killed Sonia." I arch an eyebrow, letting a hint of mockery seep into my tone. "That's awfully brave of you, Yuri, cutting it so close. Tell me, do you always risk your sister's life so carelessly?" His eye narrows, searching my face for any sign of deception. I keep my expression neutral, even as guilt gnaws at me for what I'm about to say. "She's as stupid as you, and I used her," I say flatly, the lie tasting acrid on my tongue. "She was the perfect way to draw you out. I don't care what happens to her, so if she's dead, it makes no difference to me." Rage flares in Yuri's eye as his face flushes crimson. "You son of a—" He lunges at me, his fist whistling through the air. I sidestep, but he's faster than I anticipated. His knuckles graze my jaw, sending a jolt of pain through my skull. We grapple, trading vicious blows. I hit him in the ribs and hear the satisfying crack of bone. But he fights like a cornered animal, desperation lending him strength. His elbow catches me in the temple, and for a moment the world spins. Yuri seizes the opportunity, shoving me back. I stumble, my vision blurring. When it clears, I see him sprinting toward the helicopter once more. "Yuri," I call out, forcing my voice to remain calm, almost mocking. "Do you want to know why I'm really up here?" He pauses, glancing back over his shoulder. Curiosity wars with caution in his expression. "That bomb of yours?" I say, straightening up. "It's a dud. That black market auction you sent Maxim to. It was an FSB sting operation. You've been played, Yuri, and now it's over." Disbelief flashes across his features, quickly replaced by a murderous rage. He charges at me again. But I'm ready. I meet him halfway, tackling him to the ground. We roll across the rooftop, trading blows and insults in equal measure. I hit him hard enough to break his jaw as he drives his knee into my stomach. The taste of copper fills my mouth as he lets out a muffled cry. We tumble dangerously close to the edge of the roof. There's a short barrier, but it won't do much to stop us if we get enough momentum. Yuri's eye widens as he realizes how close we are to the precipice. He redoubles his efforts, clawing at my face while trying to push me over. I've been waiting for this moment for years. All the pain, all the betrayal, and all the sleepless nights. They fuel me now. With a surge of strength, I flip our positions, pinning Yuri beneath me. "This is for our families," I say, closing my hands around his throat. "This is for Sonia." I squeeze harder until his face is red. "And this is for me." I stand up and heave, using all my strength to lift Yuri and throw him over the edge of the roof. His eye widens in shock and fear as he realizes what's happening. For a moment, he seems to hang suspended in the air. Then gravity takes hold. I watch with glee as Yuri plummets, his body twisting in the air. The sickening thud of impact reaches my ears a moment later. I look over the edge to see the broken form sprawled on the sidewalk below and confirm he's really dead. It's done. After all these years, it's finally over. The adrenaline begins to ebb, leaving me feeling hollow. I turn away from the edge, surveying the rooftop. My men have subdued the last of Yuri's thugs. Dmitri approaches, concern etched on his face. "Anton, are you all right?" I nod, wiping blood from my split lip. "It's finished. Make sure the scene is cleaned up. I need to get back to Sonia." As I make my way back to the stairwell, my thoughts turn to Sonia. The lie I told Yuri weighs heavily on me. It was just something to provoke Yuri, And I pray she never hears about it. I didn't mean a word of it, but I couldn't give Yuri the satisfaction of thinking even for a minute that destroying Sonia had weakened me. In truth, I don't know how I would go on if that bomb had been real and killed her, but he'll never know that. Right now, all I want is to hold her, to feel the warmth of her skin and the steady beat of her heart. The sounds of sirens begin to fill the air as I descend the stairs. By the time the authorities arrive, we'll be long gone. There will be questions, of course, but those are problems for another day. All questions in this city can be answered with enough rubles, so I have little concern. At the moment, all that matters is Sonia and our unborn children. The future stretches out before us, uncertain but full of possibility. I rush down the stairs, my heart thumping while I search for her. The chaos fades into the background, replaced by a singular focus, finding her. Rounding the corner, I spot her standing with Maxime. Relief washes over me and I quicken my pace. "Thank you," I say to Maxime, nodding in gratitude. He shrugs, his expression neutral. "I go where the money is. You just outbid Yuri this time by offering my life." Without another word, he turns and walks away, disappearing into the shadows. I have no compulsion to call him back. He betrayed Yuri for his own reasons, and I'd never offer him a position with my bratva. Not that those are my decisions any longer. That duty belongs to Dmitri now. Those thoughts evaporate when I pull Sonia into my arms, inhaling her scent and feeling her warmth against me. She's safe. She's here. "Thank you for telling me about Yuri." Sonia steps back. "Why didn't you tell me Maxim had escaped? You said your men had him." I shift slightly. "We did. Dmitri let him escape so one of our men could follow him. That's how we learned about the bomb, though we didn't know it was a fake." She frowns. "You still should have told me." "You're right, but I wanted to distance you from all that." "You said that's what you wanted," I gently remind. "That's true." She lifts her chin, a playful glint in her eye. "So, are you doing the right thing?" I nod, my expression serious. "I've already passed it on to Dmitri. It's a weight off my shoulders, a promise fulfilled, and a chance at a brighter future. Remind me to show you the amazing house he's gifted us in Kazan to start over." Sonia's smile widens and she adds teasingly, "No, I meant naming our son after my father. I think Victor is less likely to be teased than Boris." A chuckle escapes me and I nod again. "I still prefer Boris, but perhaps we can find a new first name for him and give him both our father's names for middle names." She nods, satisfaction evident in her features. "That's a good idea. Let's go home." I lean in, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss. It's a seal on our bond, a promise of the future we're building together. As we break apart, I take her hand in mine, intertwining our fingers. We walk away from the building together, leaving behind the chaos and danger that has defined our lives for so long. She shivers slightly beside me. "Here," I say, shrugging off my jacket and draping it over her shoulders. She smiles up at me, seeming unbothered by the blood streaking the garment. As we make our way to the waiting car, I struggle to process how much has changed. The empire no longer rests on my shoulders, and the threat of Yuri has been eliminated. I've even gotten revenge for my parents and the Ivanovas' deaths without realizing I hadn't already fully done so years ago. For the first time in too long, I feel light. "What are you thinking about?" she asks. I glance down at her with a small smile. "Our future." She squeezes my hand, leaning into me as we walk. "Tell me about it." I pause for a moment, considering. "I see us in a house in Kazan. It's big enough for the children to run around, with a garden where you can grow those herbs you love." She smiles at the mention of the children. Her free hand rests on her stomach, where our triplets are growing. "And what else?" "I see lazy Sunday mornings, where we stay in bed far too late. Family dinners where the table is too loud and too messy, but perfect all the same." I pause, my voice growing softer. "I see us growing old together, Sonia. Watching our children grow up and maybe even grandchildren someday." She stops walking, turning to face me. Her eyes are shining with unshed tears, but her smile is radiant. It sounds beautiful, Anton. I cup her face in my hands, gently stroking her cheeks with my thumbs. It will be. I promise you, no more violence and no more danger. Just us and our family. She nods, leaning into my touch. I believe you. We resume our walk to the car, a comfortable silence falling between us. As we near the vehicle, I notice Dmitri waiting by the driver's side door. He straightens when we approach, his expression serious. Everything's been taken care of, boss, he says, his gaze flicking between Sonia and me. The authorities have been or will be handled. There won't be any issues. I nod. Thank you for everything. He gives a small smile, inclining his head. It's been an honor, Anton. I'll make sure the transition is smooth. As he opens the car door for us, I turn to Sonia. Ready to go home? She nods, a soft smile on her face. More than ready. We slide into the back seat of the car, and as Alexei pulls away from the curb, the last vestiges of tension leave my body. She leans against me, resting her head on my shoulder. Anton, she murmurs, her voice heavy with exhaustion. Yes, love? She lifts her head, meeting my gaze. Thank you for keeping your promise, for choosing us over the bratva. I lean in, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. You and our children are my empire now, Sonia. Nothing else matters. She settles back against me, and I wrap my arm around her, holding her close. As we drive through the quiet streets of Moscow, I think of all the twists and turns that led us here. The violence, the betrayal, and the pain all seem like a distant memory now. What do you want to do first when we get home? Sonia hums thoughtfully. Honestly, I want a hot shower and then to sleep for about a week. I chuckle. That can be arranged, though I might have to join you for that bath. She swats at my chest playfully, but I can feel her smile against my shoulder. Insatiable, she teases. Only for you, I say gently. Nearing our building, I'm filled with anticipation. This is the first night of our new life together. No more looking over our shoulders. Alexei pulls up to the curb, and I help Sonia out of the car. We walk toward the entrance, and I nod to the doorman, who smiles and tips his hat. In the elevator, she leans against the wall, looking weary. I stand close, one hand on her hip, supporting her. Almost there, I say, and she gives me a tired smile. The elevator doors open, and we step out into the hallway. As we approach our door, I fish the keys out of my pocket, but before I can insert them into the lock, she places her hand on mine. Wait, she says, her voice soft but firm. I turn to her, raising an eyebrow in question. Before we go in, I need to know something. Are you sure about this? About giving up everything for us? I study her face, seeing the mixture of hope and fear in her eyes. Without hesitation, I take her hands in mine, never looking away from her. You and our children are everything to me. The bratva, the power, the money. None of it matters without you. I've made my choice, and I would make it again in a heartbeat. She stares at me for a long moment, and whatever she sees seems to satisfy her. She nods and smiles. Okay, she whispers. I press a soft kiss to her lips before turning back to the door to unlock it. As it swings open, I sweep Sonia into my arms, ignoring her surprised squeak. Anton? She laughs, her arms wrapping around my neck. What are you doing? I grin down at her as I carry her over the threshold, starting our new life the right way. When I set her down in the living room, I'm struck by how different everything feels. The space is the same, but it's as if a weight has been lifted. The shadows that once lurked in the corners seem to have disappeared. She yawns, covering her mouth with her hand. I hate to ruin the moment, but I really need that bath now. I chuckle, pressing a kiss to her forehead. Go ahead. I'll be right behind you. As she disappears into the bathroom, I take a moment to look around what will soon be our second home. I can almost see the future unfolding before me after we resettle in Kazan. I can hear the patter of little feet on the hardwood floors and the sound of laughter echoing through the rooms. It's a future I never thought I'd have, But now that it's within reach, I'm determined to hold on to it with both hands. The sound of running water pulls me from my thoughts, and I smile to myself. Our new life is waiting, and it starts now.
Epilogue. Sonia, 2 years later. The backyard of our Kazan home buzzes with laughter and excitement. Colorful balloons dance in the gentle breeze, and the sweet aroma of birthday cake fills the air. I stand in the heart of it all, watching our triplets' second birthday party unfold with a smile. Svetlana, her blonde curls bouncing, chases after a butterfly. Mariska, the explorer, climbs onto a chair to reach for a shiny ribbon. Mikhail Boris Victor, our little prince, toddles toward Anton with outstretched arms. Katya appears at my side, balancing plates of cake. Need a hand with those? I ask, reaching for a stack. She grins, handing them over. You've outdone yourself, Sonia. This party is amazing. I shrug, but warmth spreads through my chest at her compliment. The kids deserve it. I can't believe there are already 2. My gaze drifts across the yard, landing on Anton. He's cradling Mikhail while laughing at something our neighbor said. The sight of him, relaxed, happy, and surrounded by friends, still catches me off guard sometimes. It's so different from the Bratva boss he used to be, but I love it. Earth to Sonia, teases Katya, waving a hand in front of my face. You're staring again. I playfully swat her arm. Can you blame me? Look how far we've come. She nods, her expression softening. From hiding in dingy apartments to this? It's like a fairy tale. A fairy tale with a lot of guns and explosions, I mutter, but there's no bitterness in my tone. Those days feel like a lifetime ago. Anton catches my eye from across the yard. He says something to our neighbor, then makes his way over, Mikhail still perched on his hip. Ladies, he greets, sliding an arm around my waist. Enjoying the party? I snuggle against him, savoring his solid presence. It's perfect, though I think someone's ready for a nap. I nod toward Mikhail, who's rubbing his eyes sleepily. Anton chuckles, bouncing our son gently. I'll put him down in a minute, but first I wanted to run something by you. He pauses, a glint in his eye. I've been thinking about our wedding. My heart skips a beat. We've been engaged for over a year, but between the triplets and our businesses, wedding planning has taken a back seat. What about it? I ask, curiosity piqued. He grins, that dangerously attractive smile that still makes my knees weak. What do you say to holding it at the ballroom where we are connected? Katya, who knows the full truth of our pasts now and how we reconnected with a little ballroom kidnapping, grins. That's perfect. What a full circle moment. I raise an eyebrow at Anton. The ballroom, where he'd cornered me after years apart, where our lives had collided once again. I remember the fear, but I also remember the spark that reignited between us and the passion that refused to die. Well, he prompts, his voice low. What do you think, Solnishko? I meet his gaze, seeing hope and uncertainty there. It's an interesting idea, I say carefully. But are you sure? That place holds some complicated memories. He shrugs, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. That's the point. We've come so far since then. Why not celebrate how we've overcome it all? Katya nods enthusiastically. Plus, it's a gorgeous venue. Can you imagine the photos? I laugh, shaking my head. They would be fabulous. Anton shifts Mikhail to his other hip to take my hand. We don't have to decide right now. Just think about it, okay? I squeeze his hand, feeling the familiar calluses against my palm. I will. A shriek of laughter draws our attention. Svetlana and Mariska are chasing each other through the sprinkler, their dresses soaked. I've got it, says Katya, already moving toward them with towels. Anton chuckles, watching her go. She's a godsend with the kids. I nod, leaning my head against his shoulder. We're lucky to have her. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment, watching our guests mingle and our children play. It's a scene I never thought I'd see. Peace, happiness, and family. The cynical part of me wants to search for threats, to stay on guard. But I push aside that voice, choosing instead to savor this moment. I should put this little guy down, Anton murmurs, nodding toward the now sleeping Mikhail. Want me to take him? He shakes his head. I've got it. You mingle, birthday girl. I laugh. Pretty sure it's not my birthday. He grins, pressing a kiss to my temple. Every day with you is worth celebrating. As he walks away, I smile. Who would have thought the cold, ruthless Anton Vasilyev would turn into such a romantic? I make my rounds, chatting with neighbors and friends. It still amazes me how easily we've integrated into this community. No one here knows about our past, or about the violence and danger we left behind. To them, we're just Anton and Sonia, the couple with the adorable triplets and thriving businesses. While refilling the chip bowl, my mind wanders back to Anton's suggestion. The ballroom. It's a bold choice, I'll give him that. Part of me recoils at the idea of returning there, of stirring up those memories. But another part is intrigued. I remember the fear I felt that night, cornered by a man I thought I'd never see again. But I also remember the thrill and the undeniable pull between us. It was the beginning of everything we have now. Deep thoughts? I startle, nearly dropping the bowl. Katya stands beside me, eyebrow raised. Sorry, I say, setting down the chips. Just thinking about Anton's idea. She nods, looking sympathetic. It's a lot to process, huh? I sigh. That's an understatement. On one hand, it feels like tempting fate, going back there after everything. But on the other hand, I pause, searching for the right words. On the other hand, it feels right. Like we'd be reclaiming that place, you know? Making new memories to overshadow the old ones. She smiles, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. For what it's worth, I think it's brilliant, but it's your wedding. If it doesn't feel right, there are plenty of other venues. I rest in her embrace for a second, glad for her steady presence. When did you get so wise? She laughs, the sound bright and clear. Oh, I've always been wise. You're just finally noticing. We're interrupted by a tug on my skirt. I look down to see Svetlana, her big blue eyes wide. Mama, she says solemnly. Cake? I crouch down, smoothing back her wild curls. You already had cake, sweetheart. Remember? She shakes her head emphatically. More cake. Katya stifles a laugh behind her hand. I shoot her a mock glare before turning back to my daughter. How about we have some fruit instead? Those strawberries look yummy. Svetlana considers this for a moment, her little brow wrinkled in concentration. Finally, she nods. Okay, but cake later? She's a negotiator, just like you, says Katya in a sotto voice before giggling. I laugh. We'll see. Let's go find those strawberries.